Chapter 1 3 years and 3 years. Hidden strength for 1 year, reward God level martial soul eternal blazing sun. Hidden strength for 2 years, reward 10,000 years spirit ring. Hidden strength for 3 years, reward the super artifact Shura 7 kills sword. Douluo mainland. Soul hunting deep in the forest. The grayish-white mist is permeating here, layer upon layer changing into an elusive shape with the breeze. A half-year-old child of about 10 years old, lying on a boulder with an unknown weed in his mouth, looked at the sky in a daze. It was a slightly immature face, but it was already sharp and angular, and the long black hair was randomly tied up by a thin cane, and a pair of eyes of the same color shone with charming light. Although he is not too old, it is not difficult to see that when he grows up, he does not know how many women will be crazy about that face. What's even more rare is that his body exudes an elegant, mellow, and flawless mood, which makes people can't help but never move their eyes. It's really good. You don't need to practice, just lie down, your strength is growing rapidly, and once you reach a whole number of time nodes, you can also get various rewards. This little day is really good. Zhang Chen immediately looked at the void in front of him. Host is hiding power, soul power +1. As a traveler, Zhang Chen could not have cheat. It's very considerate. He got this cheat, and he didn't need to do anything. As long as he hides his own strength, he can continue to grow without being discovered by others. He doesn't need to practice, his spirit power is growing every moment, and the hidden time reaches the target, and he can also obtain additional rewards. For example, after hiding for a month, he obtained the immortal wind and cloud body art, a powerful body art immortal art in a certain mythical story in the previous life. After hiding for 3 months, he obtained the immortal golden body art. Now he has completed the first round of 9-turn golden body strengthening. Now even he himself doesn't know how powerful his body is. Anyway, ordinary swords couldn't cut his skin at all. At the time of hiding his strength for 1, 2, and 3 years, he also received more generous rewards. Therefore, he is only 13 years old now, and he is already a 4-ringed soul sect. This is because he is pursuing perfection, those who are less than 10,000 years, not the spirit ring from the powerful spirit beast, he still doesn't like it. Otherwise, Zhang Chen's strength is enough to improve a lot. So it's actually not bad. Although there are many soul beasts in the hunting forest, it is not the slightest danger to me. When it's okay, it's good to come in and hunt some soul beasts, earn a little living expenses, and improve the quality of life. Zhang Chen raised his eyes to look at the endless forest ahead, a look of longing flashed in his black eyes. After he crossed over, he lived in Rocktown on the edge of the hunting forest, owned a small house left by his parents, and lived a life of poverty. Fortunately, he has awakened cheat, otherwise I am afraid that he can only work odd jobs in the town to make ends meet. However, it's time to leave here. The hunting forest has no value anymore, and it's time to go to the wider world. It's a juvenile character, Zhang Chen is now with extraordinary strength, and he naturally doesn't want to stay in this small town forever. With his current strength, even if it is Contra, I am afraid it is not his opponent. Leapfrogging monsters can be said to be a breeze. If you use that super divine weapon again, I'm afraid that the weaker titled Douluo will have to fight to know who is strong and who is weak. Let's rest for a while, and I haven't seen any valuable prey. After a round of inspections, Zhang Chen randomly found a boulder and lay on it. After a while, a slight snoring sound sounded. It turned out that Zhang Chen had already fallen asleep at some point. Lie down, just fall asleep. By the time Zhang Chen woke up, the scorching sun was already down, and it was dusk. The fog has grown bigger. Zhang Chen stood up. I remember just now, the fog in the forest was not too big, and it developed to this point in such a short period of time. The grey mist was constantly permeating and soon covered the sky, and the dim sky became even darker as a result. The fog is too big. This fog is not normal. Zhang Chen's heart moved slightly. After the mist that suddenly became bigger, what is it that is at work? Or what soul beast is doing the monster? Thinking of this, a golden flame gleamed in his eyes, and he immediately looked to the distant place. The dense fog couldn't stop his gaze at all, so Zhang Chen directly saw where the fog came from. He saw the lake not far away, where the fog was born. From a distance, the crystal clear lake water that looked like a sapphire was covered with a thin layer of gauze mist. Huh? What is that? At this time, in Zhang Chen's gaze, the lake water was full of waves, and a lotus root arm protruded from the lake water. Then, as far as his eyes could be, a smooth and graceful body leaped out of the water. So big, so white. In an instant, Zhang Chen was stunned. There was such a beautiful girl in the world. The skin that is jade like condensed fat, dripping with drops of water, glowing with a radiant luster. The golden hair hangs down like a waterfall, the facial features are exquisite and supple, and the slender looks like a white swan. The eyes are like autumn water, and the eyebrows are like far away. I'm afraid that even the fairy tale is nothing more than that. Zhang Chen also lived in seclusion in the hunting forest for 3 years. During that time, he hadn't seen other people, not to mention how many beauties he had seen in his previous life. But those artificial beauties are less than 1/10,000th of the woman in front of them. This woman is really the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. The turquoise lake water, under Zhang Chen's eyes, was almost as transparent as that. His gaze couldn't help but began to look down, and Zhang Chen seemed to see the delicate body hidden under the water while the waves were rippling. This. Can't watch it? Peeking at the beauties in the bath, this is not a good-looking thing. Kunzi should do it. Zhang Chen thought, but his eyes widened. After a long time, Zhang Chen withdrew his gaze after the woman finally landed ashore. I have begun to wear clothes, and soon the beautiful scenery is no longer visible. Hey, it's done so soon. Zhang Chen looked at the girl's figure and couldn't help but said. But at this moment, in his eyes, not far from the girl, a thick blue and silver grass shuddered slightly. It looked like it was blowing with majesty, but Zhang Chen could easily see the gray and white fur and shadow dire wolf that was approaching after the bushes. This is a 5-meter long, cruel, terrifying soul beast, bloodthirsty and cunning, and an extremely difficult soul beast. This shadow dire wolf, judging from its coat color and body shape, should have a cultivation base of nearly 9,000 years of 10,000 years. It should have flowed from other places in the soul hunting forest. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, but he recognized the soul beast. Shadow dire wolf. Chapter 2. This is an angel martial soul. The shadow dire wolf is fierce in nature, cruel and bloodthirsty, and extremely aggressive. Moreover, this shadow dire wolf talent soul ability shadow assault can hide its own breath, making it difficult to detect, and waiting to launch a sudden attack when it is close, it is impossible to prevent. Moreover, the frontal combat effectiveness of the shadow dire wolf is also extremely strong, with lightning-like speed, sharp teeth, and claws that can easily tear through steel. A shadow dire wolf close to 10,000 years is definitely not an ordinary spirit master or great spirit master, it can match it. This girl also seems to have the cultivation base of the great soul master, this shadow dire wolf shouldn't be her opponent, right? Zhang Chen's eyes flickered. Although the woman didn't release her spirit ring, her spirit power level could not be concealed from Zhang Chen at all. With a 39th level of spirit power, a proper Great Spirit Master cultivation base is only one step away from being the sole sovereign. At this level, it seems that he is definitely not more than 15 years old, and he is already a Great Spirit Master. Sure enough, this girl is not only beautiful, but also has terrifying talents, not mundane. I'm afraid its origin is by no means simple. In Douluo continent, with the exception of a few true geniuses, even if ordinary people have talents, it is definitely harder to get ahead. It is absolutely impossible to cultivate to this level at this level. Huh? She seems to have discovered the shadow dire wolf. It's not that simple, it seems that there is going to be an abnormal battle. At this time, Zhang Chen keenly noticed that the woman's steps stopped slightly, her beautiful eyes were also slightly narrowed, and she quietly glanced in the direction where the shadow dire wolf was. Obviously, she found the shadow dire wolf. Then I don't have to worry about it? Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen certainly suppressed his plan to make a move. After all, if he didn't make a move, it would reduce the possibility of exposure. Just at this time, the shadow dire wolf seemed to be unable to stand it anymore, or that it had found the most suitable opportunity. The huge shadow dire wolf suddenly violently, the huge body over 5 meters turned into a black shadow, silently, and immediately rushed behind the girl, and she was about to tear the girl to pieces. As a soul beast, the shadow dire wolf does not have the heart to love beauty and pity. In its eyes, I am afraid that the more beautiful it is, the more delicious it will be. But I saw that at this moment a brilliant golden light burst out of the girl's body. 2 yellow and 1 purple, 3 spirit rings rose from her feet. At the same time, those golden brilliance turned into a phantom with 6 pairs of wings. Seraphim Martial Soul. Wuhan Hall. This thought suddenly appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. The Seraphim Martial Soul is the descendant of the Martial Soul Palace Angel family, a top god-level humanoid martial soul. Then, this woman comes from Wuhan Hall. Who is she? Seeing the girl's spirit and spirit ring, Zhang Chen had already begun to mourn for the shadow dire wolf in his heart. After all, for other great spirit masters, the terrifying and difficult shadow dire wolf might not be able to cause much problem to this woman. Sure enough, after the girl summoned her martial soul, she didn't dodge, but instead went the other way, rushing towards the dire wolf. First soul ability, Angel Assault. A crisp and sweet sound like the ding-dong of spring water suddenly sounded. In the process of charging, she swung a pink fist, and the golden energy formed a golden shield on her fist front, which directly collided with the claws of the shadow dire wolf. Bang! A huge impact sound exploded, and a violent wind blew for a while, and the sky was filled with dust. The shadow wolf was shaken back by her several feet, but she herself was directly shocked and flew out, and also flew more than 10 feet before falling down. And Zhang Chen saw that the delicate body under the long skirt was also shaking slightly. Obviously, in the absolute power competition, she was at a disadvantage, and her body was still trembling. So reckless. Comparing with the apparently powerful soul beasts, using one's shortness to attack the enemy's strength, it is really irritable. Zhang Chen shook his head. The body strength of soul beasts has always been stronger than that of soul masters of the same level. Should avoid the edge first, and then wait for the opportunity to counterattack, and use flexible body methods to fight, is the best policy. Head-to-head is often done by muscular men. A soft young lady looks like a female man, which is really unexpected. In the distance, the golden light and the power of the shadow kept colliding. The bang 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 sound of the air exploded continuously, and the fierce wind generated by the hand-to-hands continued to raging around everything. The trees were smashed by the waste, and big pits were punched in the grass. With the passage of time, I did not expect that the girl who was supposed to be at a disadvantage would turn against the wind. The more she fought and the bravery, she gradually gained the upper hand. Although victory will be achieved soon, the shadow dire wolves have always been in pairs, and this one is no exception. Zhang Chen shook his head slightly. Over the years, he has often haunted the soul hunting forest. He has a good understanding of the habits of many soul beasts. Naturally, he also knows that the shadow dire wolf has always been a male and a female in pairs. Now that this one shadow dire wolf looks to be defeated, then the other one will definitely shoot. Zhang Chen's gaze immediately began to patrol, and soon he spotted another shadow dire wolf. This shadow dire wolf was even more cunning. Even though his companion was already in danger, it still didn't take action immediately, but waited for the girl to reveal its flaws. Obviously, this shadow dire wolf is definitely an old man. Yes, this shadow dire wolf is more than 6 meters in length. It seems that there are more than 10,000 years of cultivation, and it is considered a good prey. The greatest value of the spirit beast lies in the spirit ring. Of course, it also has a lot of value, and it is worth Zhang Chen's shot. Besides, as the incarnation of justice, I can't just sit back and watch. Zhang Chen had a decision in his heart. How could he see such a beautiful and lovely woman hurt in front of him? Hey, no way, he is such a good person. However, even though he took the shot, he couldn't expose his own cultivation. So it's better to shoot secretly. In this way, she didn't know who made the shot, so Zhang Chen's cultivation base would not be exposed. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen stood up. The divine light in his hand flickered, and the dazzling energy gathered in his hand, and a huge bow appeared in his hand. And at this moment, on the lakeside in the distance, the battle situation changed dramatically. Originally, the girl in the spirit hall already had a huge advantage, and she could tell the winner within a few moves, but when she was ready to kill the spirit beast in front of her in one fell swoop, the other shadow dire wolf that was hidden in the dark shot. Chapter 3. What, there is one more. At this moment, Qianrongxiu frowned as she felt the fishy wind blowing on her face. At this time, she had already risen into the air and launched the angel's advance again, just when it was difficult to exert her strength again. The attacker who appeared suddenly, taking this opportunity to attack from her side, was simply too insidious. Damn it! Qianrongxiu's eyes frowned, and her heart suddenly panicked. She had only time to urge martial soul to defend, and the Golden Wings phantom closed her up. She came here to take a bath, naturally so that the guards would guard the distance. At this time, with such a change, it was too late to call the guards in the distance. Of course, even if it was too late, she couldn't call the guard. Because of her appearance at the moment, those guards can never see it. At this moment, Qianrongxiu's heart couldn't help but regret, why did she take a bath here? If not, then there is no need to be so passive now. Qianrongxiu was already ready to take the blow, and then waited for the opportunity to escape. Wow! But at this moment, in the corner of her eye, a dazzling light lit up, and a light arrow flew past her eyes in the blink of an eye. The speed of the light arrow was too fast, exceeding the limit of her reaction. What is that? At this time, Qianrongxiu even forgot to continue covering her wings. After all, the light arrow just now was too fast, and she couldn't react at all. And more importantly, she also felt extreme danger from the light arrow. Puff! There was a small sound, followed by a bang. Qianrongxiu looked back, and as expected, the huge shadow wolf fell heavily to the ground. This huge 10,000 years wolf corpse has no sound. Above the huge wolf head, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared, directly penetrating the huge body of the shadow dire wolf. There was no blood flowing out, and there were burn marks around the wound, a fatal blow, clean and neat, which showed that the person who shot was powerful. Who is it, who did it just now? Will he see it? Qianrongxiu's beautiful eyes were a little dazed, but immediately became gloomy. Her secret cannot be exposed. But no matter how she searches, naturally she won't find the slightest. Her strength was too different from Zhang Chen. Even if Zhang Chen stood by his side, as long as Zhang Chen was unwilling, Qianrongxiu would still not be able to spot him. Roar! At this time, the previous shadow dire wolf also discovered that its mate had been killed. A roar containing grief and anger immediately exploded. Then, the shadow dire wolf didn't run away, but turned around and launched an attack towards Qianrongxiu, who was still stupefied. Dare you dare to be in a daze when you are fighting? If you really think it is a beauty, the soul beast will pity and cherish Jade. Zhang Chen naturally didn't know what Jianrongxiu was thinking in her heart. Originally, he didn't plan to make another move. But when he saw that the girl faced the attack of the shadow dire wolf, she didn't even respond, as if she was stunned. Hey, I was still too soft-hearted, so I shot another arrow. There. This time, Jianrongxiu discovered Zhang Chen. It's so far. I can't see him clearly at all. Jianrongxiu frowned, and she realized that the person who shot was more than 2,000 meters away from her. With her eyesight, she could only determine that the other party was not old. That's it, I can't see the other side's face at all. His Royal Highness, you are frightened. At this time, a rough voice rang. The figure of the visitor is very burly, and there are a lot of spikes on his body, it looks like a pufferfish from a distance. It was the martial soul palace pierced dolphin Douluo stabbing blood, and he was also one of the two titled Douluo guarding Jianrongxiu. After the wave of fighting broke out here, he rushed over immediately, but because of the distance, he didn't come until now. Uncle Bloody, why are you here? When Jianrongxiu saw the person coming, her face was already full of smiles. Assassin and Shilong, and the two titled Douluo of Wuhan Palace, are not as prominent as Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, but their strength is also beyond doubt. Therefore, they were sent to protect Jianrongxiu. Of course, it must be secretly protected. Jianrongxiu is now disguised as Sui He, ready to lurk to the side of Emperor Sui of the Heaven Dou Empire, waiting for an opportunity to subvert the Heaven Dou Empire. Her identity must not be discovered by anyone, otherwise the plan of the Spirit Hall would suffer a huge blow. Therefore, the two titled Douluos could not show up at will to avoid being discovered. You were dangerous just now. Stabbing bloody Douluo said angrily. He also sensed that Jianrongxiu was in danger and had to appear here. Uncle Bleeding, go and bring that over. Jianrongxiu asked again immediately, and did not continue the topic just now. In the end, she was in danger, and bloody Douluo was also worried about her safety, so in fact, she had done nothing wrong. Jianrongxiu's current identity cannot be revealed, otherwise it will affect the great plan of the Spirit Hall, even if the person saved her just now. Okay. Piercing Douluo said in a deep voice. He followed Jianrongxiu's gaze, and it was no accident, and he didn't notice the slightest. When he first came here just now, just looking at the traces of the scene, he had already restored the battle just now to a 778. Therefore, he did not pause at all. Immediately, he hurriedly chased in the direction where Zhang Chen had left. Well, someone is catching up. The breath is very strong, a titled Douluo. Zhang Chen frowned. He didn't expect a titled Douluo to follow him. He is an unknown pawn, naturally he will not attract titled Douluo, so the reason why this person chased him must be because he just shot. Sure enough, Nosy can't manage. This tube caused an accident, and it also attracted a titled Douluo. It seems that the identity of that woman is by no means simple. There is a titled Douluo as a bodyguard, and he is also an angel martial soul. Zhang Chen's thoughts turned in his mind, and soon a name emerged. Jianrongxiu. Chapter 4 Small Town. If that woman is Jianrongxiu, then this makes sense. Zhang Chen just thought about it a little, and immediately understood. If this woman is Jianrongxiu, then everything will make sense. Jianrongxiu has a special status, and is the biological daughter of Pope Bibi Dong in the Spirit Hall. She is extremely talented and is a super genius with a natural spirit power of 20. Since childhood, he was sent to the Tiandu Imperial Palace, disguised as the eldest Prince Sueking He, to manage power and intend to usurp the country. Therefore, Jianrongxiu's current identity must not be revealed, otherwise Wuhan Palace's plan would suffer a fatal blow. Zhang Chen could also understand, if it was him instead. Even if there is only a slight possibility, it must be nipped in the bud. So that title Douluo caught up with it, and it was justified. I just don't know which title Douluo is here. Zhang Chen couldn't help but speed up. He was not too worried. Although he was definitely not the opponent of title Douluo now, he was very confident in his speed. The tyrannical body, coupled with the spirit abilities dedicated to increasing body skills, supported by the 10,000 years spirit ring, can allow him to explode at a speed far exceeding his own level. However, no matter who it is, in short, it is not the time to be exposed. If he is entangled by the opponent, with the strength of title Douluo, he will be able to expose his strength. Erupt, Immortal Wind and Cloud Physical Technique. Zhang Chen thought, and a dark black spirit ring rose under his feet. Suddenly, a burst of air blasted around him, and then his body shot out like a cannonball, and the speed directly doubled. The air was blown away by him and left behind him. There were waves of burning white people. Soon, Zhang Chen left the hunting forest and returned to the small town outside. It's obviously not a title Douluo, but the speed just now was so fast, even I was thrown away. Stinging blood Douluo leaped from the tree, and he looked at the few footprints left on the hard ground. These were the last traces he could trace. When he got here, he lost the breath of that person, and he chased him away. Although this result made people very angry, but at this moment he didn't have the mind to think about it. At this moment, this powerful title Douluo was looking at the footprints on the ground with shock. Judging from the traces, the opponent's strength was very strong, and the ground was trampled on and exploded. The earth and rocks splashed and exploded a pit the size of a millstone and a depth of 2 feet. In the bottom of the dirt pit, there is another clear footprint. Judging from the size of the footprints, the owner is definitely not an adult, at most not more than 14 years old. Everyone in Douluo continent was able to awaken a martial spirit, but only a few of them were able to embark on the path of spiritual master cultivation. And among the soul masters, there are the vast majority of soul masters, although they can embark on the road of cultivation, but their own talents and opportunities are extremely poor, and they are often no more than 10th or 20 level in their lifetime. A soul sect who is at most 14 years old, or a stronger existence, can be cultivated to this level at such an age. It is incredible. Maybe I have misunderstood, or is it a suspicion? As the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Stabbing Blood Douluo's abilities in all aspects are extremely outstanding, and a lot of things can be seen through clues. For example, Zhang Chen's approximate grade, height, body shape, and spirit power cultivation level. But it was because of this that the bloody Douluo was dumbfounded, and for the first time he had doubts about his own speculation and reasoning. Because the result is too hard to believe. So bloody Douluo at this time can only be attributed to him thinking too much. This must be the clue that the person left deliberately. Old treacherous fellow, you will definitely not be so lucky next time. I must capture you by myself. Assassinating Douluo thought bitterly, and then he turned around. Instead of chasing it any further, he returned and continued to protect Xiaawu. On the edge of the hunting forest, there is a small town called Orur. The small town of Orur was originally just a very ordinary town, like many small towns surrounding the hunting forest. But 3 years ago, this small town gradually gained fame, because there was Xiaawu, the strongest wine in the entire Tiando Empire. The time is just right, which is undoubtedly Zhang Chen's handwriting. At that time, Zhang Chen had just crossed over and his life was almost impossible, so he sold this method of purifying wine and made his first money. It was also with this money that Zhang Chen improved his life and barely managed to survive. It was still weak back then, so it's cheaper to sell. Zhang Chen walked leisurely and comfortably on the only street in the small town of Orur, looking at the prosperous beverage business on both sides of the street, and couldn't help sighing. Those who can come to Orur town to settle down are those who want to venture into the hunting forest, and as long as there are enough adventurers, then the drinks will not worry about selling. Adventure will always encounter dangers of this kind, So, for these adventurers, a glass of spirits that can make them forget the pain is great. Chapter 5. Zhang Chen bought leisurely steps, but he didn't plan to go home. He lifted his foot and came to the biggest bar in Orr town, with a very earthy name, called the Adventurers' Bar. He opened the door and walked into the bar. Suddenly, the scent of noise and strong alcohol immediately surrounded him. Most of the people sitting on the bar are spirit masters with average cultivation level, or ordinary people with more agile skills. They wore leather jackets or trench coats, hats, and occasionally showed weapons such as swords and so on. They talked braggingly, and drank and ate meat. As a low-level soul master, as long as you register in the Wuhan Hall, you will receive 1 gold soul coin every month. For ordinary people, this is naturally very rich, but for the soul master, it is nothing. The consumption of spiritual masters' cultivation, 1 gold soul coin is simply not enough. This is also the reason why many soul masters come back here, hunting soul beasts and earning money. It would be even better if he could run into a spirit beast that had the same attributes as his own to hunt for the spirit ring. An excellent soul master, in addition to having strong physical fitness to fight with grandmaster skills, should also at least know a certain amount of field survival knowledge, self-medicine ability, knowledge about soul beasts. At this time, a sloppy middle-aged man with grey-white hair and falcon-like eyes said, "As a soul master, you need to know what weapons to use. After all, the power of the lower-level soul masters is limited. It's not as good as a sharp weapon. Today we will talk about the magical use of hook-claw weapons in dealing with multi-legged soul beasts." This sloppy middle-aged man seems to be very famous in this bar. When he talked, other alcoholic guests unexpectedly lowered their voices in a rare tacit understanding, or simply closed their mouths. After all, this sloppy middle-aged man is very knowledgeable, knows a variety of soul beast information, and can give joint and practical hunting advice. Knowledge is power. Even in the world of Douluo continent, it is still an unbreakable truth. Haha, you Xiaawu gang, the once vigorous golden triangle, now can only be drunk in this remote town. The corner of Zhang Chen's mouth was slightly curved with disdain, and he glanced at the sloppy middle-aged man with disdain. Moreover, this person will become Tang San's master in the future, which will play a vital role in the growth of the protagonist Tang San. If you count it, it would be considered a personal thing, but Zhang Chen most looked down on this coward who didn't dare to fight, so he didn't have the idea of getting acquainted with this legendary figure. Afterwards, Zhang Chen stepped over the hustle and bustle, pulled a chair, and sat on the edge of the bar. "You are here again, didn't you tell me not to come in the future? You shouldn't leave yourself in this town. After all, you have the talent for cultivation. You should embark on the spiritual master's path of cultivation and achieve a career." The owner of the bar, his long burgundy hair is dangled randomly, and his skin is crystal clear and white. Under the light, it seems to exude a charming light. The face full of mature charm and the proud Shuangfeng make this bar owner, who is about 30 years old, full of charm that is hard to refuse. She looked at Zhang Chen and said helplessly. When Wuhan awakened a few years ago, Zhang Chen made one of the only children among their group of children who had the talent for spiritual master cultivation. It's a pity that sometimes fate is like this. Even if you have the talent for cultivation, you may not be able to embark on the path of spiritual master cultivation. Auntie Han, my innate spirit power is only 1. And Wuhan is still a broken sword. Even if you practice spirit master training, you will not achieve much after all. What's more, my family has no money. How can it be possible to afford the tuition of the Soul Master Academy? Zhang Chen laughed at himself and looked at Han Yuyan with a smile. Apart from joining the Wuhan Hall, the only way to practice Soul Master is to go to those Soul Master schools. Zhang Chen's talent at the time was obviously impossible to join the Spirit Hall. Of course, even if he wanted to join, the Spirit Hall would not want him with such a talented Spirit Master. And he had just crossed over at that time. not to mention poverty, but there really was no money in his family to go to the Soul Master Academy of the Heaven Do Empire. Seeing Zhang Chen saying this, Han Yuyan sighed helplessly. You know, I am willing to support you. Back then, she was going to pay the tuition for Zhang Chen, but the other party refused. Auntie Han, a glass of drunk roses. Zhang Chen didn't answer the conversation, but ordered a glass of wine. Give you. Han Yuyan finally sighed and pushed the prepared light red wine to Zhang Chen. But soon, Han Yuyanjiu changed into a tender smile. Afterwards, this coquettish woman, known as the Bar Rose, came to Zhang Chen. I deliberately sat next to Zhang Chen and lifted the skirt up a bit, revealing a pair of long legs without a trace of cellulite. On the beautiful legs, wearing black stockings and exquisite curves, it is not to mention how attractive in this bar. Chapter 6 The Soul Beast Strikes. Han Yuyan is nearly 30 years old, twice as old as Zhang Chen, but also 2 years old. Mature and charming, some girls do not use pink and daisy, but the color is like the morning glow and the snow, and some exude a mature and rich appearance. Especially those legs, straight, slender, round and fleshy. Especially when the legs are cocked, it reveals a lot of beauty that is far superior to other women. Not to mention that after putting on black stockings, in addition to the current environment, the bright red lips are even more tempting. If he is seen by his legs, I am afraid that he will immediately go up and kneel and lick. Fortunately, Zhang Chen is not just a leg control, he is a leg control, fierce control, foot control, lowly control, Oni-san control, queen control. Auntie Han, go ahead. Zhang Chen gently sipped the wine in the glass, and then said, Hey. There was a helpless sigh, and it seemed to be such a sigh. Then Han Yuyan turned around and went busy. But at this moment, suddenly, a harsh bell rang. The sound was loud, rushing and harsh, and instantly suppressed the noise in the bar. And it kept ringing. This is an emergency alert. However, this kind of emergency alert is rare in Orr Town for 10 years. In Zhang Chen's impression, it seemed that he had never heard such an alarm. What happened? Could it be that a soul beast came to attack Oro Town? Said a drinker. In Douluo continent, there are thousands of soul beasts, and humans and soul beasts are even more contradictory, fighting each other. Naturally, there are also some towns, and sometimes they will encounter the attack of the soul beast. How is it possible? It's not far from the soul hunting forest, but the soul hunting forest is guarded by the soldiers of the soul hall. It is absolutely impossible for a soul beast to run out of it, let alone dare to attack the town. Someone immediately retorted. Although Orr Town is on the edge of the hunting forest, although there are many spirit beasts in the hunting forest, the spirit beasts have been weak for so many years, and they dare not attack the human town at all. What's more, there are soldiers guarding the spirit hall in the periphery of the hunting forest, and there will be no soul beasts that can rush out. Then you say, what is it that is not a soul beast? Could it be that it is impossible for humans to succeed? The man argued just now because he had drunk too much. At this moment, he blushed, and his neck was thick, his face was full of anger, and there was a big disagreement, and he was about to do it. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen couldn't help but shook his head. An emergency alert was issued, so Orr Town must have encountered an emergency, that is, it is not the time to discuss the cause, but how to respond. At this time, the thick wooden door of the bar was suddenly knocked open, and a reckless figure rushed in. It's not good, there are a large number of spirit beasts rushing toward our town aggressively. After that, the man turned to the other drinkers to his right and said, My Lord Mayor said, every soul master who participates in the guardianship can obtain 10 gold soul coins. And any soul beast is hunted to protect the town. There are rewards. According to the level of the soul beast, you can exchange the corresponding number of gold soul coins. The man finished speaking and opened a sheepskin scroll, which clearly stated the prices of soul beasts in various years. Because of its remote location, Orr Town is stationed with troops from the Heaven Do Empire, but the number is not large, and it is difficult to completely guard the town. But this time, the scale of the spirit beast invasion was not small, so the spirit masters in the entire town had to be dispatched together. Damn it, how could the soul beast attack the town? Someday, will the guard soldiers in the Wuhan Hall eat so much? A drunk man yelled angrily. The soldiers in the Wuhan Hall circled the hunting forest and stationed them for protection, and every soul master who wanted to enter it to hunt the soul beasts needed to tribute gold soul coins from the Wuhan Hall. In this way, in their impression, the Spirit Hall should ensure the safety of the hunting forest. Now, a large number of soul beasts rushed out, which is really not good news. Look, everyone, I'm right. The guy said triumphantly just now, then he turned around and continued. This is not a bad thing, but a good thing. Now when we go hunting for soul beasts, not only do we don't have to pay for the Spirit Hall, but we can also make money. If we are lucky, we can make a lot of money. It would be even better if you run into a suitable soul beast, maybe you can still increase your level. I'm going anyway, are you going? The madman became more excited as he spoke, and then laughed loudly, and immediately began to recruit like-minded soul masters. They were originally to make money, and now they have such a good opportunity in front of them. If they don't cherish it, it would be really a pity. Go with it, go with it. Many people responded immediately, and almost half of the people in the bar became deserted in an instant. However, how could those soul beasts suddenly rush out? And how could the guards of the Spirit Hall fail to block those soul beasts? At this time, someone in the bar asked curiously, I'm afraid this is also a common question in the hearts of other people present. Chapter 7, Shweking He. The Wuhan Hall is heavily guarded around the soul hunting forest, and the guards are extremely strong, and the hunting soul forest is not the Star Do forest. It is true to say that there are some soul beasts with powerful cultivation base in the hunting forest, but most of them are only for decades, and there are not many soul beasts with a cultivation base of hundreds of years, even if they have reached more than 1,000 years. It can be said that the spirit beasts in the hunting forest cannot break the defense circle of the Spirit Hall at all. But now, these soul beasts are about to come to Orr Town. But it is destined that they will not be able to get the answer to this question now. I have to go and see. Wuhan Palace's actions like this is really horrible. It was Yu Xiaogang who was talking. The golden iron triangle I used to have seemed to have a sense of righteousness, or he didn't even know it, and when he talked about the 3 words Wuhan Hall, he was a bit hated. Soon, as Yu Xiaogang left, many more alcoholics also left, and the bar became even more deserted. It's really unlucky, do business well, it's mostly cold. Han Yuyan curled her lips and said a little unhappy. Then she sat down on the bar in front of Zhang Chen and exposed her proud body to Zhang Chen. Han Yuyan looked at Zhang Chen, lightly licked her red lips, licked her hair and said, Xiao Chen, it's not safe today, or don't leave. I'm safe in this bar. I'll be here tonight. Auntie, stay here for the night. Soft and tempting words are in line with the opponent's body movements. Zhang Chen was also a healthy young man, and his blood rose immediately. Auntie Han, don't do that. With a certain sweet and warm breath, Zhang Chen's face suddenly turned red. How am I? Or do you think I want that? Han Yuyan's gaze was very aggressive, and her body was even more cooperative, leaning down towards Zhang Chen, teasing him condescendingly. At this time, the tip of Zhang Chen's nose was about to touch Han Yuyan's stalwart chest, and the warm and enchanting aura kept blowing on her face. His face became more and more ruddy. No, Aunt Han, I'm leaving now. Zhang Chen secretly said a fairy in his heart, put down the wine glass, and then fled like a wind. He was afraid that if it was a while later, If he was uncertain, he would not be able to hold on, and he would give in to the evil thoughts in his heart. It's so fast, I can't stop it. It seems that my brother is not easy. Looking at Zhang Chen's leaving back, the temptation on Han Yuyan's face instantly converged. Become serious, and it was totally different from just now. After that, she seemed to be talking to herself again, and said to the empty air, "You two, go and protect the boy just now. If he loses a finger, you can lift your head back." The cold tone, there is a kind of decisiveness, and even makes people feel an unbearable tremor. After speaking, Han Yuyan entered into the depths of the bar while twisting her posture. Town. The patter of light rain did not know when it started to fall, and the ground was soaked. However, this couldn't stop the crowds on the street at all, except for those soul masters who were organized to resist the invasion of soul beasts. Many ordinary people have also received news and are now heading to the shelter under the command of relevant personnel. But Zhang Chen didn't care about all this. He is not in the mood to go to some refuge on this rainy night to get soaked in the rain. Of course, on such a rainy night, he has to go home, drink twice the hot water, and then sleep beautifully after washing. Zhang Chen walked on the road, heading towards home. At this moment, Zhang Chen's concern is to hurry to rest after returning home. As for the other content, what came forward to resist the spirit beast? Naturally, some people worry about these things. What does it have to do with Zhang Chen? I'm just an ordinary passerby who doesn't even have the money to go to the Soul Master Academy. Save the town, this kind of lofty operation, or leave it to others. At the same time, not far from Town, a series of soldiers, neatly arranged in phalanx, was heading towards Town. A young man with blonde hair in light blue clothes was in front of the phalanx. He was only 14 or 5 years old at most, but he was already quite majestic, and I was afraid that ordinary people would not dare to sleep more than a word in front of him. This person was the prince of the Tiandu Empire, Xueqing He, who was pretended by Qianrongxiu. Originally, Qianrongxiu came to the soul hunting forest for a purpose. This beast tide was also planned by Qianrongxiu behind the scenes in order to gain prestige for the character of Xueqing He. At the same time, it created friction between the Wuhan Temple and it in the Tiandu Empire to pave the way for the war that will be triggered in the future. "How's it going, will it be earlier?" asked the young Xueqing He. The man knelt on one knee respectfully, then lowered his head not to look at Xueqing He, and then said respectfully, "His Royal Highness, in 5 minutes, the spirit masters organized in Town will come into contact with those spirit beasts. If we set out now, we should be there when they fight." Chapter 8 9900 Years Soul Beast. Xueqing He. That is, Qianrongxiu, the daughter of the current Wuhandian Pope Bibi Dong and the former Wuhandian Pope Xiaawu. At this moment, the army was slowly heading towards Town. The spirit beast riot this time was exactly the plan of the spirit hall. Not only can this be used to combat the reputation of the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, but it can also increase the reputation of Xueqing He, which will help Qianrongxiu to seize the power of the Heaven Do Empire more smoothly in the future. Of course, they also had a more concealed mission during their trip, which was to secretly enter Town to search for Tang Hao's traces. According to reliable information, someone saw Tang Hao, the most wanted criminal in the spirit hall in Town. Of course it was just a probe. After all, the current power of the spirit hall could not be deployed, and the two titled Douluo beside her, obviously Stinging Blood Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo, were not Tang Hao's opponents. So just probe it, no extra branches. Keeping an eye on Tang Hao's whereabouts, someone from the spirit hall will naturally take action to deal with this dog. So, now is the right time to rush to Town and save the city. Qianrongxiu smiled slightly, her eyes full of strategizing confidence. In a simple action, apart from not necessarily finding Tang Hao, there was nothing else to worry about. At this moment, just when Zhang Chen was walking on the way home, outside of Order Town, thousands of soul beasts are rushing toward Order Town violently. The number of soul beasts is huge, and the small ones are several feet long, but the large ones are as big as several elephants. So many spirit beasts charged up, as if they were thousands of horses, and they rolled up the dust, almost covering the sky and the sun. At the edge of the town, there were already many soldiers and spirit master guards who came rushing for the golden soul coins. Why so many soul beasts? At least there are more than 5,000 heads. A soldier exclaimed, his face turned pale in an instant. The number of soul beasts exceeded expectations, and I don't know how many people will die before they can hold Order Town. Even those soul masters who came for the gold soul coins had an unsightly expression at this time. However, since they have taken over the task, they can't escape before the fight begins, or they will have a hard time spreading it out. But fortunately, they are all soul beasts with a low cultivation base. As long as they are careful, they may not be unstoppable. Besides, as long as it can be delayed for a period of time, there will naturally be reinforcements from the Empire. Don't be afraid, everyone, as long as we stick to the day, there will naturally be reinforcements from the Empire. A middle-aged man with the appearance of an officer roared loudly. His voice was so loud that he almost suppressed the roar of those soul beasts. Hearing this, both the soldiers and the soul masters couldn't help but relax. As long as it is not a desperate fight. Not long after, those soul beasts rushed to the front, and the battle started immediately. But the number of soul beasts is too much. Naturally it is impossible to just fight the guards head-on. After all, soul beasts are all sorts of strange, various, and some can fly in the sky, some can burrow into the ground, and even have the ability to be invisible. Even though the line of defense was tightly laid out, there were still a few soul beasts with a high level of cultivation rushing into the town. You guys, hurry up, follow me into the town, and get rid of the soul beasts that broke into the town. At this time, some guards also discovered that a soul beast had sneaked across the defense line and entered the town. He immediately led the people out of the position and chased them towards the town. Although most people have moved to a safe place, there are still some people in the city who have not had time to leave for various reasons. They want to protect these people. At the same time, Zhang Chen was crossing a street again. Of course he could hear the screams of killing, screams, and the roar of soul beasts clearly at the edge of the city. As long as it doesn't hurt people, no matter what these spirit beasts do, it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Chen felt a little bit. Naturally, I also discovered that it seemed that a soul beast broke through the defense line, entered the town, and wreaked havoc. Zhang Chen is not a member of the government, nor is he from the Martial Soul Palace. He is just a flat-headed civilian who wants to lie flat. Of course, he shouldn't take care of this kind of killing. Besides, once the shot is taken, although it is dark now, it is difficult to guarantee that people will not be recognized. If he is recognized by others, then his strength is exposed to risks. Once his strength is exposed, then this time, after so long, the reward that is about to be won will fly away. But now, Zhang Chen obviously forgot. There is an old saying that when people sit at home, disaster comes from the sky. The more you don't want to cause trouble, but the trouble will happen to you. Zhang Chen had just turned a corner, and then a black soul beast that looked like a wild boar came out of the ground. If you read it correctly, this is actually a 9,900-year-old soul beast, a steel-backed wild boar. Chapter 9. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his muscles tightened slightly, and he bowed slightly. It seems ordinary, but those who are familiar with him know that Zhang Chen at this time is already serious. A 9,900-year-old soul beast, and also a steel-backed wild boar known for its brute force, can burrow into the ground, with infinite strength and amazing defensive power, which is enough for Zhang Chen to face it? Not to mention other things, just look at the size of this soul beast, which is 15 meters long and 6 meters high, just like a large truck. Hey, it's still a bit short. It hasn't reached 10,000 years, otherwise the spirit ring of this steel-backed wild boar should be pretty good. Zhang Chen felt a little regretful, so he was ready to take action, kill this soul beast, and then go home. Who let such a behemoth just block his way home? There is a 9,000-year-old soul beast here. Come and kill everyone. Don't let him run, you guys detour to the back. We fought back and forth. Just when Zhang Chen was about to take action, several impatient shouts rang, and then soon, Zhang Chen saw a few spirit masters coming quickly. These spirit masters seemed to be in a small team, with a total of 5 people, 4 men with strong bodies, and a woman who could not see her face clearly. These spirit masters had a clear division of labor, and the 3 battle spirit masters blocked the front of the steel-backed wild boar, and the woman and the other soul master blocked the rear. The steel-backed wild boar saw someone approaching, and immediately roared, brazenly charging towards the 3 spirit masters in the front. In an instant, the earth moved and the mountains shook, not to mention anything else. The weight of tens of tons, and the impact force it brought, was enough to make most spirit masters fearful. However, at this time, those who dared to stand up were obviously not ordinary spirit masters. Among them, there are actually 2 3-ringed soul masters, and the other 3 are also 2-ringed great soul masters. 2 beast war soul masters, 1 weapon soul master, 1 sensitive attack type soul master, and the other woman is a control type soul master, and seems to be a plant type soul master. With this configuration, clean up this steel-backed wild boar. It seems that there is no problem. Zhang Chen's eyes were drooping, and there was a faint light flickering inside, but in an instant, he had already seen the bottom of the 5-person team. It seemed that he didn't need to act. In this moment, the 5 spirit masters had already handed over the steel-backed wild boar. The 3 people on the front are mainly entangled, with a sense of Tang, mainly relying on tyrannical defense and strength to attract the attention of the steel-backed wild boar. And that control-type spirit master is constantly using its control skills, constantly weakening the steel-backed wild boar. As for that sensitive attack-type spirit master, it is constantly wandering, and rescues wherever there is danger. For a while, he actually had a relationship with this steel-backed wild boar. It seems that these guys are consuming the stamina of the steel-backed wild boar, ready to wait until the right time, and then take a kill. In the hunting process, this is a very common method. After all, they are facing a soul beast equivalent to the soul sect, and it is also a soul beast with extremely strong defense. If the attack is not to mention how much casualties it will cause, when the prey is tired, the hunter chooses to take action and can easily kill the prey. Zhang Chen has very rich combat experience. He has hunted and killed so many soul beasts, so he can see the plan of these 5 people at a glance. In terms of hard power on the bright side, the 5 highest of them are the 2 3-ringed spirit veterans, and one of them is a white and 2 yellow spirit ring, and the other is no more than a 3 yellow spirit ring. The strength is much worse than this steel-backed wild boar, which is almost equivalent to the 4-ringed soul sect, so it is the best way to take a game and delay. And even if it was, if another soul sect came, as long as it was not naturally restraining this steel-backed wild boar, then it could only adopt the same strategy. It can be seen that the level of this team is good, and if nothing else, it can deal with this steel-backed wild boar alone. In this case, there is nothing to do with me. I should go back early and go to bed early. If I go to bed too late, it will affect my length. Zhang Chen murmured, he still needs to maintain a regular routine when he is growing up. Only in this way is the most suitable. Immediately stepping forward, he tried to step aside to prevent getting involved in the battlefield. The process went smoothly. Zhang Chen deliberately concealed his sense of existence and passed the battlefield smoothly. Then he walked forward for a while, turned a corner, and gradually, the sound of the fight behind him became quieter, and it seemed that it was about to end soon. Sure enough, that steel-backed wild boar is not the opponent of those people. Zhang Chen sensed that the breath of the steel-backed wild boar had begun to decline, and it seemed to become anxious, and began to become crazy. If you lose your mind, you will only die faster. At this moment, outside Orr town, the situation became endangered. Although the soldiers and spirit masters hunted down a large number of spirit beasts, there were still too many spirit beasts. The defensive positions were gradually dispersed, and more spirit beasts drove straight in and rushed into the town. I can't stop it, we rewind quickly, enter the town, and fight these spirit beasts. Hold on, the Empire's army, coming soon. Someone shouted, and immediately the soldiers and spirit masters of Orr town began to retreat, giving way to the defensive position at the entrance of the town. The situation suddenly became critical. Chapter 10. At the same time, outside of Xiaawu, hundreds of well-groomed soldiers, dressed in bright armors, are already waiting. However, without an order, they just watched that way, and did not start the offensive. The defense of Orr town ahead was broken, and a large number of soul beasts rushed in. The guards of the town and those spirit masters who participated in the battle were also dispersed, dead to death, fleeing, and the rest could not be organized to carry out effective resistance. At this time, these people are afraid that they are already in despair. You are so calm, you still don't make a move now. Qianrongxiu stood high and low, looking down at the Orr town that had already become chaotic due to the attack of the soul beast. When he arrived here in Orr town again, Qianrongxiu did not order an immediate attack, but waited for a while. By doing this, naturally, he wanted Tang Hao, who was hiding in the town, to take action, so as to find Tang Hao's trace. After all, if something happens in Orr town, in the face of such a situation, Tang Hao's character will definitely take action. And as long as Tang Hao takes the shot, then her goal will be achieved. Of course, other than that, there was no immediate attack, and it was also for the most critical moment to take action, so that their rescue would appear even more commendable, and it would be better for her to win the hearts of the people. Let the soldiers attack, maybe more people will die later. Intellectually, Qianrongxiu knew that she should continue to wait. After all, it would be better to wait, but in reality, Qianrongxiu couldn't wait after seeing the fire in Orr town became chaotic. Following Qianrongxiu's order, the elite legion of the Heaven Do Empire, which had been prepared, began to attack the spirit beast that was attacking Orr town. Be careful, get out of the way, this steel-backed wild boar is going to work hard. At this time, the hurried shouting sounded. Then came the shaking of the mountain and the sound of the house collapsing. Damn, this steel-backed wild boar has a companion. Be careful, get away. The woman cursed furiously, using her soul control skills over and over again, hoping to delay the steel-backed wild boar that suddenly burst out of the ground. But obviously, her plan did not succeed. The two Soul War Masters who were caught off guard were knocked out of the air. The powerful force smashed their possessed spirits, and then they fell heavily to the ground, and they couldn't get up for a while. Body. Go. This woman was also decisive, seeing that she couldn't do anything. Although she was very reluctant, she still rolled up two companions who were unable to move and took the lead in fleeing. Originally, they were reluctant to hunt this steel-backed wild boar, and they had to rely on weakening the opponent's physical strength to slowly grind it to death. Now, it is miscalculation. The second steel-backed wild boar joined the battlefield and instantly changed the situation. Two people were bruised, causing these two assault-type spirit masters to lose their combat effectiveness. Although the remaining three of them were not injured, their spirit powers had been exhausted after the fierce battle. Naturally, they are not the opponents of the two steel-backed wild boars. Even if one steel-backed wild boar has almost no combat power, the cultivation base of the other steel-backed wild boar is only 5,000 or 6,000 years old. Plans cannot keep up with changes, and the future is always full of variables. But what does it matter to me? Isn't it just two steel-backed wild boars? There must be other people. Zhang Chen smiled and immediately moved on. But at this moment, just when Zhang Chen was about to cross this alley, he stopped. A majestic figure like a hill caught his eye. It is a steel-backed wild boar. And this steel-backed wild boar apparently also discovered Zhang Chen. The two sides face each other. Zhang Chen immediately looked at this behemoth. The state of the steel-backed wild boar is obviously wrong, the body is full of scars, the scarlet bloodline is flowing, and the anger in the red eyes is almost erupting. At the same time, there was movement behind him. Zhang Chen looked back, but it was another steel-backed wild boar driving several spirit masters, approaching here. The moment Zhang Chen turned his head, the steel-backed wild boar in front of him launched an attack. Hey, there is no desire to shoot. Zhang Chen sighed and moved slightly to the left. Bang! With a loud noise, the charging steel-backed wild boar passed by Zhang Chen, hitting the building aside, and the dust and ashes immediately filled the house, and the whole house was in ruins in an instant. The steel-backed wild boar shook his stunned head vigorously, but was a little surprised. Its attack was avoided by this little bug. It must be a coincidence. How could this person without the slightest strength escape its attack? But the only wisdom is not enough to make the soul beast, who has begun to go crazy, realize that it may have kicked the iron plate. Just make it even crazier. Hey, I have already given way, why do you guys have to come and die? A steel-backed wild boar that was cultivated for 9,900 years, and suffered serious injuries. For many spirit masters, this is a very good prey. After all, not to mention that the spirit ring it produced was the steel-backed wild boar itself. Such a huge figure had a lot of value. However, Zhang Chen was not interested in the soul beast that other people rushed to. If this steel-backed wild boar had escaped just now, it would have escaped, but it was a pity that it rushed over again. Zhang Chen is not interested, but it doesn't mean that he will always endure it. Since this steel-backed wild boar is looking for death at this moment, then he doesn't mind making a shot. Chapter 11. Your eyes look familiar? That's the Zhang family boy, why is he here? Just when Zhang Chen was about to take a shot, a familiar voice rang. Boy Zhang, run away quickly. This is not a piglet from the Solo family. This is a real soul beast. Run away. That guy has killed several soul masters. The voice was hurried, and from Zhang Chen's perspective, he could see a middle-aged man rushing forward in great strides. It is an acquaintance, an uncle next to Zhang Chen, who is a blacksmith if I remember correctly. Unexpectedly, this uncle blacksmith who seemed to be honest and friendly was also a soul master with a strong cultivation base. Fortunately, his name was not Tang, otherwise Zhang Chen would have doubts in his heart. However, it is clear that the uncle blacksmith is too late to stop the steel-backed boar. I only throw a punch, control it carefully, it shouldn't be exposed. Besides, the steel-backed wild boar is huge enough. As long as he is careful, no one should be able to see his movements. As long as I don't use spirit abilities, no one should be able to confirm my cultivation. Before the time to breathe, Zhang Chen came up with a good way. King Kong. Zhang Chen let out a low growl, and his fist was instantly covered with a layer of gold, full of metal texture, giving people an extremely hard feeling. Then, Zhang Chen strode to the attacking steel-backed wild boar with a vicious punch. The angle of his fist is very low, and the huge body of the steel-backed wild boar blocks his movements strictly. As long as they are not standing behind him, no one can see his movements. Boom! A loud noise exploded directly, and the vibration produced by the physical strike directly lifted the air, and the violent force reached the front hooves of the steel-backed wild boar fiercely. Suddenly, the steel-backed wild boar had a huge body like a hill, trembling fiercely, and with a plop, It hit the ground directly and fiercely. In an instant, the mountain was shaking again. What happened? Why did the steel-back boar fall on its own? The blacksmith spirit master in the other direction only saw the man who was originally aggressive, but was originally dashing against the young man named Zhang Chen. He felt in his heart that if it hits the ground, I'm afraid Zhang Chen won't be alive at all. But at this moment, he saw that the steel-backed wild boar seemed to have stepped on the air, and then suddenly fell over, falling down severely. Good chance. Although it is not clear what happened, it is indeed a good opportunity now. If it is missed, it would be a pity. Such a soul beast can at least exchange for him more than 2,000 gold soul coins, which is a pity for the soul ring. After all, no one around here is just right to be promoted. There were many thoughts in his mind, but they didn't affect his movements in the slightest. 1 white, 2 yellow, 3 spirit rings rose, and this blacksmith spirit master was still a soul deity. I saw that he summoned a martial soul, a pitch-black hammer, swinging the big iron hammer in his hand, and slamming it down at the steel-backed wild boar's head. Boom! The soul venerable shot, and it was an attack that was almost a sneak attack. Sure enough, it hit the enemy and immediately smashed the steel-back wild boar's head. Why didn't he get the slightest reaction, so he was hit so easily? The blacksmith spirit master landed, with some doubts on his face. Although he was very confident, he had already prepared for the fierce resistance of the steel-backed wild boar and prepared several ways to deal with it. The process went so smoothly that he couldn't believe it was true. However, the corpse of the steel-backed wild boar was right in front of him. Or, there is another situation. That is someone shot. Thinking of this, the blacksmith spirit master couldn't help but look at Zhang Chen. But soon, he shook his head. At this time, Zhang Chen seemed to be frightened and sit paralyzed on the ground. At first glance, it doesn't look like a person who can compete with a soul beast like a steel-backed wild boar. After all, Zhang Chen was very familiar with him. When the spirit awakened, it was the waste spirit who had awakened, and he did not enter any Wuhan academy to study. He certainly didn't do it. The blacksmith soul master believes in his own vision very much. He will never misunderstand people. Then, there is only one last possibility left. Is it really a fall? The blacksmith spirit master couldn't help but think. At this time, the other steel-backed wild boar saw that his companion was dead, and immediately ran away, hitting several spirit masters who were blocking the way, and rushed towards the blacksmith spirit master. At the same time, neat steps sounded from the other side of the street. Xiaawu is crazy. With a loud shout, a violent light lit up. Then I saw a figure with infinite light falling from the sky, and the long sword in his hand severely hit the glowing steel-backed wild boar. For a moment, everyone saw clearly that this one was dressed in a military uniform, holding a long sword shining with light, and a handsome young man. This is naturally the Sueking he that Xiaawu pretended to be. He stood there, retracted the long sword gracefully, and looked at everyone around him. It's okay, everyone go back quickly. After all, the handsome young man looked backwards, but saw Zhang Chen who had already stood up. His brows wrinkled slightly, and he stared at Zhang Chen so closely. Why, there is a familiar feeling, where do you seem to have seen him? Xiaawu turned this thought in her mind. To be precise, she hadn't seen this person, but felt that the other's eyes were somewhat familiar. However, before thinking about it, seeing the dust on the opponent's body, embarrassed, he shook his head. You must be wrong, how could that person be so weak? Chapter 12 I have never seen anything. Xiaawu's eyes were piercing, and she stared at Zhang Chen fierily for a while. She didn't speak, and in the end she didn't know what was going on. Then, on top of her handsome white face, she immediately climbed up 2 red clouds. It must be an confession. Although I didn't see that person's appearance, that kind of aura, that kind of cultivation level, It is absolutely impossible to be the ordinary person in front of me. How could Qianrongxiu think that Zhang Chen's camouflage level was such a climax? After all, she could not have imagined that there are still people in this world who try to hide their strength in order to pretend to be ordinary people. After all, the strong in the Douluo continent are respected. As long as they show great strength, they will be able to gain power, money, beauty, and countless benefits. His Royal Highness Xueqinghe, are you all right? We still have a few areas to clean up, you see. At this time, a person who looked like an army leader came to Qianrongxiu's side and said cautiously. According to the plan, after they dealt with the soul beast, they would immediately move to the next area. Oh, it's all right. Let's go. Qianrongxiu returned to her senses, and finally took a look at Zhang Chen. After seeing nothing, she immediately led the soldiers in the other direction. His Royal Highness Xueqinghe just now. His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Empire, the heir to the throne in the future, actually took the risk personally and came here to strangle the soul beasts and save us. Yes, how honorable His Royal Highness is. His Royal Highness is as wise and martial as the rumors, and he loves the people like a son, and he deserves to be the heir of the emperor. Xueqinghe was known as a wise man in the Tiandu Empire. Many people have heard of his deeds. He has a good impression of the prince of the Tiandu Empire. Now, seeing the prince, His Royal Highness, as expected, as in the rumor. How not to make people hear sigh? A woman's sixth sense. The others were admiring, but Zhang Chen looked at Qianrongxiu, leaving Qianrongxiu thoughtfully at the moment. Qianrongxiu stared at him just now. Zhang Chen thought he had been identified, but fortunately, he was calm, otherwise he might really be exposed. It seems that in the future, she will seldom show up next to this woman who has been seen by him. In front of Qianrongxiu, successfully hiding power, soul power plus 100. At this moment, a mechanical prompt sounded in Zhang Chen's mind. Suddenly, he felt a warm current suddenly appeared in his body, and then the warm current quickly melted into his body. It's a little stronger again, and it's not much different from the next level. Zhang Chen sensed that his soul power cultivation base was already at level 58. According to the current rate of improvement, at most 3 months, one can reach level 59, and by that time, build a 10,000 years spirit ring to be able to be promoted to the Soul King. So, the most important thing now is to go back to sleep first. Zhang Chen said goodbye to his neighbor, the uncle blacksmith, and then headed towards home. The next day, the sky was just dark. The morning light pierced the sky, and the faint sun's rays fell from the sky. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door, and it rang out suddenly. Zhang Chen, get up quickly. Have you forgotten that you are going to deliver wine to the Wuhan Hall in Notting City today? Han Yuyan's delicate voice rang. It turned out that Zhang Chen had promised Han Yuyan to do him a favor a few days ago. Today, this favor was to send a batch of drinks to the Notting City Wuhan Hall not far away. Last night, Zhang Chen thought it would be postponed. But he didn't expect that Han Yuyan would come to urge him early in the morning. Why are you so slow? I went in. Han Yuyan's voice came in again. Then, the sound of the door opened. Han Yuyan had the key to his house, so after knocking on the door, she went directly to Zhang Chen's house. At this time, Zhang Chen had just opened his sleepy eyes. Then, I saw Han Yuyan coming in by pushing the door. This woman was dressed very coolly, and her tight-fitting black leather jacket showed the perfect figure that should be protruding and curling. Today, on those big white legs, wearing a flesh-colored silk stockings and 5-centimeter high-heeled shoes, this pair of legs is more rounded. Immediately, his eyes faced each other. Ah! Auntie Han, why did you come in? Zhang Chen seemed to have thought of something, and quickly pulled up the quilt to wrap himself up. Glug. Seeing Zhang Chen's performance, Han Yuyan stroked her sexy red lips with one hand, and her smile trembled. especially the roundness that the hand on the chest couldn't hold at all. It moved up and down. Xiao Chen knows she is shy. Where is your aunt that you haven't seen? What else can you stop? Obviously also 30 years old, an old girl who hasn't married yet. But Han Yuyan can always say a lot of tiger and wolf words, that is, Zhang Chen, an old driver in the previous life, is very caught off guard. Okay, I won't look at it. Put on your clothes and come out quickly. I'll wait for you outside. Looking at Zhang Chen's embarrassment, Han Yuyan seemed to think that the game was about the same, said a few words with a smile, and then went out. Dare to say that I am young. If I change someone, I will definitely correct this mistake. Zhang Chen glanced at it, then put on his clothes very satisfied. He couldn't let Han Yuyan wait any longer. Chapter 13. Soon. Zhang Chen cleaned up, opened the door, and saw Han Yuyan, who had been waiting for a while. Looking at this woman who seemed to be only a few years older than him, Zhang Chen said, "Auntie Han, I've grown up now, don't just come in like this in the future." "Oh, you really have grown up. I haven't seen anything before, but I bathed you when you were a kid." Han Yuyan still had a smile on her face, looking up and down Zhang Chen with a pair of peach eyes flooded with spring water. "Well, Xiao Chen, he is indeed grown up. Of course I have grown up, and now I am grown up everywhere." Zhang Chen straightened his chest and said naturally. Because of the eternal scorching sun of the martial soul, his body is unusually tyrannical, and his body is almost perfect in golden ratio. And the temperament of the whole person is also full of sunshine, and people can't help but want to get close. Okay, I know you've grown up." Han Yuyan smiled, and a faint red glow appeared on her beautiful face. I don't know why, Han Yuyan just thinks she likes to be with Zhang Chen. However, Han Yuyan still knows that some things must be done quickly. After all, this is related to Zhang Chen's future. In the end, he said with a bit of reluctance, "It's getting late, old Nick, I'm already waiting for you at the entrance of the town. Hurry up, otherwise you will spend the night in the wild until the evening." "Oh, Aunt Han, then I'm leaving now." Zhang Chen had also helped Han Yuyan deliver wine to Notting City before, so he didn't feel strange. After bidding farewell to Han Yuyan, he rushed to the east exit of the town. He didn't know that Han Yuyan did not leave immediately, but kept staring at his figure. "I really grew up." A soft whisper like a dream came from Han Yuyan's mouth, and then she didn't know what she thought of, and her face instantly became ruddy. "Well, it's really big." Han Yuyan only felt his face hot, and she took a sip inwardly, a little annoyed. How could she have thought about it? How could she have any thoughts about that kid? But in the end, she still smiled charmingly, then stepped on her long legs and walked towards her bar. At the same time, east of Orr town. Here, almost because it is far away from the soul hunting forest, there has been almost no damage here. However, only 2 houses collapsed. When Zhang Chen arrived here, old Nick was already waiting here in the carriage. "Grandpa Nick, early morning, Zhang Chen. Let's set off now and try to get to the Holy Soul village before the afternoon. We will spend the night there tonight." When Zhang Chen jumped into the carriage, old Nick pulled the reins and immediately drove the carriage out of the town. The town of Orr is a small town subordinate to Nordenden in the province of Fanos. Originally like other towns, nothing special, there was nothing special except that it could provide some supplies for some spirit masters who wanted to enter the soul hunting forest for adventure. But in recent years, it has become famous because of its drinks. Based on this, many spirit masters are willing to take some detours and come to Orr town to repair supplies. With this, the various businesses in the town have directly increased several times, and the whole town has become more prosperous. As a major wine merchant in Orr town, Han Yuyan, in addition to the bar, actually provides drinks to Notting City. Among them, the Wuhan Temple in Notting City is the biggest customer. Although there are soul masters and soul beasts on the Douluo continent, there are such existences with extraordinary powers, but in fact the overall development of the society is not too high. After leaving the town, without going far, both sides of the road became dense virgin forests. The carriage is very fast, after all, 2 horses are pulling the carriage. Soon, the Order town behind him will no longer be visible. Grandpa Old Nick, why are we going to the Holy Soul Village this time? Zhang Chen was a little puzzled, remembering that when they went to Notting City last time, they didn't go to Holy Soul Village. Moreover, the Holy Soul Village is south to the east of Order town. If you go to the Holy Soul Village first, and then go to Notting City, you will have to make a circle, at least half a day longer. If there were no circumstances, how could Old Nick, who always looked at time like life, would deliberately detour? Moreover, the boss Han Yuyan must have known about Old Nick detouring a long way. He, just to see a friend. Old Nick said casually, as if he was really just visiting a friend. Zhang Chen certainly didn't believe it. He felt that things were definitely not that simple. This time going to the Holy Soul Village, there must be something special. However, Zhang Chen didn't care about anything. What he cared about was the father and son in the Holy Soul Village. He didn't want to go to Saint Soul Village to take a look before, but he was still a little worried that he would reveal his strength in front of this team of father and son. After all, one was Tang Hao, the youngest titled Douluo in history, and the other was Tang San, who came from a different world and was a master of Tang sect. These 2 people are not easy to fool, their vision and insight are not comparable to ordinary people, and they will easily be exposed in front of the 2 of them. However, when I go now, Zhang Chen is not so scared. Now he has the means to better hide his cultivation. Help! Help! At this moment, Zhang Chen heard a rapid cry for help. Immediately in his gaze, there was a figure of a petite loli jumping around. Chapter 14 Xiaowu's Little, Dancing Dance. A pretty young girl with a pair of bunny ears ornaments on her head, her pretty little face is white and red, and her pink and tender look is like a ripe peach. At this moment, with a look of panic, he rushed towards the carriage where Zhang Chen was. Behind her, there was a horrible and terrifying spider that was 1 foot in size and was chasing her in pitch black. Huh? It seems familiar, could it be? Zhang Chen looked at the girl who was approaching, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity emerged in his mind. In the Douluo continent, this one was dressed up again. It seemed that there was only Xiaawu transformed by those 10,000 years soft bone rabbits. Run away! Run away! Xiaawu is still kind, she originally wanted to ask for help. But after seeing the appearance of Zhang Chen and Old Nick clearly, they looked like ordinary humans, and Ken was not the opponent of this black widow spider. At this time, Xiaawu already regretted why she ran here just now. Obviously I felt that running towards here would be no danger, but I didn't know why I encountered the current situation. These 2 people are ordinary people at first sight. Not only can they not be of much help, but they are also brought into a dangerous situation. Therefore, Xiaawu decided to run to one side and take this black widow spider spirit beast farther away. What a kind girl! Zhang Chen couldn't help but sighed. If you were to be a vicious-hearted person, I'm afraid that they will have to block the guns now. After all, it can delay a little time, just delay a little time. Maybe she would be able to escape. However, Xiaawu was transformed into a soft bone rabbit of 10,000 years, how could he be chased by the soul beast? Zhang Chen glanced at it. That black widow spider was cultivated for 1,500 years. It is also strange that Xiaawu is chased and fled in embarrassment. Xiao Chen, get out of the car first, I have to save that girl. Old Nick is also a kind-hearted person. At this time, he has a firm face. Without looking back, his eyes are fixed on the black widow spider. Grandpa Old Nick, who do you think of me? I'll go, you stay. Jiang Chen was even more doing his part. With him here, how could he let old Nick take this risk? After all, a soul beast with a cultivation base of 1,500, in Jiang Chen's eyes, is not much better than an ant. However, where is old Nick? Little girl, run away. Time is running out, and the two find that no one can convince anyone, so they can only drive the carriage together and rush into the Black Widow spider. At the same time, Jiang Chen made a few simple Molotov cocktails from a few bottles of wine in the carriage according to local conditions. After lighting them, he threw them at the Black Widow spider. Jiang Chen certainly didn't think that with a few Molotov cocktails he could scare away the soul beast. After all, this was not an ordinary beast. Things like Molotov cocktails are okay against ordinary beasts, but they are a bit poor against spirit beasts. But Jiang Chen did this to cover his true means, so that he would not expose his own cultivation. Can hold on, can life lad, who wants to make that busy leak? With Jiang Chen's cultivation base, throwing the Molotov cocktail is still very accurate. However, the soul beast is the target of activity, and it is extremely flexible and extremely fast. The reaction speed of ordinary people can't keep up with the speed of this Black Widow spider. But Jiang Chen was not an ordinary person. Every Molotov cocktail accurately hit the Black Widow spider. But for a moment, the Black Widow spider's body was already burning. Suddenly, a harsh hiss rang suddenly. How tenacious is the vitality of the soul beast! Although the burning flame hurt this Black Widow spider, it is not fatal. However, just now when Jiang Chen was throwing a bottle of wine, he shot a solar arrow in the dark. The invisible arrow of light has pierced into the brain of the Black Widow spider. At this moment, watching it continue to struggle in the flames, it seems to have a tenacious vitality, but it has no vitality. Sure enough, after a while, this 1,500-year-old Black Widow spider soul beast became weaker and weaker, and its voice became smaller and smaller, and finally fell to the ground and lost its sound. It's dead. Old Nick didn't expect the scene at all. Jiang Chen made a Molotov cocktail. He had seen it before, but it was like a toy. Those soul beasts are extremely fast one by one, where they can stand, where they can attack, and many soul beasts are not afraid of flames. So this was just a cleverness, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would burn this ferocious soul beast with a few Molotov cocktails today. Even Xiaawu stood there with shock at this moment, staring dumbly at the Black Widow spider that was still burning, and then went to look at Jiang Chen. It seemed unbelievable that this beautiful little brother who was so long actually killed the vicious soul beast by relying on a few bottles. Hello, little sister, my name is Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen's Jiang, Jiang Chen's Chen. When Xiaawu was in a daze, she suddenly heard a voice rang. Immediately, Xiaawu, who reacted, looked at the nice big brother in front of her, and said, my name is Xiaawu, Xiaawu Xiao, Dancing Wu. Chapter 15. Brother Jiang Chen, where are you going? On the carriage, Xiaawu said playfully. She seemed to have a great affection for Jiang Chen. With big watery eyes, she would secretly look at Jiang Chen from time to time. After all, this little brother named Jiang Chen saved her just now. And the way to save her is full of legends. Obviously ordinary humans without any cultivation base, but relying on a few bottles that could catch fire, they killed the ferocious Black Widow spider, a soul beast with a cultivation base of 1,500 years. She couldn't believe that ordinary humans could kill soul beasts. This made Xiaawu involuntarily curious. Although Xiaawu was a soft-bone rabbit with a cultivation base of 10,000 years, his life experience seemed to be blank. Oh, we are going to Holy Soul Village first, and then to Nodding City. Jiang Chen responded softly. It was more appropriate for him to smile and look at the young girl, or girl, beside him. According to actual age, Xiaawu is more than 100,000 years older than him. But from the outside, Xiaawu is more like his sister. Xiaawu is innocent and cute, and it is not difficult to see that she will definitely be a big beauty in the future. Her long black hair is combed into a sasori braid, hanging down her hips, and her big watery eyes are filled with curiosity. Go to Notting City. I heard that there is a Junior Soul Master Academy. I really want to study there. Xiaawu had also heard of Notting City, and this time she was also going to Notting City, and wanted to study in the Soul Master Academy. Usually, after reaching the level of 10,000 years, the soul beast possesses wisdom that is no less than that of humans. It can even use the same skills as the Soul Master. Usually the 10,000 years soul beast is already the pinnacle of the soul beast world. Exist. At this time, the soul beast would face two choices. One of them is to continue to practice, to cross the level of 10,000 years, and at the same time, to endure the catastrophe of 10,000 years. After the catastrophe, you will enter the next 10,000 years. If it fails, it will be turned into fly ash. Moreover, even if you survive a catastrophe, it does not mean that you will sit back and relax. Soul beasts face a tribulation every 10,000 years. Even if they are powerful, they still cannot break through the limit of 110,000 years. They cannot become gods and will eventually die under the tribulations. Another option is to throw everything away and transform into a human form. After all, the cultivation talent of human beings is the most amazing among the many creatures, and the people who transformed into soul beasts of 10,000 years possess the most top cultivation talents. Not only was he innately full of spirit power, but he didn't need a spirit ring when he was promoted. It can be said that if there is no accident, he can practice unimpededly all the way to the realm of title Douluo, and then attack the realm of God. But Zhang Chen knew that no matter how these 10,000 years soul beasts chose, the only thing waiting for them was death. No matter how hard the soul beast works, it will never become a god. This is a conspiracy, a lie, deceiving all soul beasts. At the same time, Xiaowu's face was sad. I don't know how to enter that Soul Master Academy. Xiaawu entered the human society for the first time, although she also inquired a lot of news and learned about the situation around Notting City. But obviously, Xiaawu also knew that even if it was only the elementary Soul Master Academy, it was not so easy to enter. Haha, it's okay, when the time comes, I will find a way for you. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said to Xiaawu. Zhang Chen also likes Xiaawu very much, innocent and cute, with a kind heart, and naturally willing to help her. After all, for Zhang Chen, Notting City Junior College it is not too difficult to send a person in. He still has some connections in Notting City. After all, if you want to do business secretly, you must always have a good relationship with some of the local top to face tasks. Who asked Zhang Chen to hide his strength, otherwise he would go directly to the Wuhan Hall to verify the strength of the Soul Venerable, then no matter what the voice was, as long as it wasn't an honest murder and arson. Then in the entire Heaven Do Empire, it was unimpeded. Haha, Xiao Chen, don't talk nonsense. The Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy is not so easy to enter. In addition to having talent, you have to hand in a large amount of gold soul coins. Old Nick also heard the conversation between the two behind him, and his ruddy face immediately gave an angry smile. He didn't think Zhang Chen could help the girl named Xiaawu to enter the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Not to mention, does this little girl possess the spiritual talents of spiritual masters? Just say that Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, just want to enter, the tuition fee for a year is at least 50 gold soul coins. So many golden soul coins, by no means an average family can afford it. Therefore, even if the children in some families were tested out of the spiritual master's spiritual talents, the high tuition fees also discouraged them, and they could only give up in the end. Therefore, in the eyes of Old Nick, Zhang Chen is a young man with a big deal, and he doesn't know the difficulty of this. Chapter 16, Holy Soul Village. The front is the Holy Soul Village. We will spend the night here tonight. When the sun was down, a small village appeared in front of Zhang Chen and the others. It was their destination today, Holy Soul Village. The Douluo continent, the Heaven Do Empire, and not far south of Notting City, the province of Fasno, is a small village with only more than 300 people. Here, the original dense forest began to fade away. Pieces of fertile fields appeared in front of us. Most of the fields were planted with vegetables, and the rest was food. As the closest village to Notting City, the crops produced in Holy Soul Village will be given priority to Notting City. This Holy Soul Village, it is said that an old soul sage once appeared, otherwise, how dare a small village be called by this name? Old Nick knew the Holy Soul Village very well, and it seemed that he should have been to the Holy Soul Village more than once. How are you, old Uncle Nick? You are finally here. Our village chief has been waiting for you for a long time, but you are finally here. After entering the village, all the villagers met, regardless of age, greeted him with smiles and greeted old Nick. In this scene, Zhang Chen was obviously also very surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be so popular here. I don't see him on weekdays either. Old Nick came to this Holy Soul Village. I really don't know how he would be so familiar with the people in this village. Old Nick was familiar with the road, and soon brought Zhang Chen and Xiaawu to the front of a house in the Holy Soul Village. Here, it's here. Old Nick jumped out of the carriage and immediately began to yell. Old Jack, you guys don't come out quickly to see who is here. Crunch. The wooden door opened, and a meticulous old man with a cane, lanky, but vigorous, clean and tidy, and hair combed came out. He looks a little older than old Nick, almost 60 years old. Hee, I'll just talk about how the magpie was chirping in front of my door today. It turned out that it was you, old fellow, who came. Don't stand outside the door, come in soon. Old Jack used a speed that did not belong to him, 3 steps and 2 steps to the old Nick's side, and then opened his hands to embrace the long-lost old friend and said excitedly, "Haha, this time you are going to show me the good wine you treasured, and see whose wine is better." Old Nick said with a laugh. "Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced you yet. These are Zhang Chen and Xiaawu." Old Nick seemed to rang something, and then briefly introduced the two Zhang Chen to old Jack. However, at the end, old Nick turned his head and winked at Zhang Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, don't you admire the Lord Soul Sage of the Holy Soul Village the most, this old Jack, but knows the deeds of the Lord Soul Sage best, as soon as he will tell you about it, that's right." Zhang Chen didn't expect that old Nick would say this. Seeing the other person's eyes, he naturally knew that he had said this deliberately. He is still very familiar with old Nick, knowing that there must be a reason for him to do this, and he nodded immediately. "Yes, Grandpa Jack, you have to tell me well in a while." The old Jack didn't doubt that he had him, he was immediately very happy, and began to say to the young man in the outer village, "Haha, then you can find the right person. Let me tell you, this Master Soul Saint back then." Old Nick immediately interrupted old Jack. Of course, he couldn't let this guy really talk about the Soul Saint. He knew that this old friend, if he became interested and started speaking, he could talk for 3 days and 3 nights. He still has business affairs when he comes here, how can he let old Jack talk about the Soul Sage? Okay, old Jack, don't you hurry in and let us in. After walking for a day, I haven't eaten a hot meal. I can't stand it. You didn't study the deeds of Master Soul Sage well in those days, otherwise the village chief of our village would not be my turn." Old Jack scolded with a smile. But immediately, he welcomed Zhang Chen and others in. It turns out that this old Nick came from the Holy Soul Village. No wonder everyone in this village knows him, and it seems that he is very familiar with the old village chief Jack and has a very good relationship. I don't know, Why did you come to Holy Soul Village this time? Only then did Zhang Chen know the origin of this old Nick and the Holy Soul Village. At the same time, he felt vaguely in his heart. It seemed that old Nick's visit to Holy Soul Village this time was not just to see the old Jack. Maybe it has something to do with him. Master Soul Sage, it was also from our Holy Soul Village back then. Don't you know that Master Soul Sage fought against the seven-colored sky-swallowing python soul beast in the Stardew Great Forest? Let's let old Jack speak slowly for you. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, he was in a good mood, and the enthusiastic old Jack immediately took Zhang Chen and Xiaawu, and began to tell him about the adventures of Master Soul Sage. Yeah, Grandpa Jack, please speak, let's listen. Zhang Chen was a little curious about the deeds of the Soul Sage. After all, in his previous life, some people said that the old village chief Jack of the Sacred Soul Village was the #1 powerhouse in the Douluo continent. Even the God King of the God Realm is not the opponent of old village chief Jack. Although in fact, in Zhang Chen's induction, the old village chief Jack was indeed just an ordinary person, but this did not affect his curiosity about the legendary old village chief Jack in the slightest. After all, not to mention anything else, the old village chief Jack was also the only one who had beaten Tang and dared not fight back. Chapter 17 I believe in Brother Chen. Well, it still matters. I remember that there is a place for work students from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy in the Holy Soul Village. Old Nick interrupted the excited old Jack again. This obviously made the old Jack very unhappy, but obviously he knew the old Nick's temperament, so he finally sighed helplessly. Yes, there is a quota. What's the matter, you want this quota? Old Jack said angrily. Yes, you give me this place, I'm useful. Old Nick said naturally. This is also the purpose of his trip, just for the Holy Soul to get your job study quota. This is why he felt that Zhang Chen had said that he wanted to help Xiaawu enter the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. If you want to enter that Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, you must have a quota and a qualification certificate for the Spirit Hall, and then it is a matter of money. Don't think that as long as you pay money, you can solve all problems. That is naive. Otherwise, with the status of Boss Han, why let him come to old Jack for this place? I'll just say, how come you old guy will have time to come back? It turns out that you have a plan. The old Jack first made an expression that finally saw you through, and then there was a pity on his face. If you had come a few days earlier, it would be fine. Now that I have given that place to someone else, it is Tang-san in the village. He is a very good child, and I believe he can accomplish a career. Then this is really unfortunate. Old Nick knew that old Jack would never lie to him again, so he said it was a pity. At the same time, Zhang Chen spoke. Grandpa old Nick, do you want this work student quota? Do you want to send someone to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy? I'm familiar with this, you said earlier, I have a way out, just find me, I will definitely make it clear to you, and be beautiful. Zhang Chen seemed to understand. Old Nick ran here specially, originally thought it had something to do with him. But at this time, he knew that it had nothing to do with him. It was old Nick or Boss Han who wanted to send someone to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Therefore, Zhang Chen, who consciously was able to help with this matter, spoke immediately. Anyway, he had already planned to send Xiaawu to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, so adding one more person would actually not be a big deal. One is sent in, and the two are sent in too, both of which don't take much effort. Oh haha. Old Nick and old Jack looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. But soon, old Nick laughed. Well, Xiao Chen, Soul Master Academy, it's not our bar in Order Town, you can go in if you want to. Hey, without this quota, you want to enter the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy this time, but it's troublesome. Zhang Chen was shocked immediately. What, It turned out that he was asked to go to Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. He is so old, even if he is going to the Soul Master Academy, he should go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Besides, with his current cultivation base, I am afraid that many teachers in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy are not his opponents. I remember the teachers in Shrek Academy, who were like grade 60 or 70. Although he was more than 10 or 20 levels taller than him, his martial soul was a super god level martial soul, and none of his spirit rings were less than 10,000 years. Under title Douluo, he is not afraid of anyone. Therefore, he still needs to study in the Soul Master Academy. Ah, you are going to let me go to Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy? No, I really don't have to go. I'm so old, I can't go in and be with a bunch of little kids. Zhang Chen hurriedly refused, he was almost as a teacher now. Besides, being a student? He had been enough in his previous life, and in this life he would never be a student again. I believe Brother Zhang Chen, since he has said it, he will definitely be able to do it. Xiaowu's pretty voice rang. I saw this girl who looked like an elf, with a pair of beautiful big eyes flashing at this moment, looking at Zhang Chen admiringly, as if she was Zhang Chen's little girl. This is because Xiaowu's perception is very keen. She can tell the truth from the lie. Of course, she knows that Zhang Chen is not deceiving, but there is a way. Although the old Jack and the old Nick did not believe in Zhang Chen and still said that Zhang Chen was fantastic, but Xiaowu was the unconditional new Zhang Chen. At this time, even Xiaowu didn't realize why she had such a change. Well, Xiao Chen, we believe you. At this time, the old Jack came out to make a round, but he was holding back a smile. Obviously, he still didn't believe what Zhang Chen said. Yes, that's how it should be. Brother Chen is such a good person, how could he lie to you? He said that he can do it, that means he can do it, you should believe him. At this time, Xiaowu's face rose with an expression that should be like this, very fulfilling. She felt that these two grandfathers, with her correction, had already believed in Brother Chen, but they were really teachable. Well, we believe your Brother Chen. Old Nick was also full of smiles, and was amused by the innocence of Xiaowu's face. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the old Jack and said, "Then who Tang-san is, you have to let me see, you guy will never praise people easily." Chapter 18 Meeting Tang-san. Although it was a pity in the end, the purpose of coming here was not achieved. This is a pity for old Nick, because it means that if you want to do this, you have to pay more for the phone. After all, no matter how you say it, Zhang Chen's grade is indeed not young. Even though Notting City is remote, many rules are not so strict, but it is not easy to put Zhang Chen in. If you miss this doorway of your Holy Soul Village, then you can only find a way in Notting City. The next day, the sky was just getting bright, and a faint pink haze rose in the far east. Zhang Chen had already woke up, and they had to rush to Notting City today, but before that, Zhang Chen was going to see Tang-san. "Brother Chen, where are you going? Why didn't you call Xiaowu?" Just walking out of the yard of the old village chief Jack's house, Xiaowu's crisp voice rang. Zhang Chen turned his head and saw that Xiaowu had also come to the yard, with big cute and beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Chen piercingly. In her opinion, Zhang Chen must be doing something interesting. She wants to follow Zhang Chen to have a look. "I am going to go around the village, just to see the traces left by Master Soul Sage." At this time Zhang Chen noticed the old Jack's figure, but he just pretended not to see it. I want to go too," Xiaowu said happily, almost like a rabbit, almost jumping up. "Okay, let's go." Immediately, Zhang Chen took Xiaowu, and the two of them walked towards the square in the Holy Soul Village. What a wonderful child, who likes Master Soul Sage so much, it's a pity that he is a little too naive. Old Jack looked at Zhang Chen's departure and couldn't help sighing. In his eyes, those who can learn from Master Soul Sage are good children, so Zhang Chen, who went to pay homage to Lord Soul Sage's mark early in the morning, must be a good boy. Even Xiaawu has become a good boy in his eyes. That's right, what a good boy. If it wasn't for a change in the family back then, he might have become a soul master long ago. At this time, old Nick also walked out and said quietly, Zhang Chen has a talent for cultivation, but at that time, something happened in Zhang Chen's family, which also caused Zhang Chen to miss the opportunity to enter the Notting City Junior Soul Master School. After that, Zhang Chen met Han Yuyan, and the relationship gradually became so familiar. If so, the current relationship has long existed, and Zhang Chen was afraid that he would not miss the opportunity at that time. But if you miss it, you miss it? It will be very difficult to make up for it in the future. If it weren't for Han Yuyan, she was about to face a major decision. I'm afraid she would leave Orr Town soon. She wanted to arrange Zhang Chen's future in this last period of time. It's just that Zhang Chen won't know about it with such hard work. Oh, by the way, today you have to let me see that kid named Tang-san. After all, he can make you so important, but it's really curious. Old Nick sighed, and immediately said to the old village chief Jack. After all, he knows the old Jack's temper. If he doesn't take it seriously, he would definitely not recommend him to Notting City Junior College. Being able to do this means that the child named Tang-san must have a special place. Holy Soul Village, Square. You see, this should be the trace left by the Soul Saint. In front of a few sturdy stone pillars that collapsed, when Zhang Chen pointed to a palm-like trace. The palm prints are very deep, and after 100 years of wind and rain, they are still clearly visible, enough to make people feel the strength of the cultivation of the person who left the palm prints back then. However, for Zhang Chen, that's what happened. After all, if Zhang Chen now makes a move, he can easily shatter the stone pillar. If you only leave a palm print, it is really too easy. Okay, let's go, let's keep going around. Of course Zhang Chen didn't really want to see the trace left by the Soul Sage. He took the opportunity to see Tang-san, or to see Tang Hao again, that would be great. He didn't like Tang-san in his previous life, and once imagined that if he had a chance, he would definitely slap Tang-san in the face. I only thought it was an unrealistic illusion of myself, but now it has come true. So now that I came to Shengun village, I was naturally going to see Tang-san. Soon, Zhang Chen inquired about Tang-san's whereabouts from a child in the village. Sure enough, in the morning, Tang-san continued to cultivate, and went to practice on a small hill next to the village. However, Zhang Chen didn't go there. He knew that after Tang-san completed his cultivation, he would definitely pass by here when he returned. So, just stay here, and it won't be long before you can wait until Tang-san's. Really? It didn't take long, but just at noon, a thin, firm and agile figure appeared on the road outside the village. The speed of that figure is very fast, not like a child at all, on the contrary, it is faster than many adults. Among the Saint Soul village, the only person with such ability was Tang-san. Sure enough, Tang-san's appearance was reflected in Zhang Chen's eyes. He was 5 or 6 years old, with thick short black hair, and his clothes were simple, clean, and capable, without the sloppiness of his peers at all. This is Tang-san. Chapter 19. Tang-san is naturally full of spirit power, possesses the blue silver grass emperor and the clear sky hammer spirit, and is born with twin spirits. He also cultivated the Tang sect heart technique Xiantian art, possessing the purple magic pupil, the mysterious jade hand, and many other stunts with effects comparable to soul skills, and he was also able to create powerful hidden weapons. Whether it is a single attack or a group battle, he has good combat effectiveness. Tang-san's talent is peerless, and he will experience legends in the future, breaking the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall, achieving the position of Sea God, and being promoted to the God realm. Tang-san is the absolute protagonist in Douluo continent. But now it looks like it's nothing more than that. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, and did not go up to say hello. This time, he just came to see the son, and didn't intend to get to know him. As long as Tang-san is not reconciled to the ordinary, there will always be opportunities in the future. And Zhang Chen felt that the two might not become friends in the future, but they are more likely to become enemies. After all, he is also determined to win the inheritance of the sea god. Moreover, he still had many places, and the conflict with Tang-san was extremely great. For example, Xiaawu, he would definitely not give it to Tang-san. Brother Chen, what are you looking at? Look at him. He has something to look at. He is just an ordinary person. Following Zhang Chen's gaze, Xiaawu also saw Tang-san. But obviously Xiaawu didn't see Tang-san's unusualness either. From her point of view, this child was nothing unusual, no different from those around him. Maybe you have to talk, maybe it's quieter and quieter than ordinary people of the same age. Well, there is really nothing to look at. Well, let's go back. It's time to go. After all, Zhang Chen left here with Xiaawu. Not long after, a carriage drove out of the Holy Soul and headed towards Nodding City to the north. Time passed quickly, and it didn't take long before the sun was about to hang. Zhang Chen and his party finally arrived near Nodding City, and they were able to see the tall and white walls. Nodding City is ahead. Our destination this time is coming soon. Zhang Chen stood on the carriage, pointing his finger at the magnificent city ahead. Nodding City is actually just a small border town in the province of Fasno in the Heaven Do Empire. Because it is close to the border, the city walls are tall and strong, making the appearance of the entire city look very magnificent. Of course, when you enter the city now, the street buildings inside are actually much worse than the city walls. Xiaawu nodded her head up and down, with a large amount of food bulging in the innermost part, and at the same time her big black and bright beautiful eyes looked at the city in front of her curiously. In fact, Zhang Chen discovered after he really understood that Xiaawu still has the attributes of gluttony. Maybe it's just stepping into human society and haven't eaten it before, so that's why. Soon, the carriage entered the city. Passing through the bustling streets, heading towards the destination of the Wuhan Hall branch hall in Nodding City. As the sub-hall of the Wuhan Hall in Nodding City is magnificent, with a Gothic style, and a tall hallway, solemn and solemn. On the steps of the main entrance of the Wuhan Hall, there was a bright red carpet, and on either side stood rows of majestic warriors in armors. Zhang Chen and the others didn't walk through the main entrance. After all, the main entrance of the Wuhan Hall was for big shots. They spared a lot of time before they came to the back of the Wuhan Temple, where many men and women in servant costumes could be seen, working hard. Judging from the appearance, it seems that the Wuhan Palace is going to hold some major ceremony or grand meeting. Grandpa Old Nick, I'll take Xiaawu around the city first, and I will go to the old place to find you in the evening. After unloading the drinks from the truck, Zhang Chen said to Old Nick. He is going to take Xiaawu to go through the admission procedures in Nodding City, but he can't stay here anymore. Of course, he still has some things in Nodding City that need to be dealt with. Leaving the Wuhan Hall, Zhang Chen took Xiaawu towards the other side of the city, and soon came to a luxurious street. This is the most prosperous street in Nodding City. On both sides of this street, there are many beautifully decorated and luxurious shops. People who come and go, dressed in luxury or fashion, know at a glance that it is rich or expensive. Brother Chen, where are we going? Xiaawu asked curiously. The things on this street look beautiful and very pleasing to the eye. And Xiaawu also knows that the more beautiful things are, the more expensive they are. Take you to buy something. Zhang Chen said. What do you buy? I have no money. Embarrassment appeared on Xiaowu's pretty and cute face. Although it was transformed from the 10,000 years soul beast rabbit, Xiaawu, and a real human girl were not much different. And she also knew that Zhang Chen must have no money. Otherwise, how could brother Chen? Since you called me your brother, of course your brother took you to buy it. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, his smile was filled with an indescribable power, and after seeing it, he couldn't help but feel relieved. His tone was unwavering, and he could easily hear the determination. Chapter 20 Shopping. Zhang Chen is going to take Xiaawu to buy a few sets of clothes, then some daily necessities, and then send her to school. After all, the clothes Xiaawu wears now, although neat and tidy, are still too simple. However, Zhang Chen didn't want to think that what he is wearing now is actually not much better than Xiaawu. When the two of them came to this luxurious street, it was as if a bunny was entering the city. However, the two of them have extraordinary temperament, one big and one small, the male is handsome and the female is innocent and cute. Outstanding appearance and extraordinary temperament make them stand out from the crowd, and they are very eye-catching here. Every pedestrian who passed by couldn't help but look at them. I was curious and appreciated, but more was the contempt and look down on jealousy. Brother Chen, look, why do they all look at us? Xiaawu has a keen sense of spirit, especially when she came here for the first time. She looked left and right, and naturally noticed the gazes of the people around her. However, she was innocent by nature. Although she felt that some people's eyes were a little dazzling, she didn't think much about it. Those people are just admiring Xiaawu for your beautiful appearance, don't care about them. Zhang Chen said with a smile. He took Xiaowu's hand and walked forward with Xiaawu. Zhang Chen was very familiar with this place, and soon took Xiaawu to the front of a fashionable shop. Welcome *2. As soon as they walked to the door, the two welcoming ladies who were wearing big red cheongsam and showing their beautiful figures showed sweet smiles and said to the two Zhang Chen. In the end, it was the welcoming guests of the big stores, and there was no such kind of bloody plot that the dog sees people inferiorly. Brother Chen, what are we doing here? Didn't you say you want to take me to Notting College? Looking at the dazzling array of beautiful clothes, Xiaawu couldn't move her eyes. She is a 10,000 years soul beast transformed into a human, and she doesn't have a clear concept of money in her mind. She just thinks that the clothes here are very beautiful. However, the girl's reservedness also made her hold back the thoughts in her heart. Buy you 2 clothes, and then we will go again. Zhang Chen quickly picked a few sets of clothes. He had a good vision, and the clothes he chose were very suitable for Xiaawu. Of course, children's clothes are basically the same, so you don't need to be too picky. After Xiaawu was replaced, her original innocence and cuteness suddenly increased, and she became a beautiful little loli. This is really a man who depends on clothes, horses, and saddles. Looking at Xiaawu, who had been renewed, as if she had changed a new set of skin, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Oh, little sister, hello, can we meet? At this moment, a frivolous voice rang. Immediately, Zhang Chen saw a young man who was wearing the uniform of the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy, who was tall and had the appearance of some small adults. When she came to Xiaowu's body, she exclaimed like an info. Zhang Chen frowned slightly, and stepped forward, blocking the young man in the uniform of Notting College, separating him from Xiaawu. Xiaawu, ignore him, let's go. Zhang Chen didn't even think that he would run into such a kid here. He was not big, but his thoughts were very mature. He knew how to pick up girls at such a young age. I don't know if this Douluo continent is too open, or Zhang Chen's thinking is too old-fashioned. Little sister, the guy next to you is a poor ghost. Didn't you get tricked by him? Listen to me, in this nodding city, my name, Xiao Lingyu, is very famous. Following me, you will definitely not suffer. Xiao Lingyu talked freely, behaved generously, and even shook his head slightly, putting on a cool appearance. But I don't know, at this moment, Zhang Chen showed a funny smile on his face after hearing his name. Xiao Lingyu, the boss of Xiaawu from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, this person should be the first villain in the original book. In fact, it is not a villain, just a bad student. At this moment, Xiao Lingyu saw that Xiaawu ignored him at all, and suddenly felt that he couldn't bear his face. Not enough, he is not completely dull after all, in the public, naturally he will not do anything radical. Just staring at Zhang Chen coldly, as if to write down his appearance. Javier will repay him. He is talking about him. In Nodding City, anyone who dares to offend him will never end well. Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't take this dude kid to his heart. He was just a soul master. Even his father, the city lord of Nodding City, was nothing in Zhang Chen's eyes. It's just a guy who can easily defeat. Left this shop. Zhang Chen took Xiaawu and bought some daily necessities. It didn't take long before they arrived at a shop on the corner of the street. The business in this store looks good, with many stylish and beautiful women coming in and out. Before coming in, Xiaawu glanced at the sign, which read Balenciaga. When each word was separated, Xiaawu knew what it meant, but after putting it together, she couldn't understand it anymore. After entering, Xiaawu found out that all the stockings were sold in it. It seems that when they came in, those sisters who went out were wearing this kind of thing on their laps. Chapter 21 The Enthusiastic and Tang. Xiaawu kept patrolling this strangely named shop with big black and white eyes full of curiosity. She could see that there seemed to be nothing she needed. The clothes sold here called silk stockings are all big sisters need. So she was a little curious and didn't understand what Zhang Chen was doing here. This shop was opened by a friend of mine. I passed by here today, so come in and have a look. Zhang Chen glanced at Xiaawu. Although she didn't say anything, she explained it. Otherwise, it would be a little strange for him to come to this kind of shop with a little loli, as he is a rather beautiful boy. Zhang Chen was obviously not here for the first time. He was very familiar with the layout of the store, and led Xiaawu through the front store and into the office area of the store. There are also several houses here, in addition to the warehouse, where the shop owner's office is located. Auntie Tang, are you inside? I heard that you have come to Nodding City, so come and have a look. Zhang Chen knocked on the door, and then asked. Zhang Chen came here because he found Aunt Tang's carriage when he was passing by this shop and knew that she was in Nodding City. That's why Zhang Chen came here. Come in, the door is unlocked. Then a mature and intellectual voice came out of the room. This voice sounds very comfortable, and it feels close to me unconsciously. This also made Xiaawu very curious about who was in this room. Soon, the answer was revealed. As Zhang Chen opened the door, Xiaawu saw a beautiful young woman in a long silver palace dress lying on top of Xiao's hair. A pair of round and slender thighs were slightly raised, his light blue eyes were slightly narrowed, and there was a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Noble, elegant, but intellectual and fiery, two feelings that seemed to be completely opposite, appeared on the beautiful woman in front of her at the same time. I didn't tell you, you don't need to knock on the door when you come in here. The woman surnamed Tang smiled slightly. Her eyes had been watching Xiaawu next to Zhang Chen after she passed Zhang Chen somewhat aggressively. It turns out you like it like this. Hey, no wonder, no wonder. Then the woman surnamed Tang laughed presumptuously, and her smile trembled wildly. Aunt Tang, I just treat her as a younger sister. Zhang Chen looked at Aunt Tang in front of him speechlessly. He could think of Aunt Tang, who had always been dignified and elegant, could say such a tiger-wolf language. Of course, Zhang Chen too was a human, but in fact he was always blank emotionally. There was a faint sour smell in Aunt Tang's words. Okay, let's not laugh. Little sister, come here, sit down with sister. After the woman surnamed Tang laughed for a while, she put down the silver skirt, sat up, and said to her with a smile. Xiaawu immediately looked at Zhang Chen, with questions in her eyes. "Sit down, Aunt Tang is very nice," Zhang Chen said. Immediately, Xiaawu stepped forward and sat next to the woman. Only Zhang Chen remained in the room, standing alone. At this time, the woman surnamed Tang said gracefully, "Brother Chen, what are you going to do with this little sister coming over to find me? I want to ask Auntie Tang for a favor and send her to Notting College to study," Zhang Chen said. Originally, he decided to come out in person, but after coming here, he changed his attention. In order to better hide, let Aunt Tang help. Or, it was Zhang Chen who wanted to come in and see Aunt Tang, so he just made an excuse. However, this is also an excuse for the two of them to be at ease. Well, that's the case. It's a trivial matter, but in a moment a troublesome customer will come to my store. Go and send him away. I'll help you with this trivial matter. The woman surnamed Tang pondered for a while and smiled. The reason why she came to this branch in Notting City, apart from wanting to meet the partner of this shop in her heart, was to deal with the upcoming guest. The identity of this person is a bit troublesome, even if it is her, it is not easy to deal with. Make a deal. Zhang Chen nodded. It's just to deal with a customer, small matter, no problem. As long as it is not for him to do strange things, things that are not suitable for children, just fine. Zhang Chen now, although he is not young, he is not yet 14 years old, and in his previous life, he was still a minor. Therefore, his inherent thinking makes him feel that some things are not something a person of his age should do. Of course, he also knows that in this world, some people already have children when they are 14 or 15 years old. Hey, in ancient society, it was this way of being an early adult. Well, then you go out first, that guest may come over at any time. Aunt Tang showed a look like this, and then drove Zhang Chen out. Zhang Chen shrugged, and after bidding farewell to the two of them, he went to the showroom outside the store. He and the salespersons here are very familiar, and flirting and cursing are more casual. Time flies quickly, and an hour has passed without realizing it. At this time, a hustle and bustle sounded. Suddenly Zhang Chen's gaze looked towards the gate, and it was immediately in his eyes. Xueqing He in a white dress appeared there. Suddenly, an idea emerged in Zhang Chen's mind. Could it be that the guest is him? Did Aunt Tang ask herself to recommend stockings to Xueqing He? Chapter 22 Recommending Silk Stockings to Xiaawu. Good guys. Zhang Chen couldn't help crying out in his heart. He never thought that the troublesome guest turned out to be Xiaawu. If you really want to count it, this is the third time he has seen this woman. And if it hadn't been for seeing Xueqing He that night, I'm afraid he wouldn't recognize it as Xiaawu. After all, Xiaawu's original appearance is far from the present. Of course, he remembered this woman deeply, but it was because he had seen the body of this woman Xiaawu not long ago. At the moment, I don't know why. When I saw this beautiful girl who looked like an angel in the mortal world, my heart couldn't help beating faster. Zhang Chen didn't expect Xiaawu or Xueqing He to come, and he couldn't think of whom Xiaawu came here to buy the stockings, or actually bought it for herself. Thinking of this, in Zhang Chen's mind, some unsuitable scene of Xiaawu wearing all kinds of silk stockings suddenly appeared. It's you? Why are you here? Before Zhang Chen spoke, Xiaawu had already spoken, with a neutral voice, a little bit of magnetism and surprise, and the words were full of reassuring feelings. If it were a little girl who hadn't been involved in the world, she would be confused by Xiaawu in a few words. Zhang Chen couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. Then there was a sudden look on his face. It turned out to be His Royal Highness Xueqing He. I didn't expect to see you here today. It's a great honor. A gentle smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. It was a smile that made people feel like a spring breeze, and the faint elegance seemed to contain profoundness, and people couldn't help but want to explore it. "Yes, I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you were a resident of Orr Town, but I didn't expect to be the chief designer here." Xiaawu has a good memory, especially when Zhang Chen's eyes had a familiar and shy light. Of course, at this moment, after seeing Zhang Chen by accident, she still subconsciously looked at Zhang Chen's eyes, and still didn't notice the slightest. "It's as if everything I saw that night was an illusion." At this moment, Xiaawu was finally sure that she should have made a mistake at the time. Otherwise, such a person, a strong person who would not be able to catch up with bloody Douluo, although not a title, but at least a soul saint, how could he be in this kind of shop? But thinking of this, Xiaawu couldn't help but think of those eyes, those sharp, confident, and divine eyes. Those eyes that watched her up and down. Xiaawu didn't know why she didn't feel anger in the first place, but a sense of shyness and embarrassment. Thinking of this, Xiaawu quickly dissipated the distracting thoughts in her mind, but at this time, her face couldn't help but flushed. Zhang Chen naturally saw Xiaawu's state at the moment. If he hadn't known Xiaawu's true body long ago, I'm afraid it was the first time that Xiaawu came to this kind of shop at this time, and he blushed because of embarrassment. "Do you need me to introduce your highness? How old is your highness going to give it to a woman?" When Xiaawu was in a trance, Zhang Chen began to tell. In this world, Zhang Chen's understanding of silk stockings far exceeds that of other people in the world. He called first, no one dared to call second. After all, the current stockings are all invented and designed by Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's voice is full of magnetism, like the sun, full of fascinating light, and people can't help but fall into it. For example, this one, Dreamland. A pure white silky shirt, a shirt that must be tied around the waist, a pair of white high-heeled shoes, and a beautiful leg in silk stockings, how could it not be fascinating? Or, this one of the night elves, put it on, it is full of charm, and it immediately adds a bit of enchantment, a bit of confusion, and a bit of spirituality. As Zhang Chen kept saying. At the same time, there are beautiful models with exquisite makeup and graceful figures to show Xiaawu one by one. Normal customers will naturally not be so serious, but Xiaawu is different. She is Xueqinghe, the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, and the heir of this country in the future. In fact, whether she is Xueqinghe or Xiaawu, she is a distinguished person, and she naturally deserves to be treated like this. Soon, Zhang Chen's narration was over. At this time, Xiaawu had already started to look at the stocking samples that had been brought. In fact, Xiaawu's figure is very tall, her skin is as white as fat, her thighs are even more slender and slender, she must look very beautiful in stockings. Zhang Chen secretly looked at Xueqinghe, who was holding back on her stocking selection. She thought Xiaawu was very suitable for black stockings, preferably black stockings with one-piece mesh, which would be more sexy. This one, and this one, don't. The others, 10 of each, pack all of them for me. Well, Zhang Chen can be regarded as seeing what happened to the grand shopping experience. Except for the 3 types that are obviously unsuitable for wearing, Xiaawu actually packed all the other types of stockings in the entire shop. It's simply arrogant, just this order is almost equivalent to 1 year's sales of the entire store. Chapter 23, Delicious Desserts. After Xiaawu bought something, she left in a hurry. This caught Zhang Chen by surprise. He thought that something bad would happen. After all, who said this was a troublesome guest? Can this be troublesome? If this is troublesome, then business people all over the world, I'm afraid that Tenten would have such trouble coming home. After all, in today's world, the overall purchasing power of society is not high. The consumers of these stockings are all the noble ladies and soul masters. Few poor people can afford it. Besides, Common people will not spend a lot of money to buy these and decorations. Zhang Chen certainly didn't know that the trouble was not Xiaawu, but Swecking He. After all, in order to maintain the personality, the oldest prince has shown interest in a woman surnamed Tang more than once in public. Therefore, a woman surnamed Tang who didn't know the inside story avoided the Swecking He like a snake sassery. After all, hers was much bigger than Swecking He. So, it means that I have completed Aunt Tang's exchange terms, which is the same as a free gift. Zhang Chen is in a good mood. It's just a trivial matter. It seems that Aunt Tang is a knife-mouthed tofu heart, and she is just looking for an excuse to help him. Immediately, Zhang Chen left the sales showroom. Back in that ambiguous office. Is that person gone? Aunt Tang asked. Some are urgent, some are disgusting. In short, it seems that I can't wait for that person to leave quickly. He left already? Such a big customer, if it's troublesome, you can have a few more, so that Aunt Tang, your business can be more prosperous. Zhang Chen didn't notice anything, but said happily. After all, in addition to making a lot of money from this single, it also solved the problem of Xiaawu going to school, and even thought of Qianrongxiu's stockings on board after Qianrongxiu returned. Those amazingly long, straight, and tall legs, after the stockings on the boat, don't mention how tempting they will be. Leg play years. Zhang Chen couldn't help but want to play with it. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen suddenly rang, and there is also Auntie Tang who is not inferior to Qianrongxiu's beauty. Compared to Qianrongxiu's slightly green apple, the Aunt Tang in front of her was a ripe peach. Every move is full of amorous feelings. When did you change into a pair of mesh stockings? What a fairy. At this time, Zhang Chen suddenly discovered that Aunt Tang, who was sitting there, raised her leg, and the black mesh stockings suddenly appeared. This caused Zhang Chen's heart to jump suddenly, and then the nose seemed to feel warm. But Zhang Chen still had a strong willpower, and he concealed his embarrassment. Then, his gaze turned to Xiaawu. Xiaawu now is completely different from when she first came. She changed into a pink princess dress, and Bai Shenzhen's legs were actually wearing a pair of white transparent stockings with two small ears. Sitting with Aunt Tang, it looked like a mother and daughter. The two of them are one big and one young, mature and lowly, with diametrically opposite temperaments. Brother Chen, you are back. Xiaawu only then asked. Her face was a little red, and there were still some sweat stains on her forehead. It seems that I have just experienced some strenuous exercise. Zhang Chen nodded, and then sat on another chair. That's a nasty person, I don't like seeing him. I don't think he is a good person, so stay away from him in the future, said the woman surnamed Tang. Obviously, he seems to have a deep prejudice against Swecking He. Immediately, the woman surnamed Tang smiled slightly and waved to Zhang Chen, Brother Chen, come here and sit here with sister. No, Aunt Tang, we are leaving now, Xiaowu's affairs are up to you. Zhang Chen didn't want to stay any longer, because he always felt that if he kept staying, he was afraid that something would happen. Well, something beyond his expectation will happen. In fact, this Aunt Tang is too enthusiastic. What's the hurry, can I still eat you? It's not too late to leave after dinner. The smile on the face of the woman surnamed Tang did not diminish, she actually raised her foot to Zhang Chen's side, and looked down from a high level. From Zhang Chen's perspective, it just happened to be a round white people, plump in shape, and couldn't hold it with one hand. Following the words of the woman surnamed Tang, the warm air of body fragrance fell on Zhang Chen's body like itching. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's breathing became thicker. No, I'm still in a hurry, I have to go first. How could Zhang Chen stand this kind of scene? Immediately he greeted Xiaawu, and then left as if he fled. It's a delicious dessert. Seeing Zhang Chen leaving in embarrassment, the woman surnamed Tang still trembled with laughter in the end. Huh, it's so risky. Having left a long way, Zhang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. And Xiaawu on the side asked curiously, that sister just now is very nice, why did we leave so early? Oh, nothing, it's getting late, old Nick is still waiting for us, we can't make him wait in a hurry. In fact, it was only in the afternoon, and there were still several hours before their agreed time. Chapter 24. It's those two people. Remember to throw that man into the Stardew Great Forest and feed that three-tails red fox. Then bring that little lowly back to me intact. Do this thing secretly, don't disclose it. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Nodding City, in the shadow of a dark street. A pair of spiteful eyes stared at Zhang Chen fiercely, as if looking at a dead person. Then, his gaze turned to Xiaawu again. Suddenly the grievance disappeared, and it became a certain pervert covetous and possessive look. Master, don't worry, let our brothers take care of this matter, and we promise that it will be done beautifully for the master. Suddenly, two dark-skinned young men, wearing black leather jackets on the upper body and big ripped pants on the lower body, stepped on flip-flops and looked evil, and walked out of this shadow. Toward Zhang Chen, and the two left. Xiaawu, I'll take you to Nodding College in a little while to get familiar with it in advance. Aunt Tang's work is very fast, and it can be done tomorrow at most. There is still one afternoon, and there is nothing to do anyway. It is better to take Xiaawu to Nodding College first. Otherwise, time will be difficult. Wait until Xiaawu is settled down tomorrow, and then Zhang Chen is going to the Stardew Great Forest to find a suitable 10,000 years soul beast. After all, as of yesterday, his spirit power had reached the current state of full level, already level 50. As long as he obtains another spirit ring, he can be promoted to the 5-ring Soul King. Well, okay, Brother Chen. Xiaawu naturally agreed, and she also wanted to go to the school where she would stay for a few years in the future. Well, the two great soul masters followed, and they looked like they were plotting bad things. They didn't look like good people. At this moment, Zhang Chen sensed that two people had been following him not far behind him. These two guys look like typical street gangsters, but what is surprising is that these two are not only soul masters, they are also hungry, but they are also great soul masters. He was almost at the 25th and 6th level appearance, and his cultivation base was pretty good. However, they didn't know that they were obviously two great soul masters, but they made them look like street gangsters. After all, every soul master, as long as he works a little bit, he can easily live the life of a master, and he won't be impoverished to such an extent. Unless it is a personal hobby, then I am afraid there must be something secret. Originally, Zhang Chen would not explore such things, as long as he didn't mess with him, then he would naturally not be nosy. But now, since these two people are eyeing him, as long as they dare to take action, then don't mind teaching these two people a lesson. Zhang Chen immediately took Xiaawu and continued to move forward, ignoring the two of them. The road leading to Nodding Soul Master Academy has always been an avenue, with many pedestrians coming and going. Zhang Chen was going to see these two men and how they were going to make a move. At the same time, the two people following Zhang Chen and the others seemed to be aware of the destination of the two Zhang Chen. Brother, they seem to have gone to Nodding College. There are a lot of people on this road, how should we start? Hee, of course it's the old way. It's wonderful, yes, just do it like that. Hee, this kid can't run anymore now. Hurry up, act, we must start before the two of them arrive at Nodding College. When the two big soul masters with the appearance of a scumbag together, a conspiracy and trick appeared in their minds. It seems that these two guys dare not do anything today. From afar, Zhang Chen had already seen the walls of Nodding College and the tall buildings inside. Anyone who sees Nodding College for the first time must be amazed. After all, the scale of this college is so large that it is the largest building complex in Notting City. The wall made of white marble buildings can fully deserve the 2 words of luxury. Among Notting College, there are some of the tallest buildings in Notting City, which can actually be seen far apart in the entire city. At this time, even though the 2 spirit masters were still following, they hadn't done anything before, and they should be even more afraid to do it here. Brother Chen, look at the 2 people behind and follow us all the time. I don't think they too look like good people. At this time, Xiaawu approached Zhang Chen, pulled Zhang Chen's sleeves, and said quietly. Xiaowu's alertness was good, but she was innocent in nature, and at first she didn't expect the 2 people to follow them specifically. But until she got here, she found that the 2 long and fierce guys had been following behind. This is definitely not normal. Well, I know, don't worry about them, just wait to enter Notting College, they must not dare to enter. Zhang Chen is still lying flat, I won't move if the enemy doesn't move. After all, there are a lot of people here, especially that Qianrongxiu doesn't know if he has left Notting City. If Qianrongxiu hadn't left, then there must be a title Douluo in Notting City now. If he happens to be seen accidentally, then maybe his strength will be exposed. Chapter 25. Leah, why did you come here? After you disappeared in the morning, you don't know how anxious Mom is. Just here, an anxious voice rang. Immediately, Zhang Chen saw a gorgeously dressed middle-aged woman rushing over, and she grabbed Xiaawu. It seemed that he wanted to pull Xiaawu to her side, but Xiaawu didn't move at all. This made her somewhat different, but then the middle-aged woman said anxiously, "Who is this man? Did he abduct you?" "I know that he is that person, right? I deceived my daughter in just a few words." "Oh my God, how can you lie to my daughter? She is still a child and doesn't understand anything." But at this time, the middle-aged woman began to cry in tears, sternly accusing Zhang Chen. At the same time, it also explained the ins and outs of the matter. Of course it was her daughter Leah, Xiaawu, who was coaxed by Zhang Chen and then ran away from home. The family moved out and searched for 2 days. They thought they would never find Leah, Xiaawu, again, but seeing the pity of the sky, they let her find it. "Who are you? I don't know you, let me go." Xiaawu glanced in disgust. The woman with heavy makeup in front of her didn't like the smell of the middle-aged woman. It was too pungent. Huh? Could it be that this happened? Zhang Chen looked at everything in front of him, and did not rush to speak. A sharp light flashed through his bright eyes, and the routine he encountered now seemed to be very familiar. "I remember the past life, as if some human traffickers used similar tricks on the streets. They will pretend to be your relatives, then lie about family conflicts and so on, and forcibly take them away. When this kind of routine first appeared, it really bluffed many people. After all, no matter how enthusiastic the masses are, it would not be easy to get involved in other people's family conflicts. It is difficult for an upright official to cut off housework. Therefore, it was very popular, and it was only gradually disappeared after it became a big trouble and was attacked by the government. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing in this Notting City. In this way, this middle-aged woman is a human trafficker. If this is the case, then she has found the wrong partner." At the same time, with Xiaowu's words, the onlookers around seemed to be puzzled. "After all, you said this is your daughter, but why this little girl doesn't know you at all? Isn't this the most funny thing in the world? Where is there a daughter who does not know her mother? How can you catch other people's children? Let's make things clear first, and don't let go now. Yes, that is, how can you, an adult, do something to a child like this? I don't think she looks like a good person." Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion. "Li, how do you say this? I'm your mother, why don't you even know your mother? Is this little white face threatening you? Don't worry, People from the law enforcement team will be here soon, and the liar will be caught at that time. Amidst the voice of doubt, the middle-aged woman did not panic at all, but said calmly and confidently. Suddenly, as her voice fell, the voice of doubt around her immediately became quieter. If there is an official law enforcement team, then it might be exactly what the middle-aged woman said. Is it here? Your daughter found it? At this moment, two middle-aged men in uniform lined up the crowd and came to the middle-aged woman. Okay, little sister. You go back with your mother soon. Remember not to be so naive in the future. Many liars are just like this teenager, who can't be seen by their appearance alone. One of the law enforcement team members flashed inexplicable brilliance in their eyes. But it is a serious persuasion, and people can feel convinced when they listen. Look, is this kid that wanted criminal? At this time, another law enforcement team member suddenly pointed to Zhang Chen and said, seeming to have a sudden realization, and suddenly found out. Suddenly, the eyes of the onlookers who looked at Zhang Chen suddenly changed. They had already begun to doubt, and after the two law enforcement team members came, they became even more suspicious, and basically believed what the middle-aged woman said. And this time, after hearing the law enforcement team say such a thing, there was no suspicion immediately. I really didn't expect that this handsome boy who looked so handsome would turn out to be a wanted criminal. It's such a shameful appearance. You guys get out of the way, this kid is a wanted man, let us catch him back, and be careful not to get hurt by mistake. The two law enforcement team members immediately surrounded Zhang Chen, one pulled out the chain and the other took out the saber. And this time, what are you doing? Xiaawu stood in front of Zhang Chen, ready to take action at any time. The changes in front of her made Xiaawu, who had just entered human society, found it difficult to understand. She didn't know what these people wanted to do. But she knew that these people were bad people, as long as they were bad people, then they couldn't let them hurt Brother Chen. Chapter 26. Could it be him? However, Zhang Chen would naturally not let Xiaawu make a move. He could see that these people should be aimed at the two of them, with a very simple purpose. Moreover, these people are not really behind the scenes at first glance, there are other people behind them. What Zhang Chen likes to do is to fight Huanglong directly, no matter who is standing behind these people, it is the right thing to kill them all directly. Otherwise, if this round is broken today, it is difficult to guarantee that the other party will not have other conspiracies in the future. In this way, even if Zhang Chen didn't care, who knew what the other party would use next time? Preventing thieves in 1,000 days is still very hard. Now, Zhang Chen is ready to cooperate a little bit. It should be called active bait, break into the enemy, and directly disintegrate the enemy from the inside. Well, what a great idea. Therefore, Zhang Chen asks Xiaawu to not resist and cooperate with these people to see their details. Okay, if you are acquainted, if you don't resist, you will take everything away. You two, as witnesses, correct this thief's crime. The two law enforcement team members immediately stepped forward to tie Zhang Chen, and then said to the middle-aged woman next to him. Then, the two law enforcement team members, along with Zhang Chen, Xiaawu, and others, headed towards the place where the law enforcement team in the city was located. There was no excitement to watch, and soon the onlookers scattered away. Of course, what happened here has only become a little talk for these people. The law enforcement team caught the suspect of trafficking in women and children, a matter of justice, was seen by them, and these people will only I think they have helped a lot. Of course, it's just that. After all, it doesn't matter to them, people usually only have so much enthusiasm for a while, and they will soon be forgotten by themselves. And? That person, seems, where, have you seen it? At this time, on one side of the street stood a man of medium build and a little thin. His short black hair and black long gown made him stand out from the crowd. He looks 40 or 50 years old, with short black hair, his hands behind his back, but he has a special temperament on his body. But now, this supposedly suave man, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, drunk with dim eyes, leaned against the wall. He just wanted to look forward, but the next moment he didn't know what he was tripping up, he was thrown to the ground directly. At the same time, a carriage passed by, and a thin figure saw the man with short hair lying on the ground. Not long after, I saw that the thin figure, dexterously older than his age, jumped out of the carriage and headed towards the short-haired man. And on the other side of the street, the two sneaky Great Spirit Masters also smiled when they saw the scene where the two of Zhang Chen were taken away. Look, I just said that, many times, using such a little trick is more useful than any spirit ability force. The black man in the lead said with a confident smile. Big brother is right. If I wait to do something and act hard, I will naturally catch it. But in this busy city, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. The remaining man hurriedly complimented, flattering, and saying, now, I simply get things done without disturbing anyone. Brother's trick is high, it's really high. He, of course, who made the people in the Wuhan Palace track it down, but let them think about it, I'm afraid I will never think of it, I am waiting for the law enforcement team of the city lord's mansion that turned out to be invisible. The leading man in black sneered. Immediately, the two men disappeared into the alley, obviously preparing to go to the law enforcement team for the next step. Notting City, there is a large building on the south side of the city. This is where the law enforcement team in Notting City is located. Here, the access control is strict, and law enforcement team members in uniforms are patrolling back and forth from time to time, making it difficult for ordinary people to get in and out. Moreover, among them there are three-ringed soul venerables sitting in town, which can be said to be heavily guarded. At this moment, in a temporary jail in this law enforcement department, Zhang Chen was detained here with shackles in his hands. But he was alone in it, and it seemed that no one was going to interrogate him. I didn't expect it to be collusion between officials and bandits. This seems to be a certain characteristic. Zhang Chen thought secretly. At first, Zhang Chen thought it was those people who pretended to be law enforcement agents, but only now did he discover that the two were actually law enforcement agents. Moreover, the other party's methods of doing this kind of thing are very skilled, and there is no temporary intention at all, which is why Zhang Chen did not think that the other party is really a law enforcement agent at first. After all, how can one generally think that the official and bandit collusion is so blatant? Then the person behind this scene, is it that guy? Suddenly, a figure emerged in Zhang Chen's mind, that Xiao Lingyu, who was also known as Xiao Boss. If I remember correctly, this person seems to be the son of the Lord of Notting City. People who can mobilize the law enforcement team to do such a thing are also being cleaned up. After all, that guy is a real dude. Chapter 27, Strong Strength, Hard to Control. Hey, I really don't want to do it here. After all, if I do it here, the risk of exposure is really not small. At this time, no one came to interrogate Zhang Chen. He is the only one in this cell. Of course, he knew that Xiaawu was next door. It was also because he could sense that Xiaawu was still safe, otherwise he would have done it a long time ago. After all, you can't let the people here really hurt this innocent and lovely girl. Huh? Someone is here. At this moment, just when Zhang Chen was about to break free of the chains that bound him, the heavy iron door of the cell made a shrill sound of twitching branches. Then two wicked middle-aged men in black leather jackets and wretched faces walked in. It turns out that it was you too. I didn't expect you to collude with the law enforcement team in the city. I should have thought of it long ago. Zhang Chen looked at the two men in black, with a sudden realization on his face. These two people had been with him and Xiaawu for a long time before. At that time he didn't know the number of these two people. Now, when I saw it here, I immediately thought that these two people were probably also under the boss of Xiaawu, and they were the manipulators who captured him and Xiaawu here. Hehe, it seems that your kid is not useless, you can find us. However, it's too late. Now that you see us, it proves that you won't live long. It's a pity that you have the delicate skin and tender flesh. If you offend someone who shouldn't offend, you must die. Otherwise, if you sell you to the Spring Breeze Garden, you can also get a lot of gold soul coins. The more wretched man among the two men in black, his eyes filled with evil gazes, looked at Zhang Chen. That kind of light was too dazzling, even if Zhang Chen saw it, he felt like he wanted to vomit. It seems that we have no grievances in the past, but now we have no grudges, but we don't know why we are eyeing me. Could it be because of Xiao Lingyu? I just don't know. Where is the son of the city lord now? After doing these things, don't you dare to come and see me. Zhang Chen suppressed the nausea in his heart, and then his tone gradually became cold. But he was going to teach the son of the city lord a profound lesson, letting him know that some people can't offend, especially people like him who will pay for it. Haha, a dying person who wants to see our young master Xiaawu is just wishful thinking. Another black-clothed man coldly scolded, and then stopped looking at Zhang Chen, but turned his head and said to the black-clothed man at the beginning. Okay, don't waste time, it will be dark immediately, we move quickly, just in time to transport him out of the city, and send him away with the last batch of goods. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and the whole body gradually exuded a burst of cold murderous intent. These people actually seem to want to kill him. In this way, he doesn't have to be polite, and he can move with confidence. As long as the witnesses are killed, no one will know his strength, and there is no risk of exposure. He has always known this method, but he doesn't want to kill innocents because of it. After all, no one can guarantee how many witnesses there will be at a certain time. Was it because he had to make a shot in the city and killed all the witnesses? So how many people will die in his hands? Although Zhang Chen said he was not a good person, he was not a butcher either. Honestly, come with us. Don't try to resist, it will only make you suffer more. To be honest, I hope you can resist. The wretched man in black sneered, grabbing the chain in Zhang Chen's hand, and was about to drag him away. But the next moment, the wretched man's complexion changed in vain, and when he pulled it, he didn't move at all. He didn't pull the little white face at all. The wretched man didn't believe in evil, but with sufficient strength, he pulled again. But it's like pulling a stone pillar, no matter how much strength you use, it has no effect at all. At this time, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Chen ferociously. Didn't I say, let you be honest, don't think that if you have more strength, you can resist. With that said, he actually picked up a stick and smashed it down at Zhang Chen. Suddenly the sound of the wind, like a roar of a hungry wolf, rang out in this small prison. There is no doubt that if you are hit by the stick, you must break your muscles and fractures. I just want to tell you that sometimes when the strength is strong, it is not only useful, but also useful. But at this moment, Zhang Chen's cold voice rang. Subsequently, he slammed his fist, already a tyrannical body like 100 forged steel. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion of crackling bones. It was like a thunderstorm, with a series of dense and crisp noises. Then, Zhang Chen's fist directly broke the chain on his arm, carrying a violent and unbelievable power, and suddenly bombarded the iron rod that the wretched man was swinging down. The tyrannical force discounted the iron rod, and then hit the wretched man whose expression turned wild and unbelievable. Click, amidst the sound of broken bones, the wretched man flew out and hit the wall fiercely. In the end, he slumped to the ground, with more air intake and less air exit. Chapter 28. So it was you. This is impossible. You are just an ordinary person, how is this possible? How could you kill my brother? The other man in black was shocked at first. Obviously he was just an ordinary person. How could he discount the thick-armed iron rod? Even if he was blessed by the Black Wolf martial spirit, he could only do so. How could this man break the iron rod and kill his brother just by relying on his physical strength? After the shock, his murderous intent was boiling, and he wanted to kill the boy in front of him and avenge his brother. But the reason in his heart told him that he was afraid that he was not the opponent of this person, and now he must summon more guards to encircle and suppress this person. Thousands of thoughts seemed to have passed through my mind, but the actual time was only a moment in the past. At this moment, after the initial panic and hatred, the remaining black-clothed Great Spirit Master was directly possessed by the spirit. Suddenly, I saw two spirit rings, one white and one yellow, suddenly appeared on the body of the black-clothed Great Spirit Master, and then the spirit ring turned into a black wolf-shaped phantom, covering the black-clothed Great Spirit Master. Body. Wuhan possessed. One shot is the strongest ability of the Great Soul Master's spirit possession. And as this person used the spirit possession, a fierce aura suddenly overflowed in this small room. The fierce chi was locked, and the bloodthirsty eyes stared at Zhang Chen tightly, as if a fierce attack would be launched in the next moment. But after the spirit possessed, the great black-clothed spirit master turned around and left, fleeing decisively and resolutely. He, you are no matter how good you are. As long as I escape, there will be a soul venerable and several other great soul masters who are on duty in the resident of the law enforcement team. Notting City's regular defensive force, forgive this kid if he perverts, he will never be an opponent, he can only catch it with his hands. The big black-clothed soul master thought in his heart, and the flustered eyes gradually became cold. But he was already thinking about how to torture this guy after capturing this young man. Originally, I wanted to send him directly as food, but now it seems that before sending it, he must be well allowed to enjoy some of the special punishments in the law enforcement team. But the next moment, suddenly, the big black-clothed soul master felt a pair of powerful hands grabbing him, and even hot heat came from that palm. He felt as if he was caught by the red steel claws. The powerful force made him unable to resist at all, and the scorching heat almost cooked his skin. It's terrible. He wanted to shout, wanted to call for help, but was shocked to discover that by this time, he could not control his body. Then he felt a pain in his head and plunged into the darkness completely. Hey, he is obviously a beast soul master, why is he so fragile? I haven't asked anything yet, so he died. Zhang Chen dropped the corpse in his hand and curled his lips. He was planning to capture this person and ask for some information. But when he saw that this person was about to flee, he shot a little harder for a while. I didn't expect him to be so reluctant to beat him, and then he was beaten to death. Of course Zhang Chen still knew some things, for example, the person behind the scenes was indeed Xiaawu, the son of the city lord. Zhang Chen didn't doubt this result, after all, this person was in line with his previous speculation. It can drive the Great Soul Master, and it can also drive the law enforcement team, and Zhang Chen still has contradictions with the opponent. It's even more because this pervert actually has a bad idea about Xiaawu. However, Zhang Chen didn't expect Xiaawu to act so fast. I didn't even expect that the other party's methods were so dark. He even used people to raise soul beasts. Zhang Chen has also heard in recent years that certain evil spirit masters or forces will specially raise the corresponding spirit beasts, and then kill the spirit beasts to harvest the spirit rings at the right time. If this is the case, it's not a big deal. But the reason why it is evil and resisted by thousands of soul masters is that if the cultivation base of the soul beast is to grow rapidly, then the most useful thing is to feed the soul beast to humans. Therefore, during the period of Zhengjin, there was a lot of killing. In the end, it caused anger and resentment, and was finally wiped out by the spirit master power headed by Wuhan Hall. Then this method became a taboo method and was resisted by all spirit masters on the entire continent. Once discovered, someone who acts like this will inevitably be punished by you from the spirit hall, and be conquered by all righteous spirit masters across the continent. Zhang Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect a small nodding city lord to dare to do such a thing. Zhang Chen thought for a moment. But it is, ready to wait until this matter. If I find an opportunity, I will report the city lord of Nodding City to Wuhandian. When the time comes, naturally there will be experts from Wuhandian. It should be best to find her. Thinking of this, a figure suddenly appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. The figure looked like a spirit fox, with charm in its innocence, and underneath the pure appearance were all hot and beautiful women. At the same time, in another room in the law enforcement team, the decoration here is obviously very different. It is clean and tidy, with a lot of furniture placed, and these furniture are very luxurious at first glance. At this moment, Xiaawu was in this room. She was the only one. The middle-aged woman had no idea where she had gone. Xiaawu sat quietly. In this unfamiliar environment, she didn't have the slightest fear. Because she had an inexplicable peace of mind for Zhang Chen. Before coming here, Brother Chen had secretly told her not to worry. So now, even in this unfamiliar environment, even if she knew something bad had happened, Xiaawu was still at ease. Brother Chen will definitely not lie to her. Just at this time, the door opened. Then, a tall man with a smile on his face walked in. It was Xiao Lingyu. Meet the little girl again. Xiao Lingyu showed a smile that he thought was very handsome, and said to Xiaawu in a kind tone. Although Xiaowu's age is not very big when converted to a human being, she is almost 7 or 8 years old, but her figure is already stretched out and she looks like a 13 or 4-year-old. When Xiao Lingyu saw it, it was not surprising that a strange idea had naturally arisen. It's you? It turns out that all of this is you, a bad guy, behind the scenes. Although Xiaawu was innocent, she was extremely clever, and now she saw Xiao Lingyu. Thinking of seeing this person today, I immediately understood everything. After all, where there are so many coincidences in this world, you can just meet this person here. Chapter 29 Rescue. Haha, it's me naturally. How about it? As long as you follow me, keep the fragrant and spicy ones, and you will have endless wealth. Xiao Lingyu always kept smiling, straight to the point, and stated his purpose. With his position, as long as she stretches her fingers, a woman will willingly take off her clothes and climb onto his bed. But he couldn't arouse any interest in those women. The girl in front of her was different. She was stubborn and looked down on him, so that she could arouse his desire for possession. Moreover, this girl is very cute, and can satisfy his desire for protection. Therefore, Xiao Lingyu was already fascinated when he first saw Xiaawu. Humph, you are dreaming. Brother Chen must come back to save me. Xiaawu frowned her eyebrows tightly, with a look of disgust on her face, turned her head with a cold snort, and the pair of ears on her head shook because of this. However, although Xiaawu was very angry, but this appearance was more lovable and couldn't give birth to a trace of anger. Hee, now, you still miss him. It's a pity, that kid looks good, but he has bad luck. He is so arrogant that he dares to offend this young master. I'm afraid he won't live long. Xiao Lingyu was not angry, she still had a smirk on her face. But the threats, cold, make people shudder. Obviously, you don't have to think about it, and you know that Zhang Chen will definitely not end well. It's just an ordinary person, simply can't hold it, and it won't be long before he will die here. At the same time, even Xiaawu had an inexplicable trust in Zhang Chen, exclaiming blind trust. Now, in Xiaowu's heart, there was actually a slight crack in her heart. Brother Chen really seemed to be an ordinary person, and ordinary people would have nothing to do with such a heavily guarded place. For a time, I believed that Zhang Chen could easily solve everything, and worried that Zhang Chen would encounter danger, Two completely different thoughts began to circulate in Xiaowu's heart. How about it, as long as you obey me, then let the kid go. Seeing Xiaowu's tangled and worried appearance, Xiao Lingyu smiled even more. He is very sure, everyone has weakness, as long as he can grasp it, then even titled Douluo will have to bow his head. As long as the strategy is right, no matter how strong the power is, you have to bow your head. Seeing that the struggling color on Xiaowu's face became more intense, Xiao Lingyu immediately increased. You don't have much time. If you go for a while, I'm afraid that even if you agree, I'm afraid you won't be able to save him. Don't make mistakes. In the end, Xiao Lingyu actually seemed to persuade others to be kind, and did not act as if they were forcing them to be prostitution at all. You. Xiaowu's eyes were angry and her mouth opened, but she didn't say anything. But soon, the anger in her eyes dissipated, a smile floated to her face, and the white smile was even more beautiful at this time, which made people dazzled. Instead, he continued with a smile, your conspiracy will not succeed. I advise you to quickly admit your mistakes and surrender, otherwise it will be too late. Xiao Lingyu frowned at this moment. He thought Xiaowu was about to surrender, but in this moment, her attitude changed drastically. How is this possible? Could it be that she doesn't care about that kid at all? Are they an illusion that they had a good relationship before? In fact, not only do they have no feelings, but they are more indifferent and indifferent? Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why the other party would be like this all of a sudden. But the next moment, in Xiao Lingyu's mind, there was a sudden indescribable fear, as if an invisible big hand gripped his heart fiercely, making him almost unable to breathe. When did you come? Suddenly, Xiao Lingyu's tone became stammered, with an aura of fear flowing. At this time, he seemed to have finally discovered something, and then turned his head hard. Sure enough, a handsome figure appeared in front of him, the one who should have been sent to the Stardo Great Forest to serve as the soul beast's dinner. And now that Zhang Chen is here, doesn't it prove that something has happened to the two great spirit masters under him? Otherwise, they would definitely not let this boy come here. Xiao Lingyu's face suddenly became extremely solemn. He doesn't care how this young man appeared here, after all, he has already appeared here, which has already explained the problem. Just got here, you don't care about me, just keep talking. Maybe, Xiaowu will be willing to go with you soon. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, his face full of mockery. Zhang Chen is very confident in Xiaowu, let alone he is already here, even if he is not here, Xiaowu will never give in to such a person. Moreover, maybe Xiao Lingyu dared to use strong words, maybe he would be captured by Xiaowu. After all, in Zhang Chen's memory, this Xiao Lingyu was in the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, but he was often beaten by Xiaowu. So now, even though Xiaowu has not yet enrolled in school, Xiao Lingyu's strength is weaker than that at that time, and he still won't be Xiaowu's opponent. Ha 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 ha. Since you are here, I am afraid that my two subordinates have been defeated. Although it was a questioning tone, Xiao Lingyu was very confident in his guess. Yes, they walked very peacefully. One of the chest bones was smashed by Zhang Chen, and the other was smashed to pieces. Death is definitely not good looking, but when Zhang Chen's mouth is reached, he walks very peacefully. Xiao Lingyu suddenly understood that two of his men were already dead. I didn't expect me to go wild all day long, but today I was pecked by the wild goose. There was a decadent look on Xiao Lingyu's face, obviously he also knew the current situation. No matter how many spirit masters there are in the law enforcement team's resident, but now, at this time, I am afraid that no one can easily rescue him. Fire can't quench near thirst. Moreover, Zhang Chen's level is unknown, but it is also. I admit it, let's go, and promise that no one will stop you. Xiao Lingyu smiled bitterly, full of unwillingness in his heart, wishing to give Zhang Chen to pieces. "You do it yourself." Zhang Chen responded coldly, and then suddenly shot his body like a ghost. When Xiao reacted, he had already come by his side. "Then press it with one palm." With the enormous power, Xiao, who was unable to respond almost instantly in the future, stunned. At the same time, Zhang Chen used a special force into Xiao body, cutting off certain veins in his body. Chapter 30. Zhang Chen finally didn't kill Xiao, but knocked him out, and then left with Xiaawu. Of course, Zhang Chen wouldn't let Xiao go so easily. After all, this person was plotting a bad idea and wanted to get involved with Xiaawu. This is definitely an unforgivable sin. Therefore, while that palm knocked Xiao fainted, it also made him unable to be a man in the future. Wanting to come here will make this person more painful than killing him now. Of course, there is another reason. That is, now is not the best time to kill Xiao, at least it shouldn't be him. If he kills him now, it will definitely affect future plans. For example, Xiaawu will still study in Notting College. I am afraid it will be affected. Therefore, now is not the time to kill Xiao. After all, the city lord of Notting City, although the cultivation base is not very good. Zhang Chen could kill the city lord's mansion by himself. But after that, I'm afraid he will face the entire Tiandu Empire wanted. Although Zhang Chen was not afraid, there was no need for him to fall into such a situation because of such a thing. It is the best policy to take advantage of strength and the power of the Spirit Hall to destroy City Lord Xiao. So, in the end, Zhang Chen took Xiaawu and left the law enforcement office without disturbing anyone. The next day, the red sun is rising, and it shines brightly. Somewhere in the backyard of a hotel, Zhang Chen was bathed in the sunlight, and every cell under his body was breathing heartily, swallowing the energy from the sunlight. Looking from a distance, it seems that Zhang Chen at this moment has been wrapped in a group of flames, like a small sun. It's like a god-man again. At the same time, his spirit power level has also been continuously improved, and after a short while, it finally reached its limit. Then the excess energy overflowed and began to strengthen his physical body. Zhang Chen's martial soul is the eternal scorching sun. As long as he bathes in the sun, he can continuously increase his soul power level. Moreover, hiding all the time is also increasing soul power. If Zhang Chen is willing, these 3 years are enough time for him to cultivate to the realm of title Douluo. But if it really acts like that, I'm afraid it will be like a poisonous Douluo. To a certain extent, it can be said to be the weakest title Douluo. After all, the cultivation of a soul master is not only an increase in the level of soul power, but also a spirit ring. In this regard, Zhang Chen's requirements are relatively high. He is not a spirit ring above 10,000 years, so he doesn't even look at it. And it must be a spirit ring produced by a spirit beast that meets his attributes. It is precisely because of this that Zhang Chen's strength over the years is only used by the 4th ring soul sect. However, now his spirit power level has been raised to its current full value, which is level 50. At this time, as long as one more spirit ring was attached to the martial soul, he could be promoted to the 5-ringed Spirit King. Of course, according to Zhang Chen's character of striving for perfection, this time he had to look for spirit beasts with almost 10,000 years cultivation base. After all, his first 4 spirit rings were 1 10,000 years, 1,000 5,000 years, 2 10,000 years, and 2,000 5,000 years. Each spirit ring is almost 5,000 years apart. After the calculation, this 5th spirit ring would almost have to be repaired by 3 10,000 years. Of course, Zhang Chen was not worried about the spirit power cultivation too fast, and the situation that the spirit ring could not keep up with the improvement. His martial spirit is special. The extra spirit power will not be wasted, but will be melted into the body, continuously improving his physical strength. So in fact, Zhang Chen's pure physical power easily surpassed many middle and low-level spirit masters. If he didn't use his spirit power, he wouldn't expose his strength so easily. "Brother Chen, you look very different today." There was the sound of footsteps behind him, and then a voice like a nightingale rang. Zhang Chen turned around. In this moment, the divine brilliance on his body gradually dissipated, and the feeling of being like a god and holy disappeared immediately. As if returning to the basics, Zhang Chen returned to his original appearance. "You said I am different." Zhang Chen smiled slightly, as warm as the sunshine in spring, making people feel warm. It clearly felt different just now, but now it doesn't seem to have changed." Xiaawu replied doubtfully. How did she know that Zhang Chen had condensed the power of the martial arts in an instant, and therefore no longer absorbed the sunlight? Of course, there would be no such state of radiating light. "Okay, you must have made a mistake just now." Zhang Chen smiled and rubbed Xiaowu's head, his hand seemed to touch those ears inadvertently. Moment. Xiaowu's face turned bright red instantly, like sheep fat and white jade. Then, as if getting an electric shock, the whole person jumped backwards suddenly, avoiding Zhang Chen's luscious claws. Immediately, Xiaawu said with her arms akimbo, and with a bit of shyness, "Brother Chen, you can't touch it there. If you do this, I won't play with you." After speaking, Xiaawu was surprised that she seemed to have said something that shouldn't be said. Even if she has a lot of trust in Zhang Chen in her heart, she has an inexplicable attachment, as if Zhang Chen is his relative. But about the core secret of her identity, she knew this kind of thing and could never tell anyone. This was what her mother told her. The crazy pursuit of the human spirit master for the spirit ring is enough to wipe out many feelings. Thinking of this, Xiaawu couldn't help but looked at Zhang Chen nervously. But immediately, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She saw that Zhang Chen didn't know when he was about to walk out of the yard, and it looked the same as before, without the slightest change. Obviously, Brother Chen must have not heard what she said just now. "Silly girl, what are you doing there? Have you forgotten what we are going to do today? If you don't leave soon, it will be too late in a while." The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth rose slightly, with a clear smile. Obviously, even if his cultivation is thousands of meters away, he can still hear Xiaowu's words. Of course, he felt that it was not the time yet, so he still pretended not to know. This kind of thing, of course, had to be said by Xiaawu herself. When someday in the future, Xiaawu believes him enough, maybe she will tell her secrets exactly. "Oh, I'm here, Brother Chen, wait for me." Xiaawu didn't think about it anymore. She chased Zhang Chen bouncily, her long ears swaying from left to right, like an elf and a little rabbit. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen couldn't help but think of a famous nursery rhyme in his previous life. "This is so cute, bounce." Chapter 31 Notting College. The hotel where Zhang Chen chose to stay overnight is very close to Notting City Junior Soul Master College. In just a few steps, he and Xiaawu had already arrived at the gate of Notting College. From a distance, they had seen a tall arch. The arches are 20 meters wide and more than 10 meters high. They are all repaired from hard rocks. Below are two dark iron doors made of fine iron. The cost of these two iron doors alone would exceed thousands of gold soul coins. Through the open iron door, you can see the magnificent and beautiful garden inside. In the middle of the garden, there is a wide road paved with marble leading directly to the interior. There are 4 big characters carved in the middle of the arch, Notting College, and the font is painted with iron and silver hook, which is obviously also by the master. Before entering the interior of Notting College, just looking at the gate is enough to witness the luxury of Notting College, and this is just a junior soul master college. It also reflected from the side how important the profession of soul master is in the entire Douluo continent. What? At this time, Zhang Chen was about to take Xiaawu in to report. He saw several familiar people, Old Nick, Old Jack, and Tang San. Zhang Chen just rang. When they separated from Old Nick yesterday, the other party asked them to meet in the evening. But because I was forced to go to the law enforcement team yesterday, I forgot about it. Originally, Zhang Chen planned to find Old Nick after sending Xiaawu to Notting College. But I didn't expect to meet him here. What's more, what I didn't expect was that Old Nick and Old Jack were together. At this moment, the three of them were arguing with the guard. However, it looks like it's that scene now. When Zhang Chen saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. He still remembered that when Tang San first entered Notting College, because of his shabby clothes, he was made things difficult for by the gatekeeper of the college. Well, it's also commonly known as dogs look down on people. In the end, conflicts almost broke out. At that time, Tang San quietly held the hidden weapon he made, intending to attack the guard at any time. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but shook his head. This son is not very old, but his heart is fierce. Even if the guard was wrong, he was just an ordinary person. With Tang San's skill at this time, dealing with an ordinary person is naturally simple, and where is it necessary to use hidden weapons? Oh, that guy is so damn it, he won't let Grandpa Nick and the others go in, and he seems to look down on them very much. Although the two of them didn't stand close, Xiaowu's ears and eyes, coupled with the actions of a few people, had guessed the truth for the most part. Immediately, he turned his head and said to Zhang Chen, "Brother Chen, let's go and help Grandpa Nick." He, don't worry, have you seen the kid named Tang San? What do you see in his left hand? Zhang Chen shook his head and didn't intend to make a move. Fan Dao moved in his heart, pointing to Tang San's palm holding the hidden weapon, and let Xiaawu look at it. "Brother Chen, what is that?" Xiaawu suddenly asked with a look of curiosity. It was made of metal, strangely shaped, but it shone with cold light, giving her a feeling of danger in her heart. No matter what that thing is, it's dangerous in short. That should be a weapon, a very dangerous weapon. It seems that this kid doesn't seem so harmless on the surface. Zhang Chenai's comment was intended to make Xiaawu preconceived. Cognition, that's it? Preconceptions often give rise to prejudices, and if there are prejudices, then if you want to improve in the future, you will get half the result with half the effort. Sure enough, Xiaawu frowned slightly, and there was a little disgust in her eyes. After Zhang Chen saw this scene, his expression didn't change, but his heart couldn't help but move. In this life, Xiaawu and Tang San are afraid it's impossible. Soon, a familiar figure appeared. He is of medium build, a little thin, and looks in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair separated by 3 to 7, and is wearing a black dress. With his hands behind his back habitually, decadence and melancholy radiated from his eyes. Although the appearance is ordinary, but this look, plus the eyes that seem to have a story. I have to say that for some women, it has a fatal attraction. This person is that Yu Xiaogang. Sure enough, just like the original plot. Immediately after Yu Xiao arrived, he helped Tang San and Old Jack to get out of the siege. Of course, I was afraid that he also saved the life of the defiant guard. Yu Xiao Congo is here, but he seems to be a little familiar to Tang San. He is not the first to meet. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, looking like he had expected. But then, he still noticed a little difference. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang seem to have known each other a long time ago. I just don't know what Zhang Chen doesn't know. After all, it is a real world, and the memories of previous lives can only be used for reference, and cannot be fully believed. Otherwise, you are too superstitious, thinking that you can gain everything and overcome everything with foresight, so I am afraid that sooner or later you will suffer a big loss. Seeing Tang San and the others leaving behind, Zhang Chen thought slightly. But soon, he didn't care about it anymore. Although Yu Xiaogang is known as a master and put forward some soul beast theories, in the final analysis, it is nothing more than a waste. Zhang Chen would naturally not care about such a waste. Okay, let's go in too. Zhang Chen said to Xiaawu after Tang San and the others had left. Immediately, they went to Nodding College. Maybe it was because I was taught by Yu Xiaogang just now, or it was because the clothes Xiaawu wore were not affordable for ordinary people. Therefore, the guard did not embarrass the two Zhang Chen. Please come in, please come in. By the way, this lady, servants are not allowed to enter the management building. Please remember this. But just when Zhang Chen and the two were about to leave, the guard said to Xiaawu as if he suddenly remembered something. Suddenly, Zhang Chen, who was walking in front, couldn't help being taken aback. Well, he immediately took back the thought that the door guard had changed in his heart. Sure enough, this guy is still like this, a nasty villain who can't help but teach him. What look in his eyes turned him into Xiaowu's servant? Could it be that he is so handsome and dissipated in the breeze, who looks like the protagonist's face? Will he be someone else's servant? How could it be possible? It turned out that the guard had no eyesight. I'm used to seeing people with a dog's eyes, but I really didn't see his hidden loci. Chapter 32 Office. Of course Zhang Chen wouldn't care about this low-eyed doorman. If you admit your mistakes, just admit your mistakes. Zhang Chen wouldn't care either. After all, in this world, not everyone has a discerning eye to see his extraordinary. That's fine, otherwise his face like a star in the night sky is too attractive, and it would not be conducive for him to hide his strength. After a while, Zhang Chen took Xiaawu to the office building in the backyard of the college. Of course, he didn't listen to the doorman, no servant could enter it. He is not a servant, so naturally he doesn't have to obey it. Let's go, this set doesn't work for me. This is a school, a place for teaching and educating people. I thought a little gold soul coin would be able to buy me, I thought I would be able to come in with the recommendation of the castle guard, it was a dream. In order to enter Nodding College, in addition to the golden soul coins, one must have talent. These 2 points are indispensable. Your child has no talent at all, nor is he certified by the Spirit Hall. Go now. If you don't leave, I can only kick you out. As soon as they arrived in front of the dean's office, Zhang Chen and Xiaawu heard a stern screaming sound coming from inside. Soon, the two of them saw a pair of gorgeously dressed, like a father and son, coming out of the dean's office in embarrassment. Then there was another bang, and then I saw an equally ornate gift box being thrown out. Suddenly, there was another jingle, and dozens of golden soul coins rolled out of the gift box. Zhang Chen only glanced at it, and then he had taken back his gaze. Combining the words he heard just now, he knew that the father and son should want to use money to bribe the dean of Nodding College. It's a pity that they didn't succeed, but were kicked out instead. Soon the father and son packed up everything, and then left dejectedly. Brother Chen, the two people just came to walk through the back door. But it seems like it's a bit difficult to handle. Xiaawu suddenly showed a look of sadness on her face, and said pitifully. At the same time, the gaze she looked at the dean's office contained a hint of worry that was difficult to detect. After all, the two of them also came here to walk through the back door, and they were also in favor of the relationship, and they had not brought a penny. The two of them were unsuccessful when they brought the money, but the two of them didn't ask for a cent. In this case, I'm afraid that they won't even be able to enter the other's door. It's okay, don't worry. We are different. Zhang Chen turned around, he saw Xiaowu's worry, and said comfortingly. Then she took Xiaawu to knock on the door. Come in. What's going on today? Why are there so many people? I'll tell you to go down in a while, and everyone who comes to me will be blocked. Before entering, the two of Zhang Chen heard another complaint. Suddenly, the sad look on Xiaawu Qiao's face became more serious. Brother Chen, let's go back, I won't be able to learn this. Xiaawu couldn't help but pull the corner of La Jiangchen's clothes and wanted to leave here. She didn't want Brother Chen to be insulted here for her business. Don't worry, you have to have faith in me. Jiang Chen's face didn't change in any way, he was still smiling. His voice was full of confidence, so Xiaawu couldn't help letting go of the worries in her heart. Well, it's the same, she has to trust Brother Chen. Brother Chen will not harm her, let alone lie to her, so just trust Brother Chen. At the same time, Jiang Chen opened the door and walked in. Seeing this, Xiaawu didn't hesitate anymore, and immediately followed Jiang Chen in. Nodding College, Dean's office. As soon as Jiang Chen walked in, he saw a few acquaintances. There was Old Nick, and beside him, there happened to be Tang San, Old Jack, and even the master. Of course, there is also a middle-aged man with a majestic face. He looked righteous and upright, obviously not a person who would easily cheat for favoritism. This person should be the dean of the academy. As far as this child's aptitude is concerned, no matter how much he cultivates in the future, I'm afraid there will be no results. Originally, I didn't want to accept him into the school. After all, this kind of talent would only waste the resources of the empire. Today, there is a master as a guarantee, otherwise I will never let you pass. Sure enough, the sitting middle-aged man spoke. His eyes were very oppressive, and his face was extremely solemn, and he could clearly see it. Although Tang San had the proof of Wuhan Hall and was still a work student in Zhengun village, he still wanted to enter the academy, but he still had Yu Xiaogang's security, and he reluctantly let Tang San enter the academy. From this it can be seen that it is just a junior soul master academy, and it is not easy to enter it. Not everyone can enter it. At this time, Tang San and others left. Old Nick saw Jiang Chen, and his face suddenly became pleasantly surprised. It's great, you see, Dean Jiang, this is the kid I told you before, what do you think of him? Immediately, Old Nick turned his head and walked to the desk, and said to the dean. It's him, it looks good, but unfortunately the grade is too big, even if there is Elder Huo's recommendation, we can't accept him. Dean Jiang looked at Jiang Chen a few times, then he shook his head, his face full of regret. No matter what Jiang Chen's talent is, his age is too big and he has missed the best period of cultivation. Even if you start practicing now, your future achievements will be very limited. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang and others also looked at Jiang Chen. They couldn't help but brighten up. The handsome men are extraordinary, and the women are cute and cute. Although they are not very old, they know that when they grow up, they must be beautiful. Especially Tang San, he stared at Xiaawu closely, as if he was attracted by Xiaawu. Jiang Chen saw this scene, then stepped forward calmly, blocking Tang San's gaze, and then looking at Yu Xiaogang. At this time, Yu Xiaogang spoke up unexpectedly, "Hello, little brother, we meet again." He, I didn't expect your excellency to be a teacher at Nodding College. It's really disrespectful. Jiang Chen responded with a smile. Yu Xiaogang used to stay in Orr Town for a while, and it should have been about the same time. He returned to Nodding City. After all, the day before Jiang Chen left, this guy, but still drinking in their bar, was so drunk, he was a properly drunkard. Chapter 33. Little brother, your theories are very refreshing, and I have benefited a lot. It's a rare encounter today, you can tell me more in detail. Yu Xiaogang continued without anyone else beside him, and there was a stance of discussing with Jiang Chen. After all, Yu Xiaogang's talent for spiritual master cultivation is too ordinary, but he is from a top-level soul master family, and this has always been a stain that he can't bear. As a core member of the family, he has always been eager to prove himself, so he painstakingly studied soul beasts and soul masters, and proposed 10 core competitiveness of martial arts. Of course, although his 10 major martial arts core competences have always been well known, they have never been proven, and they have never been valued by soul masters on the mainland. All felt that what he said was nonsense. Therefore, he was very lost for a while, so he appeared in Orr Town and was drunk there. At the same time, it was also to instill his theory into those ordinary soul masters. Unfortunately, the final result was not good. Still no soul master believed him. At that time, he met Zhang Chen and had a conversation with Zhang Chen. Some theories put forward by Zhang Chen were also refreshing for him. It is a pity that Zhang Chen is very busy and often disappears from time to time, so they actually rarely discuss together. I encountered it at this time, and of course I didn't want to just let this rare opportunity go. Ahem. Zhang Chen hasn't spoken yet. Dean Zhang couldn't help coughing twice, and then the highest controller of Notting College said, "Master, this is my office. If you have nothing to do, you can leave as soon as possible." Obviously, as the dean of the college, he is very busy. Of course, his office cannot be turned into a tea party or a communication meeting for others. At the same time, Dean Zhang couldn't help but raise his curiosity about Zhang Chen. He is very clear about what the master is, and he is very arrogant. If it weren't for any special skills, he would never say a few more words. However, that's all. He wouldn't change his principles just because Yu Xiaogang treated him differently, or that it was already his limit to let Tang San enter the academy. Where can I open the back door again for this reason? Therefore, before the master had spoken, he was going to invite Yu Xiaogang out. With Yu Xiaogang's intelligence, at this time, it was natural that there was something in Dean Zhang's words. But in fact, Yu Xiaogang never wanted to help Zhang Chen in the past. Because he knew that someone like Zhang Chen seemed to be in a small grade, but he was extremely assertive and would never let him help. After all, he didn't know why, he always felt that Zhang Chen seemed to be prejudiced against him. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang can only shrug at Zhang Chen at this time. "It's really a pity, then you must come to me when you have time." Immediately, Yu Xiaogang left the dean's office to get wet. He walked very smartly and decisively. After Yu Xiaogang left, Dean Zhang immediately issued an order to evict the guests. "Well, now you should also go, don't stay here all the time, no matter what, I won't agree if it doesn't reach the standard." "Master, he can also look pleasant, but he won't be so polite to people like Zhang Chen. Tang San and the old Jack's affairs have been done, and the master has left, so naturally he won't stay longer." But before he left, Tang San approached Old Nick, and said with regret, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Old Nick, you have also seen it, my master, the master has left, so I can't help much." "Good boy, it's okay, I know, you did your best." Old Nick looked at Tang San with great comfort and said. He certainly knew how difficult it would be to send one to Notting College. The original preparation should be sufficient, but who could have imagined that there will be many unexpected changes? The number of work-study students in Zhengun village was originally the first step, but he didn't expect that this first step would be a problem. In the past years, there has never been a holy soul village with the qualifications for cultivation, and this time there has been a person who is barely talented. Then, this quota, Zhang Chen, a native of the village, would naturally not be able to enjoy it. Then in Notting City Wuhan Hall, it went smoothly, and without any difficulties, he helped Zhang Chen issue relevant qualification certificates. Unfortunately, just relying on proof is not enough. This Dean Zhang didn't even accept the golden soul coins he had prepared. He was selfless and drove out a wealthy businessman in front of them. This lets Old Nick know that ordinary methods are absolutely not good for this Dean Zhang. Of course, he still had another chance before, and that was to ask the master to vouch for Zhang Chen to intercede. But apparently this was seen by Dean Zhang. This stern dean did not give the master a chance, so he drove him out. So now, obviously, it is difficult to send Zhang Chen to Notting College. Do you really want to use the name of the boss? Old Nick fell into deep thought, but he thought that the boss had confessed to him before he set off. If after all the methods have been used, there is still no solution, then her name will be reported. And just when the old Nick was meditating, wondering if he should report the name of the boss, Zhang Chen came to the desk and sat in front of Dean Zhang without hesitation. I am not used to looking down at others, although many times I can only look down. Zhang Chen spoke very confidently, whether it was his height or his cultivation base, most of the time, he surpassed the average person. Then when he looks at other people, he will inevitably have a feeling of being superior. Dean Zhang looked at Zhang Chen suspiciously, obviously not knowing what he was talking about. Of course, at this time, he already felt a little unusual, so he didn't rush people directly. After all, if it were normal, Dean Zhang would have driven people out a long time ago. Don't think that you can enter my Notting College if you say something inexplicable. Dean Zhang said stiffly. He reiterated his position again, he would not be accepted. Zhang Chen. It seems that Dean Zhang is thinking wrong. I don't want to enter this college. This time I am here for the one next to me. Zhang Chen said, and looked at Dean Zhang quietly. Xiao Chen, you really want to introduce her to the college? Old Nick asked with a shocked look. Obviously even he didn't expect Zhang Chen to actually want to do this. At that time, he really only regarded Zhang Chen as a teenager. He didn't know how difficult it was to enter Notting College. Chapter 34. Can you do it now? Forget it, your quota, I can't tell you after so many relationships. You have also seen how difficult this matter is. Now let's go back with me. Let's go to Boss Han, maybe she still has a way. Old Nick grabbed Zhang Chen, with an anxious look on his face, and winked at Zhang Chen. Of course, it was to let Zhang Chen know that they couldn't stay here anymore. Dean Zhang is obviously already very impatient. If he continues to stay, he can't say he will be expelled immediately. At that time, things really didn't get done, and on the contrary, they offended Dean Zhang. This Dean Zhang is one of the top figures in Notting City. I didn't see that the father and son just now had a huge sum of money based on the relationship between the castle guards, and in the end they were not driven out. If the talent is not enough, there is no need to look at other conditions. Originally, if one of the elders of the Spirit Hall of Notting City could get the quota of the Holy Soul Village, then this matter might not be impossible. Unfortunately, one step is slow, but one step is slow. In the end, Dean Zhang directly grasped the problem of Zhang Chen's too high grade, and directly rejected them without looking at the face of the Wuhan Hall elder. So, it's better to go back now and discuss with Boss Han. After all, if Dean Zhang is offended here, then there may be no way to intercede in the future. In fact, at the beginning, Old Nick thought it was not difficult to do. After all, no matter who you are in this world, no matter who is in office, you can't stop your wealth, and you have to loosen up in the face of favor. But he really didn't expect that this Dean Zhang is really just right. Why don't you, Brother Chen, let's follow Grandpa Old Nick. At this time, Xiaawu also looked worried, and couldn't help holding up Zhang Chen's right hand. Zhang Chen turned his head, looked at the worry on Xiaowu's face, and looked at the gentle eyes of the other party. He smiled slightly, gave the other party a relieved look, and then said to Old Nick, Grandpa Old Nick, you go out first, I really have something to ask Dean Zhang. Zhang Chen didn't seem to see the latent meaning of Old Nick at all. He is very stubborn and does not intend to leave. Young man, I advise you to hurry up and leave with this old gentleman. I am not a place for you to play around, otherwise it would not be great if you waited to be driven out. After all, this is Notting College, and not everyone can come in. Don't mess around and get out quickly. At this time, Dean Zhang also made the final persuasion, and the warning was very serious. If Zhang Chen and the others did not leave, then he could only find the security office of the academy to drive them out. At that time, if anyone is injured, he can only consider himself unlucky. At the same time, Tang-san, who had already reached the door, couldn't help but turn around. I don't know why, at this time, he just wanted to see what he would do in the face of such a situation. And what made Tang-san even more curious was that this older guy didn't come to intercede with himself, but instead wanted to intercede with that girl through the back door. This naturally made him very curious, and he wanted to stay here to see the final result. Hee, Dean-jang, don't worry. My sister Xiaawu was scared. She is still a child and her body is still developing. If she is scared, she may not grow taller. Not to mention other relationships, Zhang Chen himself is a four-ringed soul sect, and his soul power level has reached level 50. As long as he attaches a soul ring, it can be directly promoted to the realm of the Soul King. Moreover, Zhang Chen is not a simple soul sect. His strength is enough to match all the titled Douluo spirit masters, and if he is urged to issue a super divine weapon, even a titled Douluo will be able to fight. And the Dean-jang in front of him was just a four-ringed soul sect. In the Tiandu Empire, such a cultivation level was enough to receive the title of nobility and become the real ruling class, and constitute a prestigious figure in the empire. However, in Zhang Chen's view, the four-ringed soul sect was not worthy of his seriousness. After all, people who can be destroyed by raising their hands are not worthy of attention. Oh, I called you Master Chen, okay, you dare to say anything. How could old Nick think that Zhang Chen, who abides by the rules and honestly, dares to say such things to Dean Zhang, a big man? Isn't this, Dean Zhang was directly offended. In this way, Zhang Chen's affairs, but there is no room for change. I'm afraid that no matter what the price of the comeback is, there is no possibility of success. Immediately, old Nick hurriedly made a no-death to Dean Zhang, hoping to let him extinguish the fire. Tong Yanwuji, Dean Zhang, don't take it to heart, Zhang Chen is still young. You stop, don't say anything. However, before Nick finished speaking, he was interrupted by Dean Zhang. At this moment, the relaxed state on Dean Zhang's obviously visible face disappeared, and he became extremely solemn. He glanced at Zhang Chen first, then looked at Xiaawu and said, "You too." At this time, Kakozu Tang-san's mouth outside the door couldn't help but raised. He felt that the next words of Dean Zhang should be to get the two of Zhang Chen out of his office. Tang-san didn't even think that this put him a lot of pressure, especially a young man who was even more handsome than him, so unwise. Suddenly, Tang-san's originally depressed mood became better. Is it introduced by Boss Tang? Dean Zhang's words fell, and then he looked at Zhang Chen and Xiaawu nervously. Before, a big man's men had approached him, asked him to accept a girl named Xiaawu, and completed all the formalities for entering the academy. That big figure can be said to be truly pivotal in the Heaven Do Empire, and he is very famous. Many strong people in the empire have to give them a bit of face. And such a person, with his status, was originally impossible to reach. But yesterday, someone approached him as that person, asked him to have a girl named Xiaawu, and told her that he would come to Notting College these days. At this moment, he knew that this girl was called Xiaawu. It shouldn't be a coincidence. However, Dean Zhang still asked for a final confirmation. Yes, it's us. Zhang Chen admitted generously, and then he looked at Dean Zhang with a smile but said, then, Dean Zhang, you can help Xiaawu go through the enrollment procedures now. Chapter 35 Tang-san is a little sour. I can, of course, I can go through the admission formalities now. After Dean Zhang was shocked, his face was already a little livid, but he instantly became cheerful and full of smiles. And this smile, to everyone present, seemed to be a little flattering, and even a little flattering. Old Nick doesn't believe in evil, how can the upright Dean Zhang feel flattering? Impossible. This is impossible. I must be dazzled and wrong. Thinking of this, old Nick couldn't help but began to wipe his eyes. But no matter how old Nick wiped his eyes, all he saw was the careful and flattering Dean Zhang. It seemed to Dean Zhang that Zhang Chen and Xiaawu in front of him were not two ordinary young girls. They were both extraordinary big figures. At the very least, the influence must have surpassed that of the elder in the branch hall of the city guard and the nodding city spirit hall. After all, the reputation of these two people is not enough to change Dean Zhang's principles. Just when old Nick was shocked, the Zhang Yuan who was high above him with an upright look and did not bow his head to any forces went on to say. At this time, the flattery on his face was already very obvious. Haha, little brother Zhang Chen, I was really embarrassed just now. I didn't know that the two were introduced by Boss Tang, so I still look at Haihan for the abruptness. Even, speaking of this, Dean Zhang still formally apologized to Zhang Chen and the two, with a modest attitude, without the nobility of the Fourth Ring Soul sect. Don't worry, you two, now I will ask someone to take you to see the academy. As for the other formalities, I will find someone to hand it over to you after I have completed it. As for going to school, you guys, you will come back when you have time these days. If you fail, I will ask someone to make it up for you. Dean Zhang's voice just fell. At this moment, whether it is the old Nick and Xiaawu in the office. It was Tang San who hadn't walked far outside the door. They all seemed to have reacted, their expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't believe what they heard. I couldn't think of such a thing, it was the upright Dean Zhang who said it. Even more disbelief, there was such a flattering expression on his face. Now this Dean Zhang, not only accepts Xiaawu to enter the academy alone. They will receive it together with Zhang Chen. Moreover, Dean Zhang was begging Zhang Chen to accept his invitation to enter the academy. For example, you can come to the academy whenever you want, and this Dean Zhang will personally handle all the procedures, so that they don't have to worry about the future. Old Nick's face changed drastically in an instant, and then he almost flushed. Because as a bar delivery person, he is not someone who has never seen the market. He knew very well about the welcoming and sending of this world, and he couldn't hide the change in a person's micro-expression. So, at the moment, he knew that Dean Zhang, who had always been tough and insisted on his principles, had really changed. It was changed only because of Zhang Chen's reprimanding words. Could it be that Dean Zhang actually eats hard but not soft? You accompany the smiling face, and he sends you far away, but instead scolds him, so that he becomes flattering and flattering? This idea, just when it came into being, was discarded by old Nick. Although he had seen such a shameless person in a bar, he believed that Dean Zhang was definitely not such a person. If this Dean Zhang can become like this, then it can only show that Zhang Chen seems to have done something extraordinary. Let the Dean Zhang's attitude have undergone such a huge change. He looked at Dean Zhang suddenly, his voice trembling. Dean Zhang, is what you just said is true? Of course it is true, it really can't be true anymore, how dare I deceive a few people? Dean Zhang's attitude towards old Nick has also turned 180 degrees, with a smile on his face, without the kind of superiority and rejection of people thousands of miles away. Brother Chen is really the best. Xiaawu was innocent, although she didn't know what was going on. But she also knew the bad guys who just looked down on them and wanted to drive them out. At this time, I didn't know how to get it, as if I was shocked by Brother Chen's words, his attitude changed drastically. Ask her and Brother Chen to join Nodding College. At this moment, her small rose-red mouth opened into an O shape, and a lotus arm like a white jade could not help but gently block in front. At the same time, she could see a touch of shock in her eyes. Then he couldn't help but look at Zhang Chen. Then, only worship was left in the eyes. Of course, if you want to say the most unbelievable, you have to count Tang San outside the door. But he gradually recovered from the shock. His face turned gloomy unexpectedly. How is it possible that I have made so much effort and finally entered Notting College smoothly under the guarantee of the master? And this kid, with such a simple sentence, the dean's attitude changed drastically, and he agreed to accept the two of them into the academy. Tang San couldn't help thinking about it, and at this moment, he saw the little girl named Xiaawu, with both hands just bending Zhang Chen's arms. At this moment, in Tang San's heart, suddenly a strange emotion, a sour emotion, made him want to cry. Well, very good. You can handle the formalities. But I won't come to the academy, you just need to do it for her alone. Zhang Chen gave a random command to Dean Zhang. Then he stood up and looked at Xiaawu, an intoxicating smile suddenly appeared on his face. Old Uncle Nick, I'll take Xiaawu to find a dormitory first. Let's see you in the old place and go back to town together. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he no longer cares about the people in the house. Holding Xiaowu's warm little hands, he left the dean's office like a rush. At this moment, they could still hear Dean Zhang's voice. He said that he wanted to find a guide for them and show them around the school. At this time, old Nick finally reflected it. Oh, how come you only let Xiaawu go through the enrollment procedures alone? What does it mean to wait for you in the old place? You have to follow me back to the town. He hurriedly chased Zhang Chen. After all, he came here because he was asked by Boss Han to send Zhang Chen into Notting College through the relationship. In this way, even if Boss Han left Orr Town in the future, then Zhang Chen will be able to take good care of himself in the future. After all, as long as he can become a soul master, then the lowest level soul master will be enough to live well. Chapter 36 Aristocratic Single Dormitory. Brother Chen, when we left the door of the dean's office just now, I seemed to see a person. What is the name of Tang San? I see his eyes are red, he seems to be crying, maybe he is crying. Xiaawu said uncertainly. After all, she just glanced at it in a hurry, without paying attention. How could she remember those detailed details? The one named Tang San looks very assertive, he shouldn't cry, then he should be wrong. Well, the eyes are indeed red. As for whether I cried or not, I didn't see it either. Of course Zhang Chen saw Tang San's appearance. However, in his opinion, Tang San is just a little kid now. Well, don't take it to heart. Then, the hut stopped asking. She just thought it was a little funny, she was so big, she would cry. When busy, time always flies quickly. The sun hanging high in the sky will gradually fall to the west. I have been busy for most of the day. Finally, when it was getting dark, Zhang Chen helped Xiaawu manage a lot of school admissions. Wander around the entire campus and take Xiaawu to get to know the place where she will live in the next few years. For example, dormitories, restaurants, classrooms, training grounds, activity rooms, etc., all took Xiaawu to turn around. So that she can adapt in advance, so that Zhang Chen can leave with peace of mind. Of course, Zhang Chen deliberately separated Xiaowu's class from Tang San, and didn't let Xiaawu go to the work-study dormitory, but instead placed her in the noble single dormitory. Although this will make Zhang Chen pay an extra sum of money, it is not a big deal. It is better for girls to live alone. Even if the grade is young, it is very bad if you live in a mixed gender. Finally, Zhang Chen took Xiaawu to buy a lot of daily necessities, and then sent Xiaawu to the dormitory. It was getting late at this time. Zhang Chen looked up at the sun that was about to set outside the window, and said to Xiaawu, "Xiaawu, it's almost time, I should go." Even if he felt reluctant, but it was already late, and it was not appropriate for Zhang Chen to stay. Besides, it's mainly because Zhang Chen and old Nick made an appointment. This time he can't let the pigeons go. In the case of pigeons, the old Nick will become a professional pigeon breeder. But, it's going to be dark now. Brother Chen, you are not safe to walk at night. Or else brother Chen will stay today. The bed in this room is big enough to sleep the two of us. Xiaawu was very reluctant to let Zhang Chen leave. Although she didn't know her for a long time, Zhang Chen was the first human being so kind to her. She was very attached to Zhang Chen in her heart. Zhang Chen gave her a feeling of relatives, and staying with Zhang Chen made her feel at ease, so Xiaawu was reluctant to let Zhang Chen leave. Stupid girl, I'm not going to come back, I will come to see you when I have time. Zhang Chen petted Xiaowu's head, of course he avoided the two bunny ears. Touching his ears or something is too sensitive, Xiaawu should not be able to resist it. Regarding Xiaowu's proposal to let him stay overnight, although Zhang Chen was very excited now, he finally left with determination. This is the school, many things, inconvenient. So, in the end, Zhang Chen turned around and went in. After Zhang Chen left Notting College. Soon at the agreed place, old Nick, who had been waiting for a long time, was found. What's rare is that old Nick didn't know what shock he had suffered. He just glanced at Zhang Chen, then turned his head away, and then drove away in the carriage. Maybe it's an arrow at home. Old Nick pumped up the horses so hard that they could speed up. The two were speechless all the way, and soon left the city and came to the main road outside the city. After another while, the tall walls of Notting City gradually disappeared behind them, and the trees on both sides of the road began to become more and more lush. As the farther away from Notting City, old Nick's face became more and more distressed. Even his hands couldn't help but increase their strength, and the whip slapped in the air. He didn't draw the horse, but he frightened the horse and speeded up its pace. In an instant, the speed of the carriage increased in vain. In this scene, Zhang Chen's eyelids jumped, thinking in his heart, this old Nick wants to be steady and cherish the horses, what is going on today? So violent, I am not afraid to frighten his horse. When that happens, he will have nowhere to cry. Although I knew in my heart that old Nick did this, there must be a reason, but Zhang Chen's eyes were drooping. When old Nick didn't speak, he didn't speak either. Don't irritate old Nick less, otherwise who knows, he will continue to go crazy. Hey, what a pity. Xiao Chen, this is such a great opportunity, so many people can't ask for it. It's easy to enter Notting College, but how can you just give up like that? Old Nick finally spoke, but the more he talked, the more angry he got. His chest rose and fell, his face flushed, and finally he looked like he couldn't help but want to do it. But in the end, he sighed a long sigh, and dropped the raised whip down, leaving only a pity of loneliness. After all, anyone who has encountered what he has encountered now, I am afraid it will be the case. After all, this time I came to Notting City, the wine delivery was not the main thing, but I had to recommend Zhang Chen for him to enter Notting College. Where did I think that something that was originally very sure of, finally changed so that it could not be done at all? But in a blink of an eye. But it was a turn of events, and Dean Zhang's attitude changed drastically, turning 180 degrees, from the original categorical refusal to almost asking Zhang Chen to enroll. Although I don't know what happened, isn't it a great thing? You must know that although he found relationships and sold favors, Zhang Chen is not young anymore, and his talent is average. As long as he is bitten at this point, it is impossible to enter Notting College at all. So finally got a chance, Zhang Chen did not seize it, but refused to enter Notting College. He attaches great importance to the things that are not available for his hard work, which Zhang Chen regards as abandoning his shoes, so he does not cherish it. How can this not make old Nick feel heartache and regret? It's just going to Notting College. When I came, didn't I just say it? It's easy to get in. Also, I'm a genius, I don't want to go to school at all. Zhang Chen looked innocent. After all, he really doesn't want to go to school, because he doesn't need it. As long as he lay flat every day, his strength and cultivation level would be able to grow continuously, so why bother to go to school? Chapter 37. At this time, Old Nick suddenly realized, or rather, finally came back to his senses. It seems that Dean Zhang's attitude at Notting College has changed drastically because of the young man in front of him, and because of Zhang Chen. Therefore, Zhang Chen must have an unknown relationship or a secret. Obviously, this secret surpassed an elder in the sub-temple of Wuhan Hall, and it was also stronger than Notting City. Otherwise, how could Dean Zhang change his mind and have completely opposite attitudes, from being majestic, rigid, arrogant, careful, flattering, and flattering? This is simply unbelievable. In the beginning, Old Nick felt a pity for Zhang Chen's refusal to enter Notting College, but suddenly realized that the person who caused such an accident to the upright Dean Zhang was Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen did this again, no matter who he borrowed. This is enough to show that Zhang Chen does have the ability to enter this Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy at will. But Zhang Chen didn't enter Notting College. Does this show anything? Old Nick thought about it and couldn't figure out why Zhang Chen would be so heaven-defying. With just a few words, he could make Dean Zhang, who was upright and powerful, bow his head. But soon, he stopped thinking about it. The depressed feeling in my heart gradually dissipated, and I started to drive intently. Anyway, after I went back, I told Boss Han about this matter, so he won't have to worry about it afterwards. Immediately the two stopped speaking, and there was only the sound of carriages crushing the ground on this road. When Zhang Chen was bored, he slowly leaned on the carriage and began to close his eyes and rest. It was night, the moon was bright and the stars were scarce. The night sky is very dark, and there are not a few stars above the entire sky. Zhang Chen and the others left Orr town just before the sun went down, so they had to spend the night in the wild. Grandpa Old Nick, please rest first, I'll go around for a while. After camping on the edge of a pond, Zhang Chen felt a little bored, and immediately said to Old Nick, "Be careful, don't go far, call me if you have something." Old Nick responded casually. They chose this place and they stayed here a few times when they returned late in the past, so they didn't worry too much about the safety issue. Zhang Chen waved his hand to indicate that he knew. Then, he started walking towards the forest next to him. Zhang Chen walked into the forest and felt that the distance was far enough that Old Nick would definitely not be aware of it at this time. Suddenly the laziness on Zhang Chen's face was immediately put away, and then his aura suddenly changed. Vast, masculine, majestic. All sorts of breathtaking auras are intertwined in Zhang Chen's body. Like a king, people will remember it at first sight and cannot forget. Of course, in this dark night, it is the wilderness, no one can see Zhang Chen in such a state. Now it's time to report the secret of that city guard. Zhang Chen muttered to himself, there seemed to be golden flames flowing in his bright black eyes, which seemed to be two stars in the night. Then, Zhang Chen took out one half of the golden mask and concealed his face to ensure that he would not be easily recognized. After doing everything, Zhang Chen looked towards Notting City. The day before, he killed the two great spirit masters of the city guard house in the city, and he almost abolished the great young master of the city guard house. Forged a big feud, a feud of life and death. Zhang Chen naturally didn't plan to do it himself, but planned to use the power of the spirit hall to do this. However, Wuhan Palace would definitely not investigate the Tiandu Empire's one city guard just because of anonymous reports or a few words of speculation. Notting City, although only a small city. But being able to become a city guard is not a simple role. Besides the realm of cultivation, there must be other reasons behind it. At the same time, he dared to use human lives to raise spirit beasts, and it seemed to have formed a scale. This kind of thing is not necessarily what a small Notting City guard can do. Behind this person, it is possible that there are no other forces. Therefore, Zhang Chen will investigate everything clearly tonight, and then he will collect the information and send it to the Wuhandian, and then the people in the Wuhandian will worry about this matter. But before that, of course, it is necessary to find evidence. The first spirit ability, airspeed star mark. A deep voice came from Zhang Chen's mouth. At the same time, a black spirit ring lit up from under his feet. Black represents 10,000 years. And it's Zhang Chen's first spirit ring. If this is seen by other spirit masters, I'm afraid it will be scared to death directly. After all, it is good for them to be able to obtain the white spirit ring, and the yellow spirit ring is enough to be called a genius. As for purple, I am afraid that many people will never get it in their lifetime. For many people, the black spirit ring of 10,000 years only exists in the legend. Zhang Chen's first spirit ring was to hide his strength. The reward he received should have come from a speed-type spirit beast. Combining Zhang Chen's martial spirit, the first spirit ability he gave was the airspeed star mark. This soul ability is more like an auxiliary soul ability, not a battle soul ability, nor a control soul ability, because he can only increase speed. The sun has light, and the speed of light is the fastest in the world. Therefore, with the blessings of the first spirit ability and the body method that Zhang Chen learned, Zhang Chen was able to quickly return to Notting City. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it will consume a lot of time on the road and make Zhang Chen too late to return, so that old Nick is suspicious. After all, Zhang Chen is just going out and turning around, he can't stay home all night. As the spirit ability was stimulated, Zhang Chen also urged the Xian Fenjiun physical technique at the same time. He kicked his foot slightly, and in an instant, the whole person turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the dark night. Notting City in the dark is still shrouded in lights. After all, it is the only city within a radius of hundreds of miles, and the nightlife is naturally prosperous. In particular, there are a few pink lanterns hung at the door, and there are a few places for women with heavy makeup and bright makeup standing under the lanterns, and there are also the sound of silk and bamboo orchestras, which are constantly playing the magnificent sound. In the darkness where no one noticed, a slender figure was constantly advancing. It can only be seen from the occasional light and shadow of Madara that this figure is a woman. After all, there should be no men wearing stockings on their legs. The direction she was heading was impressively Notting City Castle Mansion. At the same time, not far away from her, there was a strong guy standing far behind. It doesn't look like tracking, but like protection. Chapter 38 Meeting Qianrongxiu again. That's it? In the dark night, a figure fluttered down in an exquisite manner. She wore a tight black leather jacket on the upper part of her body. She had a slender figure, which should be protruding, and should be warped. Under the hem of the close-fitting skirt, there is a pair of slender and rounded jade legs with a pair of black stockings on top. Her long golden hair was tied up with random ribbons, and her face was covered with a dark golden mask. Although I don't know what her appearance is, she can tell from her figure alone that this woman must have an alluring beauty. The black-clothed woman fell in the manner. She first looked around, then locked a direction, and immediately lurked in the direction. There is a very conspicuous dome building there. Soon, the black-clothed woman avoided several patrolling guards and sneaked into the domed building. At the same time, the figure that had been following her all the time fell on a bell tower not far from the city guard mansion. This person is wearing armor with spikes all over his body, and the whole person is majestic and mighty. It is the bloody stabbing Douluo. His Royal Highness is becoming more and more assertive, but this is too dangerous. Standing on top of the bell tower, stabbing blood, looking at the figure lurking into the Chengshao manor, his face showed some wry smiles. Just like a few days ago, if it weren't for a mysterious person to take action that time, I'm afraid that something will happen to your Royal Highness. Therefore, although His Royal Highness has already explained this time, don't let him follow. But how dare he really do this? Although he agreed on the surface, he still quietly followed. Of course, I am afraid that such a move will not be concealed by His Highness at all. And he didn't even think about concealing Xianrongxiu, otherwise once something happened to His Royal Highness, wouldn't it be too late for him? Therefore, he still hides directly nearby, hundreds of meters apart. For him, this distance is not too far, and he can pass in a flash. If you want to come, there will be no more accidents. Immediately, stinging blood, Douluo crossed his knees and began to close his eyes and calm his mind. With the strength of his title Douluo, the wind and grass within a radius of several thousand feet can be sensed. As long as Xianrongxiu's actions are not smooth, then he will be able to arrive in the fastest time. What Sting Blood Douluo didn't know was that he thought that his strength was absolutely impossible to hide from him. But at this moment, when he closed his eyes and rested his mind, a person had already entered the city guard mansion by taking advantage of the darkness. But his title Douluo didn't even notice it at all. It should be here. Zhang Chen slowly slowed down, and then gently landed on a domed building in the Changsha manner, without making a sound. And when the surrounding light hits his body, it seems to be distorted and absorbed by a strange force, instead of being reflected. So, to some extent, Zhang Chen cannot be seen in the eyes of ordinary people. This is a small technique developed by Zhang Chen using the ability of the eternal fiery sun of his martial soul to absorb light. In the daytime, the sun's rays are strong. This technique is not very useful, after all, his ability to absorb it is not so strong. And at night, it's a magical skill. It is impossible for the weak light to escape the capture, so he is already invisible to some extent. The city guard's taste is good, everything in this manner is exquisite. Zhang Chen looked around and sighed in admiration. Then he moved and fell gently from the roof, and came to the main entrance of the building in a few steps. In front of the two guards, he walked into the domed building in an upright manner. "Brother Zhang, did you feel just now, as if a gust of wind passed by?" "Well, there seems to be an overcast wind." "Then you say, it's not haunted?" "It is said that the young master seems to have hit a ghost, and the injury is serious, and he has not woken up until now." "Yes, I've heard about this, too. Lord Changsha has made a lot of fire." "Okay, silence, don't be listened to. If the city lord knows about it, the two of us will be over." The two guards talked in a low voice, and there was a major event in the castle mansion, and of course 8 trigrams were indispensable. Yesterday, the young master of their castle mansion went out and wandered as usual, but in the end he was carried back in a coma. When I was awake, my state was a little wrong, and my mouth was always shouting, "Don't kill me," etc. Under the investigation of the city guard, it was discovered that the 2 followers of the eldest master had actually died in the law enforcement team. However, no one has seen the murderer, and no one knows any useful information, except that young master Xiaawu arrested a man and a woman to the law enforcement office that day. Xiao Lingyu molested Xiaawu and used law enforcement agency Avi to give him a different taste, so that many law enforcement team members of the law enforcement agency were transferred away. In fact, there were not many people in the area of the law enforcement department. Naturally, the rest of the people wouldn't bother Xiao Dao's good deeds, so no one had ever seen Zhang Chen and Xiaowu's face. It can be said that apart from Xiao Das Hao, no one knows what happened, and no one has seen the appearance of that man and woman. And at this moment, nodding city guard Xiao Tong, and he is dealing with official duties in his office at the moment. This time, Master Changsha was very angry. However, his heartache wasn't his son's injury, but the loss of 2 loyal Great Spirit Masters. After all, he is not only a son of Xiao Lingyu, but also Xiao Lingyu's talent is not that good. He is also a full-fledged dude, a playboy, who causes him a lot of trouble on weekdays. Although it seemed to have been irritated this time, the doctor said that after a period of training, he would be able to recover. Of course it was incomparable to the fact that he died of 2 great soul masters. However, now, Xiao Tong is entangled by another matter. "Hey, I have to give it away again. It's the 6th time this month, and my appetite is getting bigger. It's not easy to make up for this gap. Xiao looked at a secret document in his hand, calculating in his heart. The cargo yard over the Stardow forest began to rush again. Recently, a soul beast is going to be promoted to 10,000 years, but it seems to have been upgraded. Therefore, the number of soul beasts has increased dramatically, exceeding the usual 3 times. This also made Xiao quite anxious, and had to temporarily postpone the tracing of the man and woman who attacked his son, but specifically wanted to deal with this matter. After all, it is not easy to fill the gap. So, can you only risk letting those horse thieves act once? Chapter 39. After Xiao made a decision, he immediately greeted a subordinate. Wearing a black suit and covering his face, he didn't look like a soldier of the Heaven Dou Empire, but instead should be Xiao henchman. You go to contact the old man, let them act once, this time they need 300 young and strong goods. Above Xiao face was solemn and solemn. I'm afraid that no one can imagine that the 300 goods he has are 300 living young adults. And for the sake of secrecy, it can only attack those more remote villages. These villages often add up to the entire village, and there may not necessarily be 300 people. Therefore, this must be another bloody killing. My lord, please rest assured. The man in black responded respectfully, and then quit the office full, taking advantage of the night to leave. At this moment, I'm afraid no one knows that a terrorist operation against the villages of Nodding City is about to unfold. At the same time, Xianrongxiu was hidden in the shadow on the corner outside this office, and through the mask, a little doubt emerged from her beautiful eyes. 300 goods? What are they? Young adults. Xianrongxiu heard the conversation in the room, and gradually she seemed to know something. His face was also confused from the beginning, and gradually became difficult to look at, and it was very ugly. I have to go to the surrounding villages to find it, and she is still young and strong, thinking of what she suspects, then what can it be besides being a person? No wonder, these years, the border areas of the empire, especially Nodding City and other cities not far from the Stardow Great Forest, have had more cases of missing persons than other cities. That's the reason. Xianrongxiu's body trembled uncontrollably. For the hegemony of the Spirit Hall, she was able to transform into Swekinghe a few years ago and sneak into the Heaven Dou Empire. Even in order to successfully inherit the throne of the empire in the future, they secretly calculated many of the Swekinghe brothers and killed many people. But I didn't dare to imagine how many people would be killed in a year like Nodding City Guardian. It was beyond her imagination. Frustration is not enough to describe it, it is extremely vicious, and it is not enough for civilians to be angry. Is this the reason why the evil spirit master was annihilated by all parties? Xianrongxiu was not sure, but still had a faint guess. We must get evidence later, and then we will call Wuhan Palace to take this person. If this is the case, we will have an excuse to intervene in the internal affairs of the Heaven Dou Empire. Xianrongxiu deserves to be Bibi Dong's daughter. At this time, while lamenting the cruel methods of these evil spirit masters, it quickly occurred to them that their spirit hall could use this evil spirit master incident to formally intervene in the internal affairs of the Heaven Dou Empire. Before the spirit hall, even though it held a pivotal position on the entire Douluo continent, it far surpassed the previous 3 sects, and even the 2 empires were not as good as the spirit hall. But Wuhan Palace has always maintained a transcendent position. According to the consistent position, without a legitimate reason, it is naturally difficult to interfere in the internal affairs of the Tiandu Empire. But now, it seems that there is such an opportunity, and it is still a godsend. After all, where could there be a more legitimate reason than chasing an evil spirit master? So the key is to get evidence. After all, the martial soul palace is strong, but now his mother Bibi Dong is refining Shura's supernatural power, and can't make a move. Moreover, the Hall of Elders, the most powerful force of the spirit hall, is not under control, so sometimes if you want to do something, you must have a legitimate reason. Soon, the sound of the door opening sounded, and then there was the sound of closing again, and then there was a sound of footsteps, and in a while it gradually moved away until there was no more sound. Qianrongxiu did not go out immediately, but waited for a while. Then after confirming that Xiao Tong really left, she walked out of the place where she was born. The slender jade legs gently tiptoe the catwalk, elegant and sexy, without making any sound. Qianrongxiu came to the door of the office and glanced around, confirming that there was no one, and finally used her strength to gently shake the door lock and enter the room. I didn't expect to meet her here, and it seems that our purpose is the same. At the moment, outside the office, Zhang Chen's figure slowly emerged. He has been standing here all the time. All the movements of Qianrongxiu just now fell in his eyes. Especially the other party's beautiful legs in silk stockings. Zhang Chen couldn't help but look at it a few more times, very fascinated. Qianrongxiu's pair of straight, round, and powerful long legs are like mutton and white jade legs. In the words of the previous life, it is the essence of the legs and the years of playing with the legs. Forget it, if the purpose is the same, then I don't need to do it. Qianrongxiu will do it herself, so I'm afraid the effect will be better. Zhang Chen thought silently. With Qianrongxiu's position, as long as he was determined to deal with the Xiao Changshao, he would definitely be more agile than Zhang Chen. After all, this is the power of the system. Zhang Chen waited silently. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and they were constantly approaching here. There are so many things in these 2 days that I have forgotten one thing. Xiao Tong's voice came from the other corner. Obviously, this guy would appear on the corridor soon. At the same time, however, Zhang Chen calmly activated the martial spirit's ability to gather light. In an instant, he seemed to become transparent and integrated with the surrounding environment, and he could not see the slightest flaw at all. It seems that there is going to be a good show now. Zhang Chen looked closer and closer, and couldn't help thinking of Xiao Tong, who was obviously about to enter the office. Qianrongxiu had just entered, and she should be still looking for evidence now. If Xiao Tong enters at this time, I'm afraid he will find Qianrongxiu immediately. Qianrongxiu should still be just a great soul master now, even though there are a lot of whole cards, she still isn't the opponent of Xiao Tong, the four-ringed soul sect. After all, there is a difference of 2 links, and I am afraid that the spirit power level will also differ by more than 20 levels. Such a gap is obviously not easy to make up. Zhang Chen has decided that when it is critical for a while, he will immediately take action and rescue Qianrongxiu. Finally, Xiao Tong came to the door of the office. He was just about to open the door to go in, and suddenly, his act of opening the door stopped abruptly. Xiao Tong's eyes gradually darkened, and then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee, someone sneaked into my office. Chapter 40. Hee, he's such a bold guy, he's looking for his own death. Xiao Tong, the lord of Nodding City, is now very angry, even angry. Because he discovered that someone had sneaked into his office, and he had just left, less than 15 minutes. He has secrets here, and there are secrets that must never be revealed. He was going to see who had eaten the guts of the bear heart and leopard, and even dared to sneak into his manor, even dared to sneak into his office. After the person is caught, the thief must be cut 1,000 times. But, who would it be? With this question in mind, Xiao Changshao opened the door abruptly. Suddenly, in his eyes, he saw an exquisite figure that seemed to be looking for something inside, very busy. However, obviously, she found nothing. Girl, I'm not going to bed so late, do you want to accompany the city guard when you come to me? At first, Xiao Tong was very angry, and wanted to kill the intruder. But now after seeing this intruder, Xiao Tong's whole mindset suddenly changed. Although there is a mask to hide the intruder's face, just looking at her dreamlike figure, you know that this woman's face is definitely beautiful. He who has his son must have his father. Xiaawu bullies men and women, is greedy and lustful, and is the biggest dude in Notting City. All this is naturally not born, and it has nothing to do with Xiaotong, the guardian of his father Notting City. Xiaotong's square face, matched with his temperament, made people feel that this person was a decent person, but in fact it was just a disguise. In fact, this person is even more vicious and wretched, far surpassing his son. Otherwise, how could he do the vicious act of feeding soul-eating beasts with human lives? Don't worry, as long as you're caught with your hands, the city guard will already pity and cherish Jade, so that you can experience some of the joy of being a woman. Xiaotong had countless women, and he could tell at a glance that the sexy black woman inside was still in perfect shape. In the cardamom years, there seemed to be a fatal temptation all over his body. Just looking at the rounded thighs made Xiaotong's heart hot. You dream. The cold voice sounded. Qianrongxiu's eyes were cold. She grew up so big that no one had ever dared to say such things in front of her. She has a noble status, and the people she usually sees, whether it is a noble or a powerful soul master, who is not respectful, maintains an elegant etiquette. At this moment, the blatant swear words of the Notting City Guardian immediately made Qianrongxiu embarrassed and angrily attacked Xiaotong brazenly. Two bright yellow spirit rings rose from Qianrongxiu's feet, and her spirit power continued to fluctuate again, and it finally stabilized after reaching the level of 30. After that, a faint light flashed in the eyes of those beautiful Danfan, and he activated his first spirit ability and rushed towards Xiaotong brazenly. At the same time, she drew the long sword around her waist, and the cold light of the sword immediately cut through the air and shredded Xiaotong's sleeves. In an instant, he deceived himself to Xiaotong, and saw that the long sword was about to stab him. Okay, it's spicy enough, so it's good, so that it won't be as boring as a wooden man. Xiaotong laughed, and then he immediately began to fight back. Only 1 white and 3 yellows were seen, and 4 spirit rings lit up from Xiaotong's side. It is the powerhouse at the level of the 4th ring soul sect. Your move is very powerful. Under the sudden attack, I'm afraid there are few opponents in the same level. Unfortunately, our strengths differ too much. Today I will teach you a good one. When facing opponents whose strength far exceeds yours, the best way is to surrender immediately. Xiaotong smiled confidently and immediately activated his spirit possession. Xiaotong's martial spirit is a blood wolf, but a bloodthirsty and cruel beast spirit, whose abilities are biased towards speed and attack. At this moment, with Wuhan possessing his body, Xiaotong's whole body suddenly showed the characteristics of beastization, and his eyes even turned into a blood-red appearance. At a glance, you have a tyrannical deterrent ability. Sure enough, Xiaotong did not continue to use his spirit abilities, but when Qianrongxiu's sharp sword struck, he stepped sideways and easily passed Qianrongxiu's attack. Look, it's useless at all, you can't hit me at all. Xiaotong looked at Qianrongxiu, who had become staggered because of missing the goal, and continued. You got fooled. However, Qianrongxiu didn't feel any disappointment at all at this time. She knew that unless Xiaotong stood still, it would be very difficult for her to hit Zhong Xiaotong. After all, beast spirits can often endow spirit masters with faster speed and greater power. Therefore, from the beginning, Qianrongxiu's goal was never to attack Xiaotong, but to get Xiaotong to open the door. At this moment, Xiaotong, in order to avoid her attack, gave her an opportunity. He rushed out of the room all at once. After that, Qianrongxiu ran outside without looking back. At the same time, a playful smile appeared on Xiaotong's face, like a cat playing with a mouse, chasing him in the direction where Qianrongxiu fled. After a while, in the empty office, Zhang Chen's figure slowly emerged. All left, that's great. Zhang Chenzinian immediately began to search in this office. He just saw it clearly that Jian Rongxiu did not find evidence, so it means that things are still in this office. However, it should be hidden, otherwise the time just now is not long, but not short. Jian Rongxiu should have enough time to find it. But in the end, apparently nothing was gained. However, no matter how well the Xiao Tong hid things, he couldn't hide it from Zhang Chen. After all, Zhang Chen had already learned the truth from someone's mouth. So soon, Zhang Chen found the secret grid and found evidence of Xiao Tong abducting and selling people and raising soul beasts. Now I have to hurry up and see our home Shuer. Although her guard is outside the manor, that guy is really unreliable. When Zhang Chen arrived, he naturally found the bloody Douluo hiding outside. Combining with the discovery of Jian Rongxiu here, he naturally knew that the sting blood Douluo must be protecting Jian Rongxiu in secret. However, Zhang Chen deeply doubted the strength of this stinging Douluo. After all, the last time he was in the soul hunting forest, this guy seemed to be very late conscious. In case something goes wrong again this time, it would be no good for his share baby to be injured. As a result, Zhang Chen immediately used his soul abilities again, and his whole body slowly disappeared, then turned into a breeze, and instantly chased him in the direction where Jian Rongxiu had just fled. Before long, he heard a familiar, furious, coquettish voice. Chapter 41 Bloody Douluo is late again. The dome building where Xiao Tong's office is located is actually not small. It is a 3-story building with more than 30 rooms. At the bottom there is a hall measuring 10 meters in length and breadth. When Zhang Chen catches up, it was discovered that Jian Rongxiu did not rush out of the dome, but was stopped in this hall. It was the 2 guards who had stopped her before. Their strength is naturally not Jian Rongxiu's opponent, but these 2 guys closed the door. In normal times, this gate could not stop Jian Rongxiu at all. But now, at this moment of crisis, only a moment of time was lost, which made her lose the opportunity to escape and was chased by Xiao Tong. Immediately, the 2 struggled. Jian Rongxiu's spirit power was a dozen levels worse than Xiao Tong's, but Jian Rongxiu's spirit ring quality was stronger, and her spirit was also a god-level seraph martial spirit. It stands to reason that as long as you burst out with all your strength, it's easy to leave. However, Zhang Chen discovered that the strength of the Xiao Changshao seemed to be stronger than the ordinary 4-ringed soul sect, which was different from the strength he had shown before. This person has hidden strength. Sure enough, these villain roles are not simple, all of them are old Yinbai. In the face of this kind of opponent, be careful, you can't go wrong. Zhang Chen knew that in the world of Douluo continent, in many cases, level was not the key factor in determining strength. Although there are not many examples of defeating the strong with the weak and the low level defeating the high level, they are not many. At least Tang San could use Tang Sek's various hidden weapons to defeat stronger enemies, and even the top hidden weapons, even titled Douluo, was a great threat. And the future Shrek 7 Devils, the top missions of the major colleges, and the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, don't these people have the ability to defeat the strong with the weak? The most striking example is that Tang Hao was able to suppress the 3 titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall with his own power, and severely wounded the previous pope. In this way, Bibi Dong could kill Chihiro Ji in a sneak attack. Therefore, Zhang Chen is also secretly waking up in his heart. Don't think that with a little strength, it will start to float. In this mysterious and unpredictable world, we still have to keep a low profile. If it's okay, you still have to stick to it first, and strive to get more powerful items to improve your strength. Well, it's best to jump to the stage to make waves when the world is invincible. At this moment, the situation in the hall is very clear. Xiao Tong has gradually begun to suppress Jian Rongxiu completely, and will soon be able to capture her. Baby, surrender now, I don't want to hurt you. The smile on Xiao Tong's face grew more and more, and the light in his eyes was full of desire. He had already begun to imagine how he should interrogate the intruder. If so, at this moment, Zhang Chen knew what Xiao Tong was thinking in his mind, and he was afraid that he would immediately think of a famous scene in his previous life, the search officers. Of course, Zhang Chen would definitely not let this happen. After all, even if it were to happen, the protagonist had to be him. I'm afraid that Zhang Chen didn't know it. It seemed that before he knew it, he already had a special feeling for Xianrongxiu. Maybe, because he watched her all that day. Now, because Xianrongxiu wanted to hide his identity, she didn't dare to use her full strength, so Xiao Tong, whose strength was hidden, was gradually suppressed. If you continue like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before Xiao Tong will be caught. Then, why doesn't that stabbing Douluo still appear? Zhang Chen watched the battle in the hall, and his thoughts continued to flow, seeing Xianrongxiu's situation becoming more and more unfavorable. He didn't want to make a move at first. After all, he knew that Xianrongxiu had bodyguards. Stabbing blood Douluo, this titled Douluo powerhouse was nearby, and he would definitely come to rescue soon. But until now, that stabbing Douluo still hasn't appeared. Could it be that this guy was delayed by something? Zhang Chen didn't know. He really guessed it right. At this moment, as expected, bloody Douluo was no longer above the bell tower. Now, the other side of the city a few miles away. Stinging blood Douluo was rushing in the city. He was clearly sending out with all his strength, and the speed was extremely fast. It has exceeded the limit that the naked eye can see, and only bursts of air-breaking sounds are constantly blasting. That was because the speed of Sting blood Douluo was too fast, the body and the air had violent friction, and there was a violent explosion sound. Who is it? Is it really him? He is really near here. Stinging blood Douluo continued to chase the figure in the induction, and at the same time, a firm figure emerged in his mind. At the same time there was a huge hammer, the clear sky hammer that almost swept through the many titled Douluos in the spirit hall. Originally Sting blood Douluo was protecting Xianrongxiu. Of course, he didn't take this small action to heart. After all, according to their intelligence, this nodding city guard could not be the fourth ring soul sect. The spirit ring of 1 white and 3 yellows didn't make any difference. Such a person might stop in the realm of the soul sect for life. Even if he was able to upgrade to the soul sect, he didn't know what kind of shit luck this guy had. Therefore, although such a soul sect has more than 40 levels, in the eyes of a true elite soul master, it is not difficult to defeat this person by crossing more than 10 or 20 levels. No matter what, it must be easy to leave. Of course, even so, if it was something else, no matter how urgent it was, the thorn blood Douluo wouldn't leave like this. It's all because of the figure he saw. His identity is too sensitive. The former pope can be said to have died because of this, and he is still the most wanted criminal in the entire Wuhan Hall. He is vast sky Douluo Tang Hao. Therefore, the stabbing Douluo would leave without authorization and go full track, hoping to trace Tang Hao's trail. But soon, stabbing Douluo stopped. Because he discovered that now he has lost the trace of that person. In his induction, there is no trace of existence within the range of several thousand feet around at this moment. Lost. Assassination Douluo couldn't help whispering, the muscles on his face twitched a little. He knew that he was not the opponent of Clear Sky Douluo, but he did not expect that he would not even be able to catch up with the opponent. Assassinating Douluo was also a decisive person, and as soon as he saw and was ashamed, he immediately turned around and prepared to go back. But suddenly, his body seemed to stiffen all of a sudden, and the feet that had just been lifted couldn't be put down at all. At the end of his gaze, at the exit of the alley ahead, a burly figure was standing at this moment. Chapter 42 Very soft. Nodding City, the Castle Manor. At the moment in the domed hall, Xianrongxiu has completely fallen to the wind. She has been forced to the corner of the hall, and she is about to lose. In Qian Rongxiu's bright and beautiful Danfan eyes at this moment, a little impatience gradually emerged from his calmness. Obviously, the stabbing Douluo, who should have appeared here a long time ago, did not appear, and with stabbing Douluo's temperament, something must have happened and hindered him. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible that he hasn't appeared here until now. It seems that I can only do my best. Qian Rongxiu's gaze condensed. She was determined in her heart, and she immediately took action. Suddenly, the two golden spirit rings on Qian Rongxiu's body lit up again. She raised her right arm, and suddenly there was light shining from her lotus root-like arm. However, Qian Rongxiu aroused the soul bone in his arm. In a moment, there is no time for Xiao Tong to react. He just saw the beautiful sneaker and raised his right arm. Then, he saw the other party Rugjiu's arm, and began to emit a nearly golden light. This ray of light didn't seem to be strong, but Xiao Tong felt a terrifying feeling that shocked his heart. If you were hit by this ray of light, you would be seriously injured if you didn't die. Sure enough, it's the person I'm fond of. I didn't expect to have such a whole card. It's a pity that this trick is of no use to me. Since you are so ignorant of good and bad, then I will take it seriously and teach you a little lesson so that you will abide by the rules. Xiao Tong's face changed wildly at first, and then Fang Zheng couldn't help but a hideous color appeared on Fang Zheng's face. Fourth spirit ability, Blood Wolf Clone. In an instant, before Qian Rongxiu launched the golden light attack. In the whole hall, three nodding city lords Xiao Tong, who looked exactly the same, came out all at once. From the outside, the three Xiao Tongs had no difference at all. They had the same expressions, and even the movements on their hands were the same. There is no difference at all. Indeed, even with Zhang Chen's current eyesight, without resorting to abilities, he couldn't immediately tell which one was Xiao Tong's true body. Really? At this moment, Qian Rongxiu didn't seem to have expected that things would turn out to be this way. She has no idea now, which one is Xiao Tong's real body now. So that the big move is ready, but I don't know which one to attack. Ha ha ha, little beauty, what do you do now? Do you know which one is real? The three Xiao unified said. Every Xiao Tong's tone is generally indifferent, and everyone's face is also generally indifferent, without the slightest difference. Even people who are familiar with Xiao Tong can't distinguish it. Xiao Tong's fourth spirit ring was actually a phantom silver wolf he had hunted fortunately. With more than 900 years of cultivation base, it was able to conjure two phantoms that were exactly the same, making it difficult to detect the authenticity. And this kind of soul beast is too rare. Xiao Tong encountered it by chance, and he was only prepared to capture it, and he used human flesh and blood to raise the cultivation base of this phantom silver wolf to the millennium level. But he didn't expect that the soul beast was too cunning. It was a clone of phantom technique, and the furnace fire used by it was so perfect that it almost escaped from his hands. Faced with this situation, he couldn't keep his hands at all, but he killed the phantom silver wolf all at once, and in the end he was only able to obtain the spirit ring. Although it is less than 1,000 years old, the skill of Shadow Clone is very heaven-defying. If used well, it can turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. And now, in the face of life and death crisis, this trick really played a big role. Now, this little girl can't tell his true body at all. Then, there is no way to attack. Sure enough, on Qian Rongxiu's forehead, sweat stains were already faintly appearing, and the pretty face box was also anxious. She didn't expect Xiao Tong to have this trick, but now she can't tell which one is the real person. But the spirit bone's power has already been activated, and it can no longer be delayed, otherwise, let alone hurt people by the time, on the contrary, you will hurt yourself first. This trick is a bit interesting. Qian Rongxiu has a 1/3 chance of success, and it seems that she doesn't dare to gamble. When Zhang Chen saw Qian Rongxiu's appearance, he knew that this woman, who had always been determined to move, had encountered a character problem? That's something unsure, she doesn't even know what to do now. Xiaawu is still too young and has too little experience, so it is difficult to grasp this situation. As time passed, Xiaawu finally couldn't hold on anymore. Go to hell! She scolded, but regardless, she attacked one of the figures. The golden light shot out in an instant, and immediately penetrated through that figure. There was no scream, obviously this blow did not hit Xiaotang's real body. It seems that you are out of luck, so it's me now. The remaining two Xiaotang laughed, and then rushed towards Xiaawu, waving their claws together. At this moment, the invading woman obviously launched a powerful attack and appeared to lose her strength. Now is the best time to capture. It seems that I still have to save the field. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen knew that Xiaawu would be captured soon, no accident. Zhang Chen shook his head, naturally not allowing this to happen. In an instant, a cloud of golden flames lit up in his eyes. Zhang Chen stepped forward and directly blocked Xiaawu's face. The dazzling golden light instantly covered the entire hall. Dazzling, in this moment. In the hall, Xiaotang and the others, who were facing Zhang Chen directly, were instantly irradiated by strong light, causing a brief moment of blindness. The two guards, but the Great Spirit Master's cultivation base, showed a pitfall, covering their eyes one by one, and fell to the place and said that they were blind. At this moment, in the entire hall, there is only Xiaawu, because behind Zhang Chen, avoiding the front of the light, his eyes are only blurred now. Xiaawu did not expect that someone would appear here again. But she knew that this person was not from the spirit hall, because among her guards, no one possessed such a spirit ability that seemed to be the radiance of the sun. Come with me. At this moment, she heard a nice voice. For no reason, Xiaawu felt peace in her heart. I don't know why she felt that the owner of this voice would not hurt her. Chapter 43 Secrets. Taking advantage of the dazzling light, covering the entire hall. While Xiaotang couldn't open his eyes, Zhang Chen grabbed Xiaawu, and then rushed out of the hall. Maybe Zhang Chen's strength was too great, or Xiaawu didn't watch out at all. With a pull, Zhang Chen only felt a burst of young girl's unique fragrance rushing into the tip of his nose. Then a fiery body fell into his arms and slipped to the other side. Zhang Chen's other hand, but at the same time, went to help Xiaawu to prevent her from falling. Then, he held Xiaawu, activated his first spirit ability, and broke through the gate in an instant, and left in an instant. This series of changes happened in just a few moments. At this moment, Xiaotang didn't know that Zhang Chen and the two had left. Block the door and don't let them run away. Xiaotang finally reacted at this time, originally like an old hunter with confidence. The calm complexion also changed drastically, roaring anxiously. At the same time, he himself slammed forward and killed the intruder in his memory. But not surprisingly, his attack failed. At the same time, the dazzling light finally dissipated, and the entire hall immediately recovered. At this moment, where are the figures of Zhang Chen and Xiaawu in the entire hall? Waste, waste. Xiaotang's face was gloomy and terrifying, and his angry roar echoed throughout the building. Then he suddenly thought of something, rushed into the depths of the building, and returned to the office. Opening the secret compartment, it was empty inside, and the account books inside had disappeared without a trace. Tune the tiger away from the mountain, that's it? No matter who you are, you can't leave Nodding City. Xiaotang's face was twisted, and he issued the most vicious curse. This account book was lost, but it was a terrible thing. If it is announced, then he is all over. The entire Nodding City must be sealed off immediately, and the two thieves must be found out. Immediately, Xiaotang left in a hurry. After a while, the entire Nodding City was caught in a noisy turmoil in the midst of the rapid ringing of bells. The city gate was closed, and teams of sergeants were constantly searching back and forth in the city. At this moment, Xiao led a team of sergeants, searching in the city. But as the search continued, nothing was found. No, it's not enough just like this, you have to rule over there, let them send experts to search together, and disappear by the way. Xiao eyes grew gloomy. Immediately, he found a confidant, and then hurried to pass on the news here. At the same time, Zhang Chen and Qian Rongxiu had already left the city. After all, Zhang Chen's speed was unparalleled in the world after using the martial spirit ability, and it was not inferior to the average titled Douluo. So, before the gates of Nodding City were closed, they were out of the city. Girl, it should be safe here, let's break up here. Zhang Chen stopped, looked at the surrounding environment, and then put Qian Rongxiu down with some dismay. Well, nephrite jade has a warm fragrance, warm lubrication, and tenderness. The hand feels good. Zhang Chen naturally didn't want to put down Qian Rongxiu so early. But now that he was out of the city, he had no reason to continue to hold Qian Rongxiu. Who are you? Qian Rongxiu's head was still dazed at this time, and what happened tonight didn't make her come back to her senses yet. Right now, as soon as her feet landed, she couldn't help but ask the masked man who rescued her. But it seems that he hasn't landed for a long time, and his feet are numb. Qian Rongxiu exclaimed. She was like an ordinary woman, unsteady, and leaped straight forward, where Zhang Chen was. Be careful, girl. Zhang Chen didn't expect that Qian Rongxiu would fall down unsteadily. At the moment, he subconsciously stretched out his hand to help Qian Rongxiu. Then, Zhang Chen only felt that his hand seemed to be held up by something soft and round. Zhang Chen felt that it should be bigger than his fist, or the scale would be even more amazing in a few years. Huh. At this moment, Zhang Chen heard a corrective chant, and then he looked over it slowly, only to see Qian Rongxiu's exposed skin, which was already red at this moment. Where did you catch? Also, don't let go. At this time, Qian Rongxiu seemed to have finally recovered. Her voice was weak and weak, full of strange charm. Oh, all right. Hearing this, Zhang Chen quickly retracted his hands, and he was also very embarrassed. After all, the place where he was supporting was very unpretentious. Qian Rongxiu then stepped back a few steps, and distanced herself from Zhang Chen, as if she was a little afraid of Zhang Chen's actions. Who are you? Take off the mask and let me see. After all, Qian Rongxiu is a hero, and what she cares about at this time is not about the raid just now, but to see the true face of Zhang Chen. She wants to know who this man is taking advantage of her. If you want to see me, then you have to take off your mask. I think this is fair. Zhang Chen didn't say the rest. He believed that Qian Rongxiu understood what he meant. Both of them are wearing masks, so it is fair to take them off together. Zhang Chen expected that Qian Rongxiu would not take off her mask and explode herself in front of him, so that's why she said so. Well, it's fair. But Zhang Chen didn't expect that Qian Rongxiu just took off her mask after only a moment of indulgence. Suddenly, he was almost 13 or 14 years old, with skin like Yu Shensu, straight nose bridge, slightly slender phoenix eyes, and a majestic and stunning face appeared in front of Zhang Chen. Her big beautiful eyes looked straight at Zhang Chen. Now, it's your turn. Suddenly, Zhang Chen felt like sitting on wax. He was dumbfounded, and never thought that Qian Rongxiu would take off his mask. Zhang Chen was speechless. However, he certainly would not take off the mask. If it was replaced by someone else, such as Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and others, he would take it off, too. But it was Qian Rongxiu who was facing her. Not only did this woman have an online IQ, but she also had a huge power and could mobilize a lot of power. Once you concentrate on him, wouldn't he be incapable of hiding in the future? It is not easy for him to stay away when he wants to hide his strength. After all, the power of the spirit hall spreads across the entire Douluo continent, and there are countless masters. At this moment, Zhang Chen's gaze suddenly turned towards Nodding City. He felt an astonishing air machine is constantly approaching. Chapter 44 The First Piece of Soul Bone. Stabbing Douluo. Zhang Chen quickly distinguished that the breath was emitted by the blood-piercing Douluo. In other words, it is that the person here is the blood-stabbed Douluo. In this case, Xianrongxiu must have a way to contact bloody Douluo. In other words, bloody Douluo has a way to find Xianrongxiu. As for the means by which they were connected, Zhang Chen didn't even notice that there were many mysterious unknowns in Douluo continent, far from being able to fully understand it by Zhang Chen now. I suddenly remembered that there is still something to be done today. It's really anxious, I'm sorry, I will leave first. Zhang Chen smiled and said. Then he turned around and left without any muddle-headedness. The first spirit ability was deployed, and the whole person disappeared into the depths of the forest like a ray of light. Ran. Could he notice it? Xianrongxiu didn't stop Zhang Chen, or she didn't expect it, and didn't have the ability to stop it. Soon, Xianrongxiu stretched her hand into her arms and took out a book from it. Xianrongxiu looked through it at random, and immediately determined that this was what she was looking for after sneaking into the Nodding City Castle Manor. Naturally, she didn't get it. Then the only person who can put the account book here is the only one who lifted her out of Nodding City just now. The one who lied to her to take off the mask. Thinking of this, there was a strange brilliance in the eyes of the ex. Huh, little villain, I will pick you out one day. And at this moment, there was a blast of bang. Then a burly illusory god wearing a steel thorn armor fell from the sky and landed on a clearing not far from Xianrongxiu. The huge force was vented, and a pit that was 1 square meter square and 3 feet deep was smashed into the ground. And centered on the bloody Douluo, cracks were like spider webs, spreading in a further direction. Obviously, the power that sting blood Douluo dropped just now was amazing. Sorry, miss, I'm late. Stabbing blood Douluo jumped lightly, and came out of that dirt pit. It's okay, Uncle Bloody. Xianrongxiu shook her head, not blaming stabbing Douluo. Following Xianrongxiu's gaze, Sting Blood Douluo looked at the direction Zhang Chen was leaving. In his induction, where is another person, who is moving away at a very fast speed? Should I go after it? Asked Bloody Douluo. No, let's go back. Xianrongxiu stroked her long golden hair, then put on the golden mask. Then, he turned around and left in the opposite direction. Stinging Blood Douluo finally retracted his gaze, and then left with Xianrongxiu. Nodding City is on the road leading to Orr Town. Old Nick looked at the sky and turned over the dry food on the grill. Then, some worrying muttered to himself, Hey, why haven't you come back, maybe something has happened. I'm back, Grandpa Old Nick, look, what happened to me? At this moment, Zhang Chen walked out of the darkness. Hee, let me just say, it turns out that we caught a silly roe deer, then we will have a good fortune tonight. When Old Nick saw Zhang Chen's return, his expression of surprise on his face was beyond words. And when he saw the prey in Zhang Chen's hands, he was even more happy. He happily took over the prey from Zhang Chen, and then went to the lake to clean up the prey. But Zhang Chen returned to the side of the carriage and leaned on a large blue stone. Immediately, he closed his eyes and meditated, but he checked the system prompts. Host is hiding strength, soul power +1, ding, soul power reaches the current full value, soul power cannot be increased, excessive soul power is transformed into the body. Host successfully hides the strength in front of Xiao Tang, soul power +100, transforms, integrates. There are many tips like this, and Zhang Chen doesn't look at it. His current spirit power level is already at level 50, which has reached the full value of his current level, and can no longer be improved before being promoted. And the extra soul power will also be transformed into another kind of power to strengthen his body. And another reminder to Zhang Chen's attention. Host successfully hides the strength in front of Xiao Tong and rewards a soul bone. Soul bone is a very special thing. It is the most desired item in the soul master's dream. Similar to the soul ring, the soul bone also comes from the soul beast. But it is very different from the spirit ring. The chance of the appearance of spirit bones is extremely low, often only 1 in 10,000, or even lower. Generally speaking, only soul beasts that are extremely powerful and experience some special circumstances at the time of death are likely to have soul bones after death. Therefore, spirit bones are extremely rare and extremely precious. Zhang Chen didn't expect to reward him with a soul bone. This soul bone was also the best item he had obtained after he came to this world, except for the rewards he obtained during the 3-year hidden strength cycle. No, even better and rarer than the 10,000 years spirit ring he obtained from his hidden power in the 2nd year. With a move in Zhang Chen's heart, he immediately took the soul bone out of the mysterious system space. Immediately, a piece of crystal blue light with soft lines like a light blue gem appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. This is the soul bone? It looks like a head soul bone, but I don't know what power it has. Zhang Chen looked at the beautiful soul bone in his hand, and it was easy to tell from the appearance that it was a head soul bone. Without using it, Zhang Chen didn't know what power the soul bone had. Immediately, Zhang Chen pressed the soul bone on his head. The spirit power was then excited, and it had contact with the light blue spirit bone. Suddenly, I saw it. This unusually hard-looking soul bone seemed to have melted, turned into a liquid, and slowly merged into Zhang Chen's body. It seems that a long time has passed, it seems to be a short moment. Zhang Chen opened his eyes. In an instant, in his eyes, a pale blue crystal light flickered violently, but only for a moment, the light converged. The spirit bones left by the spirit beasts cultivated by the 5-10,000 years can increase their mental strength by 15%. In addition, it also comes with a confusing skill that can temporarily control the spirit of a person whose mental power is more than 1/3 lower than mine. Zhang Chen said silently in his heart. The mental strength increased by 15%, and this gain alone is very powerful. After all, as long as his Zhongshenli is stronger, the increase will be greater. For example, 100 points of spirit, after the increase is 115 points, an increase of 15 points of mental power. But if it is 1000 points, the increase will be 150 points of mental power, and 10,000 points will increase even more. It can be seen that the spirit bone is powerful. No wonder, so many spirit masters all want to obtain spirit bones. Chapter 45, Horse Bandit. This silly roe deer is good, the meat is very chewy, and it tastes much better than the one caught last time. I don't look at who caught it. I tried to catch this silly roe deer, but I gave up a lot of thought, otherwise it won't take so long. That is, but Xiao Chen, next time, don't take risks like this. It's not safe at night. I know Grandpa Old Nick. Okay, it's late, let's rest. You go to bed first, I will watch the night first, and call you when the time comes. Old Nick quickly cooked the silly roe deer. Then Zhang Chen and the two of them ate and talked. Time flies quickly. Finally, as usual, Old Nick told Zhang Chen to go to bed first, and he came to watch the night. Of course, Old Nick's night watch never called Zhang Chen. If it weren't for Zhang Chen who would wake up in the middle of the night for various reasons, then I'm afraid that Old Nick would stay on guard all night and would not call Zhang Chen. This may be the care of a simple old man for his younger generations. Zhang Chen knew that he couldn't be awkward, so he never went to argue with Old Nick. Soon, Zhang Chen leaned on the carriage and fell asleep. Hey, I didn't expect that. Xiao Chen, as the boss said, is not a simple person. I was able to make the Dean Zhang change his mind, and he was flattering. This obviously shows that Xiao Chen seems to know a big person. However, it's a shame. If Xiao Chen can enter Notting College, then I'm afraid to become a soul master in the future. Such a pity. Old Nick looked at Zhang Chen and sighed slightly, looking helpless. Crackling. In the silent night, only the cries of insects and the sound of burning wood were left. It will be bright soon. Zhang Chen and Old Nick drove the carriage and went on the road again. The return journey was much faster than when they arrived. After all, the goods on the carriage have already been delivered to the place, and this time they did not purchase any goods. Therefore, the empty carriage is always much lighter than the load, so the speed is much faster. Xiao Chen, there is a situation ahead. Suddenly, the voice of Old Nick exclaimed. There was a village not far in front of his eyes. When they go to Notting City, they always pass by this village. Now, this familiar village is plunged into a sea of flames. There was even a faint cry of killing, and the tragic cry of crying came from time to time. Obviously, something went wrong in the village ahead. Xiao Chen, you are waiting here, I'll go over and see what happened. If something is wrong, you can drive the carriage and leave quickly. Old Nick turned around and said that he had the dream of a soul master in his early years, but his talent was not good and he had no achievements in his life. But he also joined the mercenary and became a formidable warrior. At his peak, he could compete with ordinary soul masters of more than 10 ranks. He traveled north and south, well informed and experienced many bloody battles. Finally, when I was old, I returned to my hometown. Now, just from the sound and the sight in front of him, Old Nick has basically judged what is going on in front of him. The robbers are looting the village. If so, in other villages, Old Nick would not be nosy, but in the village ahead, there are many acquaintances of his. Therefore, I have to take a look. This child, when has passed? Old Nick looked back at this time, but suddenly realized that Zhang Chen was no longer in the carriage. After that, he thought of something and immediately looked towards the village ahead. Sure enough, under the shadow of the trees on the side of the road, he saw a familiar figure. But soon, Zhang Chen's figure disappeared. This kid, it's so fast. Old Nick shook his head with a wry smile, and then drove the carriage, chasing Zhang Chen. At the same time, Zhang Chen has entered this small village called Liujiakan. His cultivation base is strong, his vision is even more because of the blessing of the eternal fiery sun martial soul. He has incredible vision, not only can see things in the dark, but also can see far away. Therefore, he had long discovered the vision in Liujia village. So he didn't say hello to Old Nick at all, and then he got out of the carriage quietly, and then hurriedly drove into the village. Sure enough, something went wrong in this village. In the village, many houses were lit, the fire raged, and the smoke billowed. The screams came and went one after another, and there were crying and frantic yelling, and the frantic laughter continued to sound. Obviously, there has been a catastrophe here, with gangsters looting and massacring. Hurry up, all of you, whoever is daunting, I will kill whoever. The one over there, don't you want to live anymore? Don't hurry up to keep up. Several fierce-looking horse bandits, dressed in black cloths and armed with sharp knives, are driving some young and strong villagers on the road in the middle of the village. These beings are bound by ropes and strung together. As long as the villagers fail to comply, they will be beaten with lashes immediately. And beside the houses that had just been lit, Zhang Chen also saw several old people fall in a pool of blood, apparently killed. Mutilating the same clan, these guys, all damn it. In Zhang Chen's eyes, scenes of tragedies in the world are constantly unfolding. His face was completely cold, both clenched tightly, and the killing intent was filled with madness. Afterwards, Zhang Chen rushed directly to the bandit nearest to him. At this moment, this gangster was in the courtyard of a private house, with a lewd smile on his face, and rushed towards a fair-looking woman. "My dear, you will leave me, otherwise, you will be sold to the Chunfeng Tower in the city." This ugly gangster with 2 scars on his face just killed the woman's old father. His hands were still dripping with blood. "Help, who will help me?" the woman dodged, crying. However, she was obviously no better than this powerful bandit, and soon her room for activity became smaller and smaller. If not, the bandit wants to play with her, I'm afraid she would have been captured long ago. At this time, a rough and fierce voice rang. "Scar 2, don't play anymore, the leader told us to leave quickly, if it is late, the garrison in the city will come." The scarred man seemed to be interrupted and yelled displeasedly. "What is the hurry? The guards of Notting City are ours. Those garrisons did not come afterwards." Humph. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a nest of snakes and rats, and you brave bandits are actually in the same group as the Notting City Guard. Then, let alone stay in the world. At this time, Zhang Chen descended from the sky and directly stood in front of the woman. Chapter 46. Who are you? Are you looking for death? Don't hurry up. Scar Er's face solemnly looked at Zhang Chen, who had fallen from the sky, and his triangular eyes were full of caution and caution. He is a horse bandit like that for many years, and he is very sensitive to chi induction, so he naturally knows who is not easy to deal with. He sensed a sense of danger from the handsome and unspoken young man in front of him. And at this time, in Zhang Chen's mind, one by one, prompts are constantly flashing. Host, please act cautiously to prevent the disclosure of strength, which will affect the rewards. Of course, Zhang Chen would not pay attention to such prompts, nor would he follow them. After all, his heart is not cold yet. Although sometimes he didn't achieve his goal, he would use any means, such as dealing with a deeply hidden hero like Tang San, or people like Yu Xiaogang, he didn't mind using some dark means. However, he naturally has a bottom line as a strong man. He will not kill innocent poor people indiscriminately to achieve a certain purpose. At this moment, these bandits happen to be guilty of Zhang Chen's taboo. Therefore, even at the risk of revealing his strength, he will kill these bandits. Get on the road, remember to be a good person in your next life. Zhang Chen had no expression on his face, and stepped out in one step, reaching the extreme speed. He clenched a fist with one hand and didn't need to use spirit power and spirit ability at all. Before Scar 2 could react, his fist was already printed on his chest. Click, click, the sound of broken bones continued to sound. Afterwards, Scar Er's burly body, like a rag doll, fell out fiercely. With a bang, it fell to the ground like a puddle of mud after hitting the wall. It seemed that there was more air intake and less air, and it was no longer alive. "Ah, kill you. I kill you." At this time, the woman seemed to be stimulated. He actually rushed to Scar 2 and pierced the short sword in his hand into the body of this vicious man. 1, 2, 3. If the state is crazy, it is hard to imagine that a weak woman can burst out such power. At the same time, the man who called Scar 2 just now also saw the scene inside through the gate. You actually killed Scar 2. You know, who is this Scar 2? Do you know, who is his brother? You have caused a catastrophe, you are dead, you are dead. Our leader Ma Sanyan will definitely kill you. The man pointed at Zhang Chen, as if he couldn't believe it, but everything in front of him actually happened. Scar 2 is the brother of their leader, and their leader is the ferocious three-ringed spirit horse Sanyan. That guy went crazy, it was their subordinates who could not kill them by mistake. There are even rumors that their leader is a demon who cannibalize people and must eat a child every day. Even in some villages here, whoever is disobedient can just use their leader's name to frighten them. It is enough to show how terrifying the leader of their bandit group is. Now, although the man still looked a little frightened, but he also gradually calmed down. Although this dog seems to be powerful, it clearly does not seem to be a soul master. Then it must not be their leader's opponent. Now that he heard the name of their leader, he must have hurried for his life. Because if you don't run for your life, they will soon be killed here by their leader. In a powerful skill, it is not an opponent of a soul master. Thinking of this, the man even said jokingly, "You don't have to run away, but it's over." However, the next moment, he felt the darkness before his eyes. "Then my head hurts, and I don't feel any more." "Idiot, even if it is a threat, you have to make sure that you can do it." Zhang Chen retracted his fist. He didn't even look at the corpse of this gangster. After all, if someone was really afraid of that Ma Sanyan, he might really be scared away. However, before leaving, he must have killed this guy first. After all, he killed him, but no one knows who killed the Scar too. "You flee to the east, there are no bandits over there." Finally, Zhang Chen glanced at the woman. He came from the east, so he made sure the east was safe. Then, he rushed out directly from the main entrance and killed the bandits who were about to end the plunder. Zhang Chen kept rushing towards the village, and seeing him along the way, his expression became more and more cold, and his expression became colder and colder. These gangsters are simply frantic and do no evil. While arresting the young and middle-aged, they kill all the old and weak without leaving a living. All kinds of behaviors are inferior to animals. Therefore, afterwards, as long as Zhang Chen saw the gangsters, he would not give them a chance to speak, and would directly kill them. Soon, Zhang Chen had already approached the center of the village, which meant that he had approached the main force of these bandits. At the same time, in the center of the village, 3 yellow spirit rings lit up on Ma San's eyes, and then a huge machete appeared in his hand. This machete is his martial soul. "Young man, I'll give you a chance. You leave me and kill you now, otherwise I will never leave alive." Under the slash of the 3 eyes, there is a black meat bun on Ma Sanyan's forehead. If it is far away, it looks like it has 3 pairs of eyes, which is why he is called Ma Sanyan. At this moment he looked at a young man in his 20s jokingly. This young man with sword eyebrows and star eyes is very handsome. A strong white outfit, a black cloak behind his chest, and a fist-sized soul character at the center of his chest, indicating that this person is a direct member of the Wuhan Hall. This person is Su Yuntao. But now Su Yuntao is a bit wasteful, he half kneels on the ground, breathing uncontrollably. There are several wounds on his body, and there is a stream of blood, which is constantly oozing out. Obviously the injury is not light. "Impossible, Ma Sanyan, you are finished. My other masters in the Nodding City Spirit Hall will come right away. If you don't run away quickly, you will surely die without a place to be buried." Su Yuntao had a firm face and stared fiercely at the vicious man who was on the horse. He was going through this village and wanted to test the martial arts awakening of the children in this village. But he didn't expect to encounter this situation. He quickly recognized that this was the infamous Ma Sanyan bandit. It has been confiscated repeatedly by the Nodding City Army, but it is a group of bandits that are still active. Su Yuntao could have left, but the sense of justice in his body made this great spirit master with the title of Blind Douluo unable to help. However, obviously, the gap between the level and the quality of the spirit ring made him vulnerable. But with a few strokes, he was beaten and seriously injured, almost dying. "Hee, I haven't seen such a young man for a long time. Laozi is very disappointed not to see your ugly manner of begging for mercy, so I won't let you die easily. Come here, tie him up and take him away." There was obvious disappointment on Ma San's face, and it was obvious that he could not let Su Yuntao go. The reason why I said that just now was just to see the ugliness of survival of this martial spirit palace person. Chapter 47. You dream, the people of Wuhan Palace, would rather die than surrender. Today, even if you die, I will stop you. Su Yuntao had a blood-stained face and a hideous face, staring fiercely at the devil-like leader of the horse bandit in front of him. Now he was seriously injured and fell to the ground, almost no strength to make another move. Haha, what? The Wuhan Temple, which claims to be righteous, is really righteous? Should I drop my weapon and beg for your forgiveness? It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. Do you think that just by relying on a guard in Nodding City, we can be happy today? Ma San looked at Su Yuntao mockingly. This young man who believed in justice seemed very much like him when he was young. At that time, he had just become a soul master. It was the time when he was full of vigor and dreams. I once firmly believed that justice in this world must defeat evil, but until later, he experienced the betrayal of the most trusted person, so now he has become what he is now, and gradually he has become what he once hated. In response to an old saying, the dragon slayer eventually became the evil dragon. Of course, Ma San's deliberate ridicule was only exchanged for Su Yuntao's glaring. Obviously, Su Yudao did not understand it. The younger generation of Wuhan Hall like Su Yuntao hasn't been involved in the world, and hasn't seen many sinisters in society. There is darkness under the light. Even though the Wuhan Temple prides itself on being righteous, there is also a lot of darkness inside. Come here, let the guy who doesn't know the so-called throw on the carriage. When Ma San saw Su Yuntao's apparently unreacted appearance, he immediately felt bored. Immediately greeted the two men, and stepped forward to tie up Su Yuntao, and then threw it onto the carriage. After doing these things, Ma San looked at other places in the village with two fierce eyes. If it hadn't been for this young man from the spirit hall to stand side by side, they had already ended this hunting operation just now, and they should have summoned their hands to leave. After dragging it to the present, I don't know why at this moment, Ma Sanyan's heart is actually a little uneasy. It seems, for a while, I haven't seen a brother come back. Suddenly, Ma San's eyes were shocked. Although the gang of bandits are all in his place, some people still scattered in the village to search for the fish that slipped through the net while plundering wealth. According to past experience, these men will come back one after another. But now, it seems that from the appearance of the young man in the spirit hall to the present, in almost a quarter of an hour, no one has come back. Moreover, in Ma Sanyan's induction, the surroundings are very quiet. If it is in other places, this is nothing, but now, in this environment, quietness is the biggest problem. Surely something happened to those subordinates? Could it be that this person is not from the Martial Soul Palace, but there are other masters? That person cleaned up the team in the village. However, since that person did not dare to show up, that is to say, his strength was insufficient, perhaps he was just like the young man who had just been defeated. Therefore, I dare not show up here at all. Slowly, Ma Sanyan's complexion eased. After all, if the person is very powerful, then he must have appeared long ago. How can he not let him capture this young man? However, anyway, I should leave now, and it will soon become unsafe. Thinking of this, Ma San looked at the two horse bandits next to him and said, "You two go and see what's wrong with my brother. He hasn't come back yet. After you find him, you will come back immediately." Among those who did not return, there was Ma Sanyan's younger brother Scar too. Other subordinates can give up, but his younger brother still needs to look for it. At the same time, somewhere in the village, Zhang Chen retracted his fist and immediately looked in the direction of the center of the village. Finally, the gangsters in this area have been cleaned up, and it is time to solve those guys in the middle of the village. He spoke, and then walked towards the place where the last group of gangsters was. At this time, Old Nick finally came to the edge of the village. Here, the scene in front of him was displayed in front of him in more detail and comprehensively. Shocking. People can't wait to gnash their teeth. The villages that used to be peaceful are now full of ruined walls, wildfires, and smoke billowing in the sky. Among the dilapidated rooms, you can still see the corpses that were discarded at will. So cruel. Old Nick saw the scene and couldn't help but spit out fiercely. He clenched fists with both hands, and the veins on his arms were violent, apparently already full of anger. In the middle of the village, Ma Sanyan's heart became more and more irritable, and he stared at the blazing village with unkind eyes, and patrolled back and forth. The two subordinates sent out just now also had no news, as if the village had now become a beast that swallowed people. As long as they entered, they would be swallowed with no bones left. Don't wait, let's go now. Seeing that Scar 2 hadn't come back until now, Ma Sanyan didn't dare to wait any longer. After all, although they have an internal response in Nodding City, but such a big thing has happened, I am afraid that it will not be delayed for long. Therefore, they must be here as soon as possible and enter the Stardo Great Forest. Immediately, the entire bandit group drove more than a dozen prison vehicles toward the west. However, they did not go far. Stop. Ma Sanyan walked in the forefront, and his cultivation was the highest, so he was the first to discover that there was a person standing on their only way. He was a handsome boy, wearing a simple dark blue short outfit, looking very refreshing and capable. Young people are very handsome, and they are impressive at first sight and unforgettable. When they grow up, they will surely be able to fascinate thousands of women. Ma San's eyes were startled at first, but he soon recovered. That's just a child, at most 13 or 14 years old. Even if you start practicing in the mother's womb, how powerful can it be? Is this another person in Wuhan Hall? Thinking in his heart, the irritability in Ma San's eyes gradually dissipated, and a wave of nameless anger surged into his heart. He was surprised by such a hairy child. You killed me, Lao Zi's men. Dare to block Lao Zi's way. It just happens that this mission is still a little short. Since it was delivered to the door, Lao Zi will just catch you to charge up. Don't worry, you have such a good birth, there will be buyers at that time. Lao Zi will definitely sell you a good price. Ma Sanyan said fiercely. The long knife in his hand pointed at Zhang Chen far away. Around his body, 3 bright yellow spirit rings lit up one after another, but they immediately aroused all of their forehead. Chapter 48 Beheaded. Well, if you say that some of the animals, so that I should kill up. I not only kill them, and now have to kill you. Zhang Chen cold face, eyes which seems light flashing. A full head of black hair with the breeze and downs. Cold air machine continuously circulated out from his body. It looks handsome boy, standing there generally clear sky, but how could they not kill 10 men of the strong Wuhan? And this time, Ma bandits saw 3 men kill Zhang Chen recognize their accomplices, one also cannot believe it. This guy looks frail, can kill. No, this boy seems that weak, you really are him, you kill our brothers. There are bandits do not believe, look puzzled asked. But it may not, since he dared to admit, if not him, then there are bound relationship. There are bandits he said. Oh, I did not think the baby boy, even the boss also personally shot, knife tofu can be really big, overkill, this face is not broke, otherwise it is really a pity. There seems to be the culprit for Zhang Chen unfortunately, they shot the boss, always Henla, if not careful not under control, heavy shot. These teenagers to broke, cannot worthless. Obviously, the companion of life and death, in view of these bandits, earn a gold soul is far more important currency. And this boy, as if, like a special cargo. In yard days of fighting among the city, so a lot of stuff, but be able to meet the special habit of nobility. If you are lucky met the right buyer, they will make a killing can be a. In the past, they were to stop hunting when populations. Also they tend to be some pretty woman or man, to be sold to a special slave market. And this time. Remember kid, you beat that 38 is the soul of the division, 3 horses. 3 horses drink soon burst, and suddenly force, and then like shells, like channeling out. And like a wild horse in general, waving a long knife, brought up the whistling of the wind, like a relentless general, towards Zhang Chen hacking down. The first soul technology, heavy chop. And to the near, the horse 3 Kuang He soon. Will Hun long knife in the hands of a sudden increase almost doubled, looks more thick. I would be a little mean. Zhang Chen smiled. Ma just 3 tricyclic soul and honor, but not too bad, after all, nodding Santo Xiao Tong, the city of Victoria Soul were the first soul ring, only white soul ring. But the horse 3 of the first soul ring is more than a century yellow soul ring. Enough to witness this extraordinary man. This person shot, it seems to be showing off the strength of the job. If not this guy here murder, arson, Zhang Chen is too lazy to such a person shot. Ma and other 3 robbers looted population looted villages, killing civilians, extremely cruel means. It should be a day of fighting the empire official should manage things, should be days of fighting the empire sent troops, sent law enforcement to destroy this gang of bandits. Even. It will Hun also have reason to shot, sending the strong to heaven these bandits. Zhang Chen just want to lead a stable life, do not tease those in trouble. In other words, Zhang Chen. Go want. I want to catch fish. Want to hide strength, Wu you want to be a non-consideration of ordinary people. But a person has a bottom line and principles. It just so happened that the people like Ma Sanyan touched Zhang Chen's bottom line. Ma Sanyan, you will definitely die. Zhang Chen's tone was very cold. Immediately, Zhang Chen shot. He pushed hard with one foot, and the ground under his feet instantly sank, and the ground was shattered by a violent earthquake. The cobweb-like cracks spread in all directions, spreading for several feet before stopping. Ma Sanyan's speed is fast, but Zhang Chen's speed is even faster. He used his posture and pulled out phantoms. Zhang Chen didn't use spirit skills, only relying on his physical fitness. Zhang Chen's strength was enough for the 4-ringed soul sect after all. Bang! With a muffled noise, Zhang Chen's fist directly hit Ma San's eye. Click! A crisp bone crack sounded, and then Ma Sanyan's whole body was blown out, and directly rammed into the crowd of gangsters. What? How could it be possible that our leader is the 3-ring soul venerable? How could it be beaten by someone? That young man didn't seem to use his soul abilities at all just now, he seems to rely solely on physical power. How could he be so strong? Who is he? For a while, the remaining nearly 100 gangsters all looked at Zhang Chen. Their leader, the strong man who escaped and survived several times of encirclement and suppression by the regular army in Nodding City, is not the enemy of the young one. They were shocked, they couldn't believe it. But everything happened in front of them, but they couldn't help but believe it. After all, their leader was lying at their feet, with a collapsed breastbone, suffering almost fatal injuries, and seeing him dead. To avenge the leader, kill him, so many of us shot together, he is definitely not an opponent alone. At this time, the leader of the bandit group, a great spirit master of the Scorpion Head suddenly shouted. Suddenly, these gangsters who were still in shock immediately rushed towards Zhang Chen mechanically. The second commander who shouted the slogan didn't charge at all. Instead, he turned his horse's head directly and fled in the opposite direction. I will kill you as soon as possible, so that the souls who have been killed by you can rest in peace. Zhang Chen shook his head. His body immediately moved, and he became more casual when dealing with these ordinary people. In the rapid rush, the screams kept fluctuating. Everywhere Zhang Chen passed, the figures were thrown out, and before they landed, they had already lost their lives. In less than a minute, Zhang Chen almost killed all these gangsters. There were only less than 10 gangsters who escaped with the second master. Want to run? Of course Zhang Chen would not let these gangsters go. He exerted force again, and in a short time, he caught up. Easily killed the few remaining bandits. Of course, he still temporarily left the life of that great soul master. Because, he has to ask something from this guy's mouth. A good man, forgive me. Master, please. As long as I can let me go, I will offer 10,000 gold soul coins. This great soul master was a greedy person who was afraid of death, facing this young man who easily destroyed their fat group. His legs couldn't help shaking, begging for mercy with fear on his face. And it was very painful to express his willingness to use the golden soul coin to buy his life. One opening is 10,000 gold soul coins. He believes that even if the young man in front of him is powerful, 10,000 gold soul coins is not a small amount, and it is impossible for anyone to be indifferent when they see it. Chapter 49. 10,000 gold soul coins. Zhang Chen repeated. There was also a look of surprise on his face, which moved him. Unexpectedly, these gangsters are so rich. 10,000 gold soul coins are definitely a huge sum of money for ordinary people. I am afraid that many ordinary people in Douluo continent have never seen so much money in their entire lives. Moreover, this gangster was able to take out 10,000 gold soul coins so easily. Wouldn't it mean that these guys have more than that? You are so rich? You can give me 10,000 gold soul coins if you let go. How do I know that you did not lie to me? That is not 100 gold soul coins, but 10,000 gold soul coins. You really have so much money. Zhang Chen seemed to be a little moved and asked the culprit. At this time, the second master, seeing Zhang Chen's appearance, couldn't help but feel dating in his heart. It seemed that his little life was saved. It seems that in this world, there is no one who is not greedy for money. Of course, my lord, as long as you let me go, then I can take these 10,000 golden soul coins with you. They are all anonymous black cards, adults don't have to worry about being discovered by others. The second master of the gangsters smiled and looked at Zhang Chen, who had already begun to shake. Contempt gradually rose in his heart, and sure enough, people are like this, no matter how self-proclaimed justice is, they will fall in front of money. Although a golden soul coin is very painful, now that the boss is dead, the band of bandits will basically be wiped out. The wealth accumulated over so many years is enough for him to live well for the rest of his life. He is destined to become a rich man and a master, so 10,000 gold soul coins are not expensive, but it is very cost-effective. Well, you are right. The golden soul coin is a good thing, everyone wants it, even me. But I should get the money myself. Zhang Chen immediately said. Then he looked at the gangster second-in-chief jokingly, and gradually only the bitter murderous intent was left in his eyes. Remember, now you are my prisoner, and you have no room for bargaining. Now if you say it yourself, I will give you a happy one, otherwise you will definitely not end well. Zhang Chen would naturally not let these gangsters go. What they did, even if they died 100 times, would not understand their hatred. The smile on the face of the second master suddenly became stiff, and he never expected Zhang Chen to say that. If you kill me, you won't get a penny. I advise you to think about it again. It is not worth giving up 10,000 gold soul coins for the sake of a group of poor people. The gangster is in charge of the second house, a little bit fierce, but facing Zhang Chen, it feels like a paper tiger. Rather than saying it is a threat, it is better to say it is self-comfort. The only response to him was Zhang Chen's sneer and a pair of eyes that seemed to be like the sun. Gradually, when the gangster became the second master, he felt that he was getting sleepier, and soon lost all consciousness. Toast and not eat fine wine, you think I can't do anything if you don't tell me. Zhang Chen looked at the second master, who was already like a wood carving, and immediately let out a cold snort. After that, he began to torture. It didn't take long before Zhang Chen got the information he wanted. Sure enough, the second master of the bandit was ready to buy his money, only 1/20 of the wealth looted by their bandit group. In other words, This bandit group has at least 200,000 gold soul coins. I want money and kill people too, so let's go on the road obediently. Zhang Chen quickly asked for the information he needed, and then no longer hesitated, and killed all the gangsters including the second master. Afterwards, Zhang Chen headed towards the east of the village. The sun is slanting west. A carriage was moving forward on the road, and the outline of Orr Town ahead was clearly visible. It didn't take long for the carriage to reach Orr Town. It's too miserable, it's just too miserable. Xiao Chen, don't be so impulsive in the future. This is the Ma Sanyan bandit. I don't know how many business travelers have suffered from them. This time, you were lucky, and it happened that a master from the spirit hall passed by and destroyed this bandit group. Otherwise, something might happen. Old Nick on the carriage babbled to Zhang Chen tirelessly. When they passed by Liujia village earlier today, they discovered that the village had been attacked by horse bandits. Old Nick intended to see it by himself, but Zhang Chen didn't even say it, and he didn't know what he had secretly left the carriage and rushed into Liu's village. Later, when Old Nick entered the village, Zhang Chen was never found. But I saw a tragedy in the world, flames, bitter cold, corpses, blood, etc. It seemed to be in purgatory. This also made Old Nick very worried about Zhang Chen. Obviously those gangsters who shot must be extremely brutal. In the end, Old Nick gradually discovered that not only the villagers were dead, but there were even gangsters. At first, he thought the bandits were killed by people in the village. But soon, he discovered that there were more and more corpses of the culprits. It was learned from some survivors that there was a man in black who killed the bandits and saved them. Then, Old Nick met the young and strong villagers who were about to be taken away, as well as the corpses of the remaining bandits. From the mouths of these villagers, Old Nick knew that it was the people from the spirit hall who had rescued them. And Old Nick also knew that these bandits turned out to be the infamous Ma Sanyan bandit. The name of Ma Sanyan is very well known near Notting City. After all, this is the guy who has escaped the siege of Notting City garrison several times. Moreover, this person himself was still a powerful person at the level of 3 ringed souls. But such a person, along with more than 100 bandits in the bandit group, were all killed. That's why Old Nick said that Zhang Chen was lucky, otherwise if he ran into the horse 3 Eyes in advance, he might have already suffered. Grandpa Nick, don't worry, I won't be so impulsive in the future. Zhang Chen knew that Old Nick was for his own good, so he simply admitted his mistake. However, Zhang Chen still didn't say a word in his heart. That was the next time he didn't make a move, but only made a kick. Well, this is a good boy. Old Nick nodded very pleasedly. Then he looked at the girl sitting behind the car with a kind and pitying look. This is the grandfather he brought out from Liu's village. He knew the girl's grandfather, and now the 16-year-old girl is the only one left in the happy family of 5. So, after Old Nick found her in the village, he took her with him. Chapter 50. Zhang Chen returned to his home in Orr Town. This time he has been away from home for a long time and has not returned home for 2 full days. Compared with the past, Zhang Chen is in a bad mood now. This is naturally because of the things encountered on the way back. Zhang Chen only really realized now that he is no longer in the original world, and this is no longer the original peaceful world. Although it seems to be peaceful now, there are not many horse bandits, thieves, these people wandering in the dark. Today, I met Zhang Chen and killed Ma Sanyan and saved many villagers. But if Zhang Chen came back one day late, or didn't take this route, wouldn't the villagers be arrested? It really should have killed that Xiaawu last night. Zhang Chen regretted it. After all, he later learned from the second master of the bandit group. The reason why they ransacked Liujia village this time and arrested so many people is because this Xiaawu, turned out to be the backstage boss of their bandit group. As the second master of the bandit group, a proper high-level bandit group, even so, He only recently learned about this matter. This time, it was the task assigned to them by Xiao Changxiao. Otherwise, although the bandits are rampant, they will not blatantly plunder so many people. After all, if they are not careful, they are very likely to be planted on it. Evil Soul Master. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. That Xiao Changxiao was an evil spirit master, and seemed to come from a certain organization of evil spirit masters that was not weak. From the scales and half-claws he had learned, Zhang Chen knew that this organization had secretly kept some soul beasts in the hunting forest and star doe forest. In order to increase the cultivation base of the soul beasts quickly, these evil guys used some inhuman brutal means to increase the cultivation base of the soul beasts with human lives. So, I have to go to the hunting forest as soon as possible. In addition to using the wealth, I have to destroy this organization. Soon, Zhang Chen had already decided. This time, he wanted to make the shot himself, instead of letting the Wuhan Palace or other forces make the shot. After all, the greater the power, the more cumbersome the reaction sometimes becomes, and most of the time it will delay major events. Besides, Zhang Chen has no substantive evidence, and Wuhandian will not easily believe him. Of course, he can't guarantee now whether there are people from this organization in the Wuhan Palace. Therefore, it is safer for him to make the shot himself. After the decision in his mind, Zhang Chen immediately prepared to clean up and leave. But at this moment, "Brother Chen, are you there?" The sound of the door opening rang. Zhang Chen couldn't help but looked in the direction of the door, and it was Han Yuyan and Han who really appeared there. Han Yuyan, today wore a black short sleeve, and a pair of dark blue tight trousers. Her thighs are more slender, her waist is very thin, the front is convex and backward, and she looks very temperamental. "Xiao Chen, you scared me to death, how can you be so impulsive? The next time you encounter this kind of thing, you must stay away." With an anxious look on Han Yuyan's face, she rushed to Zhang Chen's side, carefully up and down a lot of Zhang Chen. "Come and let Auntie see if you are hurt." After all, regardless of whether Zhang Chen agrees or not, he is just checking it out. "Auntie Han." Because Han Yuyan's movements are very large, and she has a big heart, the pair of very fierce, always inadvertently, will meet Zhang Chen. In addition, a faint fragrance continuously penetrated into his nose, which also made Zhang Chen a little worried. Zhang Chen gradually reacted. "Auntie Han, I'm fine, I'm really fine." Zhang Chen hurriedly sat up straight to cover up, and at the same time, the tone of a particularly aggravated tone seemed to remind Han Yuyan. He, Xiao Chen still knows that he is shy. "You have not seen it all over your body." Han Yuyan looked at Zhang Chen with interest, as if she wanted to eat Zhang Chen dry. Of course, her gaze finally stayed on the bulge below Zhang Chen. "Xiao Chen has grown up. It seems that he has a lot of capital. I don't know which little fairy will be cheaper in the future." Han Swift's pink tongue stretched out and licked her lips. At this time, her body leaned more and more towards Zhang Chen, and her chest was even more oppressed. He directly overwhelmed Zhang Chen on the sofa, and then looked at Zhang Chen provocatively. "You tell Auntie, in Liu's village today, have you seen the master of Wuhan Hall?" There was teasing and scrutiny in his eyes. Han Yuyan seemed to know something, but he didn't seem to know anything. Zhang Chen's heartbeat couldn't help but was pounding. After all, in his current posture, Han Yuyan's fiery body was almost on his body. Zhang Chenxinchenin kept screaming for his death. But he said honestly, "Auntie Han, I didn't see that person." Then, before Han Yuyan continued to speak, Zhang Chen continued, "Auntie Han, you get up first, I am a little bit out of breath." Being bullied by Han Yuyan in this way, Zhang Chen's face turned red. "I was also struggling constantly in my heart, wanting to turn over immediately. But he stopped alive, because according to Zhang Chen's personal settings in the past, he was an ordinary person, Definitely not as strong as the spirit master Han Yuyan. Han Yuyan looked directly at Zhang Chen, after watching for a long time, and finally said, "Okay, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Just don't have another time, Auntie will worry about it." "I know, Auntie Han," Zhang Chen promised. Of course, as for Han Yuyan's belief or not, then he didn't know. Han Yuyan asked for a while, in short, to make Zhang Chen be careful, and finally left with the water snake's waist. Zhang Chen took a long sigh of relief until he couldn't see Han Yuyan's figure, and drove out the boredom and heat in his body. It seems that Aunt Han is a little suspicious. Zhang Chen knew that although Han Yuyan didn't say much, but he knows the roots of Aunt Han, so he knew that Han Yuyan must suspect that he was the one who shot in Liujiakan. After all, Zhang Chen shot in Liujia village today, and many people saw him shot. He can kill all the bandits, but he cannot kill the villagers who have seen him. Although his speed is very fast, those village names should only see a black shadow. At most, I saw him from behind, and only the girl he saved at the beginning was the only thing I saw in his face. However, it would never have been that girl who came to Orr Town by such a coincidence. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? Maybe it's just that Han Yuyan is careless.